world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive. The hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing, perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet. Hesiod, who wrote of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero. All the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most. Ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, It was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life. And death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenarete, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Phaenarete sighed. Because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone-cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon, knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it, and then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought, and some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer. But watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. That's an interesting example, he says. But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share? Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, but which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it? Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of, yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated. And here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god. Apollo had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought. Even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate. And it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats. And when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know, that the unexamined life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment, you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot? Letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are. The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison and he refused because he had examined what justice required and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters. Free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination, rather than through others' opinions. Free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 Tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance. All of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young, men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, look at what he produced. Look at Alcibiades. Look at Critias. another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He'd tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed, and when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of 2 urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, but we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Miletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery, where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. "I have nothing to do with such investigations," Socrates told them. "I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do." So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance, while others claimed false knowledge. "This is what I still do," he told them. "I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty." Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, "You don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance." But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Miletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. "Miletus," he said, "you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better?" Miletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, "The laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people?" "The jurors," Miletus answered. "All of them?" "Yes." "What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth?" "Yes, all of them." "So, according to you," Socrates said, "every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying?" You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Miletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. "Tell me, Miletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones?" "Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them?" "Of course not." "Then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me?" It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent. But he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Miletus what he'd done to so many others. and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Meletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. You can't have it both ways, Meletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it? By the time Socrates was done with Meletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stopped philosophizing, he would refuse. I cannot stop, he said. The God has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily. I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness. And then he said something. That must have infuriated many in that courtroom. I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do. Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens, he said, how can I abandon the post the God has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death. And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life. When the speech ended, the jury voted. It was close, much closer than his accusers probably expected. Out of 500 jurors, about 280 voted guilty. About 220 voted to acquit. If just 30 people had voted differently, Socrates would have walked free, but they didn't. The verdict was guilty. Now came the penalty phase. In Athenian law, the prosecution proposed a penalty, and the defense could propose an alternative. The jury would then choose between them. The prosecution had proposed death. This was Socrates' chance. He could propose exile. He could propose a fine. The jury had voted guilty, but it was close enough that they might choose a gentler punishment if he gave them the option. Many jurors probably wanted to punish him somehow, but didn't want him dead. Instead, Socrates initially proposed that Athens give him free meals for life in the Prytaneum. He was serious, or at least he was making a philosophical point about what justice really required. But obviously, this wasn't going to fly with a jury that had just convicted him. His friends, watching in horror, finally convinced him to at least propose a fine. Socrates offered to pay 30 minae, a significant sum, guaranteed by wealthy friends like Plato. It was still less than might be expected, still somewhat insulting to the court's dignity. The jury voted again on the penalty. This time, more voted for death. The margin was larger. By trying to maintain his dignity, by refusing to grovel or compromise, Socrates had alienated jurors who might have shown mercy. His pride, or his integrity, depending on how you view it, had sealed his fate. The verdict was final. death by hemlock poison. And here's what's remarkable. Socrates' immediate reaction wasn't fear or anger or even sadness. It was philosophical speculation. He turned to the jurors and gave one final speech, separate from his defense about what this meant. To those who had voted to acquit him, he said, "Don't be upset for me. This might be a blessing. My daimonion, my inner warning voice, which has stopped me whenever I was about to do something wrong, it didn't stop me at all today. Not when I entered the court, not during my speech, not at any point. That suggests that what happened to me is good, not bad." And then he offered that analysis of death we've already touched on. Either death is like a dreamless sleep, in which case it's pleasant, a relief from life's troubles, or death is a journey to another place, where he'll meet the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Either way, nothing to fear. If I die now, having lived a good life, what loss is that? But if I'd compromised my principles to live longer, that would have been true death, the death of my soul. To the jurors who had voted for his death, he was less kind. "You think you've escaped being tested by condemning me, but I warn you, you'll have more critics now, younger ones, harsher ones. By killing me, you won't silence the questions. You'll just create more questioners." It was a prophecy, and it would prove true. Plato would write, Xenophon would write, others would remember. The death of Socrates would become more powerful than the life of Socrates. His enemies thought they were silencing a troublesome gadfly. They were creating a martyr for philosophy itself. As the court session ended and the guards prepared to take Socrates to prison, he turned to his friends with what might have been a slight smile. "Now it's time for us to go. I to death, and you to life. Which of us goes to the better fate, only the God knows." Even at that moment, sentenced to die, he was questioning. Still uncertain, still humble in the face of the ultimate mystery. But one thing he was certain of: he'd lived according to his principles. He'd maintained his integrity. He'd refused to compromise his soul to save his body. And that meant, in the deepest sense, he'd won. The jury might have condemned him to death, but they couldn't make him do wrong. They couldn't corrupt his virtue. They couldn't touch what really mattered. The examined life had prepared him for this moment, and he was ready. But between the sentencing and the execution, there would be weeks of waiting, weeks in prison, time for friends to visit, to argue, to plead, to plan escapes. Time for Socrates to have conversations that would be remembered forever. Time for one particular dream, mysterious and symbolic, that would reveal something about what he was feeling beneath that philosophical calm. Time for temptation. Time for final tests. Time for goodbyes. And time, on that last night, for the deepest sleep a condemned man had ever slept. The prison is quiet now. It's early morning, that liminal time between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath. The stone walls are cold, the light still grey and uncertain. And in this silence, Socrates is asleep. His friend Crito sits, watching him, as we mentioned at the beginning of our story. But what we didn't tell you yet is what Socrates was dreaming. What vision came to him in that prison cell, in those weeks between his trial and his execution. Dreams fascinated the ancient Greeks in ways we might struggle to understand today. They weren't simply random firing of neurons, the brain processing daily events. Dreams were messages, prophecies, windows into a reality deeper than the waking world. The gods spoke through dreams. The dead visited in dreams. Your dreams could tell you the future, warn you of danger, reveal hidden truths. So when Socrates had a particular dream during his imprisonment, and when he chose to tell people about it, they paid attention. They tried to interpret it. And we should too, because this dream reveals something important about what Socrates was feeling beneath his philosophical composure. The dream was simple on the surface, but rich with symbolism. Socrates dreamed that a woman came to him. She was beautiful, dressed in white robes, and she spoke to him, quoting a line from Homer's Iliad. "On the third day, you will reach fertile Phthia." That's it. That's the whole dream. A beautiful woman, in white, a quote from Homer, a mention of Phthia and the third day. But let's unpack what this meant, because every element carries weight. First, the woman in white. White was associated with purity, with the divine, with death. White robes were what you wore for religious ceremonies, for funerals. So already, the imagery suggests something sacred, something connected to the boundary between life and death. Then there's the quote itself, from the Iliad. It's what Achilles says, or at least what Homer imagines Achilles thinking, when he's angry at Agamemnon and considering abandoning the Greek army at Troy. Achilles is furious because Agamemnon has dishonored him, taken his war prize, treated him unjustly, and Achilles thinks, why should I stay here and fight for these people? I could go home. I could reach Phthia, his homeland, in 3 days if I left now. Phthia, in the geography of Homer's world, was Achilles' home. It was where he came from, where he belonged. It represented safety, comfort, the place where he was loved and valued rather than dishonored and disrespected. And the third day in Socrates' dream, well, that had an obvious interpretation. Socrates told Crito about this dream, and he interpreted it himself. It meant he would die in 3 days. That was when the sacred ship would return from Delos, ending the religious period during which no executions could be carried out. The third day would bring his death. But here's what's interesting. What's revealing about what might have been happening in Socrates' psyche. Why did his dreaming mind choose this particular quote? Why Achilles and Phthia? Why this image of going home? Because Achilles' situation in that moment has parallels to Socrates' situation. Achilles has been dishonored by the very people he's been serving. He's been fighting for the Greek army, risking his life, demonstrating his excellence in battle. And how do they repay him? By treating him unjustly, by taking what's rightfully his, by disrespecting him in front of everyone. Sound familiar? Socrates had spent his life serving Athens, trying to make his fellow citizens better, stinging them awake to examine their lives. And how did Athens repay him? By putting him on trial, convicting him on false charges, sentencing him to death. In the Iliad, Achilles has a choice. He can stay and fight, achieving glory but dying young. Or he can go home to Phthia, living a long, comfortable life, but being forgotten by history. His mother, the goddess Thetis, has told him this explicitly. 2 fates await you. Choose. And Socrates, in his prison cell, faced a similar choice, didn't he? He could escape. His friends were offering him that option, and we'll hear more about that soon. He could flee to Thessaly, which was, coincidentally, the region where historical Phthia was located. He could go home, metaphorically speaking, return to safety and comfort, live out his remaining years in peace, or he could stay, face death, achieve the kind of immortality that comes from dying for your principles. So the dream reveals something. Beneath Socrates' philosophical calm, beneath his rational arguments about why death is nothing to fear, there was a human being who felt what had been done to him, who felt dishonored, like Achilles, who thought about escape, about going somewhere safe, about leaving this whole unjust situation behind. The woman in white, was she calling him home? Was she death itself, beautiful and pure, promising relief? Or was she a vision of escape, of the life he could still have if he chose it? And here's where the dream gets even more layered, even more psychologically fascinating, because Socrates told this dream to Crito, and he interpreted it as a prophecy of his death. But dreams are slippery things. They can mean multiple things at once. Yes, on one level, the dream is saying, in 3 days, you'll die. You'll reach your true home, whatever that is. Phthia might represent Hades, the afterlife, the final destination. But on another level, the dream might be expressing a wish, a desire, deep and probably inadmissible to Socrates' conscious mind, to escape, to go to Thessaly, to fertile Phthia, to live. The dream gives him permission to think about escape by disguising it as a prophecy of death. Think about the symbolism of fertility. Fertile phthia. The Greek word is piothen, emphasizing richness, abundance, life-giving land. Is that really a metaphor for death? Or is it a metaphor for life, for escaping Athens and going somewhere you can grow old, have more conversations, see more sunrises? But Socrates, committed to his principles, interprets the dream in the way that allows him to stay on his chosen path. He reads it as a prophecy that closes off the possibility of escape rather than opening it up. The dream is clear, he tells Crito. I'll die in 3 days. Is the dream really that clear? Or is Socrates choosing the interpretation that fits with what he's already decided to do? We can't know for certain. Dream interpretation, even in our modern age with psychology and neuroscience, remains more art than science. In ancient Athens, it was even more ambiguous. The same dream could be read multiple ways, but what we can say is this: the dream reveals that Socrates was human, that he wasn't simply a rational thinking machine, calmly analyzing his situation without emotion. The dream shows us the conflict beneath the surface, the pull toward life, toward escape, toward fertile Phthia, where he could rest and be safe. And it shows us that he felt the parallel to Achilles, that he saw himself as having been dishonored by his city, just as Achilles was dishonored by Agamemnon, that he understood he was making a choice between two fates, escape and obscurity, or death and immortal fame. Achilles, in the end, chose glory over long life. He stayed at Troy. He fought. He died young. And he became the most famous hero in Greek mythology, his name remembered for thousands of years. Socrates would make the same choice. But unlike Achilles, whose choice was driven by pride and the desire for glory, Socrates' choice was driven by principle, by the belief that it's better to die justly than to live unjustly, by the conviction that escaping would corrupt his soul, more surely than hemlock could kill his body. Still, the dream shows us it was a choice, not an easy, automatic decision, but a genuine struggle. The human part of Socrates wanted to live, wanted to escape, wanted relief from this terrible situation. The philosophical part of Socrates knew what he had to do. And the dream, with its beautiful woman in white, with its promise of reaching home in 3 days, bridged both possibilities. It could be read as encouragement to escape, or as prophecy of death. It was ambiguous enough to hold both meanings, to let Socrates think about escape while still choosing to stay. There's another layer to consider. The woman in white, who was she? Socrates doesn't say in any account we have, but Crito, hearing the dream, might have thought of Thetis, Achilles' divine mother. Thetis appears to Achilles in the Iliad to warn him, to advise him, to comfort him. She's a liminal figure, divine, but also deeply maternal, connected to both the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Could the woman in Socrates' dream represent that same kind of figure? A divine messenger, yes, but also a maternal presence. Remember, Socrates compared himself to a midwife. He'd spent his life helping others give birth to ideas. His own mother had been a midwife, bringing physical life into the world. And now, facing death, he dreams of a woman who might be guiding him through that final birth, the birth of the soul from the body, as he understood death, the transition from this life to whatever comes next. The woman in white isn't threatening. She's beautiful. She quotes poetry. She promises arrival at a fertile homeland. Whether that homeland is death or escape, it's portrayed as something to move toward, not something to fear. This is consistent with everything Socrates had said about death. He wasn't afraid of it. He was curious about it, and his dream reflects that. Death appears not as a monster or an ending, but as a beautiful guide promising to take him home. But there's a melancholy to it too, isn't there? The dream admits something Socrates rarely admitted consciously. He was tired. Fertile Phthia is a place of rest. After all his years of questioning, of fighting, of standing alone against the ignorance and hostility of his fellow citizens, Wouldn't it be nice to just stop, to rest, to go home, whether home meant Thessaly and continued life, or Hades and the afterlife, or simply the cessation of consciousness, dreamless sleep, as he described it? The dream suggests a longing for peace, for an end to struggle, and maybe that's part of why he could face death with such calm. Not just because of his philosophical arguments, but because he was, in a very human way, ready. Ready to stop fighting, ready to rest, ready to see if the beautiful woman in white was telling the truth about what waited for him. The ancient Greeks believed dreams could be prophetic, but they also believed they could be deceptive. There were true dreams sent by the gods through the gate of horn, and there were false dreams sent through the gate of ivory, designed to mislead or confuse. Was Socrates' dream true or false? Did it really foretell his death in 3 days? Or did it offer him an escape he chose not to take? Both, perhaps. The dream was true in that Socrates did die 3 days later, just as he predicted. But it might have been false in suggesting that death was the only way to reach fertile Phthia. There was another Phthia available, the physical place in Thessaly where Crito wanted to take him. But Socrates chose to read the dream as prophecy rather than invitation. He chose to see the woman in white as psychopomp, a guide to the underworld, rather than as a call to escape. And in choosing that interpretation, he made it true. This is the power of interpretation, of the stories we tell ourselves about what things mean. Socrates could have used the dream as justification to escape. The gods are telling me to go to Phthia, to Thessaly. He could have read it that way. Many might have. Instead, he used it as confirmation of his chosen path. The dream became evidence that he was right to stay, right to face death, right to trust that whatever came next would be his true homecoming. And when Crito woke him, when they talked about the dream, Socrates was at peace with his interpretation. The dream is clear, Crito. In 3 days, I'll reach fertile Phthia. I'll go home. But Crito wasn't ready to accept that interpretation. Crito heard the dream and thought, 3 days. We have 3 days to save him. 3 days to convince him, to escape. 3 days before we lose the best man we've ever known. Because Crito had a different dream. Not a sleeping dream, but a waking one. A dream of getting Socrates out of Athens, safely away to Thessaly, where they could sit together and talk philosophy for a few more years. Where Socrates could live out his days in peace, respected and honored, far from the fear and pettiness of defeated Athens. And Crito was going to try one last time to make that dream real. He was going to present Socrates with an offer of escape, with arguments for why it was right and good, and what Socrates should do. The beautiful woman in white had appeared in a dream, ambiguous and mysterious. But Crito was real, present, pleading. And the choice between Socrates' interpretation of the dream and Crito's hope would become the subject of one of the most moving conversations in all of philosophy. A conversation about duty and friendship, about justice and survival, about whether it's ever right to break the law to save your own life. A conversation that would test everything Socrates believed about the examined life, about virtue, about what really matters when death is 3 days away and escape is possible. The dream of the woman in white was mysterious and symbolic, open to interpretation, dwelling in the ambiguous realm between waking and sleeping, between prophecy and wish fulfillment. But the conversation with Crito would be concrete, real, immediate, and far more difficult to navigate than any dream. Because in dreams, you're alone with your subconscious, your wishes, your fears. But when you wake up, you're confronted with the people who love you, who want you to live, who think they know what's best for you, even when you've chosen differently. And that's a test no philosophy can fully prepare you for. When Socrates finally wakes from his dream, the first thing he sees is Crito's face. His old friend has been sitting there for some time, watching him sleep, wrestling with what he's about to do. Crito is a wealthy man, one of Socrates' oldest friends. They grew up together in Athens, They're roughly the same age, though Crito has lived a more conventional life. Managing his estates, raising his family, participating in civic affairs without making waves. He's always admired Socrates, perhaps even been a bit in awe of him, but he's also worried about him. Worried that Socrates' principles will get him killed. And now those fears have come true. The trial is over. The sentence has been passed. In just a few days, 3 days, as Socrates' dream suggested, the ship will return from Delos and the execution will be carried out. But Crito has a plan, and he's been waiting for Socrates to wake up so he can present it. Socrates, he begins, and there's urgency in his voice, desperation even. I have bad news. The ship has been sighted. It will arrive today or tomorrow. When it does, you must die. But it doesn't have to be that way. Socrates sits up, probably running his hand through his hair, that same gesture of his when he's thinking. He's calm. Tell me what you're thinking, Crito. And so Crito makes his case. It's a carefully constructed argument, and it reveals a lot about how a normal, decent person thinks. Someone who loves his friend and wants to save him, but who doesn't quite understand why Socrates is so committed to staying. First, Crito appeals to reputation, his own reputation. Socrates, if you die, people will think I could have saved you but didn't want to spend the money. They'll think I valued my wealth more than my friend's life. My reputation will be ruined. It's an understandable concern. In Athens, your reputation was everything, and Crito is essentially saying, don't make me look bad by dying when I could have saved you. But Crito senses that this argument might not work on Socrates, who has never cared much about reputation. So he tries another angle. Besides, why should we care what the majority thinks? The people who matter, the ones whose opinions are worth. Considering we'll know the truth, that you refused to escape, that I tried to save you. Socrates must have smiled at this. Crito is trying to use Socratic principles against him. You've always said we shouldn't care about popular opinion, only about what's actually right. So let the masses think what they want. But then Crito shifts to more practical concerns. You're worried that if you escape, your friends will get in trouble. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. I have money. Other friends have contributed. We can bribe the guards easily. They don't want much. We have contacts in Thessaly where you can live safely. You'll be welcomed there, protected. You can continue your philosophical work in peace. This is tempting, isn't it? The chance to live out your remaining years doing what you love, surrounded by friends, free from persecution. What principle could be more important than that? But Crito isn't done. Now he appeals to duty. Not duty to the law, but duty to the people Socrates will leave behind. Think of your sons, Socrates. You have 3 boys. If you die, you abandon them. You'll leave them without a father, without guidance. You've always taught that we should care for our children, raise them properly. How can you do that if you're dead? This is a low blow, and Crito probably knows it. He's using Socrates' own values against him. You care about education, about helping the young become virtuous. But you're abandoning your own sons. And then Crito delivers what he thinks is his strongest argument. Besides, Socrates, your enemies want you to die. They convicted you unjustly. Why should you cooperate with injustice? Why should you help your enemies achieve their unjust goals? By staying here and dying, you're making it easy for them. You're practically committing suicide, doing their work for them. Let that sink in. Crito is arguing that accepting an unjust death sentence is itself unjust, that Socrates has a duty to resist, to escape, to deny his enemies their victory. Please, Socrates, Crito concludes, and you can hear the emotion in his voice now, all the careful arguments giving way to simple human pleading. Please, don't choose death when you could choose life. Don't choose to orphan your sons. Don't abandon your friends. Don't give your enemies what they want. Save yourself. It's not too late. Imagine that moment, your oldest friend, a good man who loves you, begging you to save your own life, offering you an escape, a way out, a chance to continue doing what you love in safety and comfort. And all you have to do is walk out of this prison cell. What would you do? Socrates takes his time responding. This isn't a casual conversation in the agora with a stranger. This is his friend. These arguments deserve serious consideration. But as he begins to speak, it becomes clear that his mind is already made up. And what he's about to do is show Crito and us why principles matter more than life itself. Crito, my dear friend, he begins gently, your eagerness to help me is admirable, but we can't decide this based on emotion or fear. We have to examine it rationally. We have to think it through using the same principles we've always held. And then, Socrates does something remarkable. He examines the question of whether he should escape using the very method he's used his whole life. He questions, he probes, he looks for contradictions and principles. First, he says, you mentioned reputation. You're worried about what people, will think. But Crito, when have we ever cared about majority opinion? The majority can't make us wise or foolish. They can't make us good or bad. They can kill us, yes, but they can't touch what really matters, our souls. So why should their opinion influence this decision? Crito nods. He can't argue with this. It's what Socrates has always taught. So we should only care about the opinions of people who understand these matters, people who understand justice and right action. And what do those people say? They say we should never do wrong, never under any circumstances. Agreed? Agreed, Crito says. And we've always believed that doing wrong is bad for the person who does it, yes? That injustice harms the soul of the unjust person more than anything else. Yes, we've always said that. And we've also agreed that we should never return wrong for wrong, never commit injustice even in response to injustice. Even if someone hurts us unjustly, we shouldn't hurt them back, because that would be doing wrong ourselves, right? Crito hesitates. This is harder to accept. It goes against every instinct for revenge, for justice as retaliation. But it's what Socrates has always taught. Yes, that's what we've said. Good. Then we agree on our principles. Now let's see if escaping would violate them. And here's where Socrates' argument becomes brilliant and strange. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens themselves could speak. Imagine that as he's about to escape, the laws appear before him personified, and they ask him, Socrates, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy us? It's a rhetorical device, a thought experiment, but it's powerful. Socrates is about to give voice to the laws, to let them make their case for why he should stay and die. The laws speak. Socrates, we brought you into the world. Through us, your parents married legally and had you. We educated you. We gave you the framework within which you lived your entire life. We protected you. We gave you the freedom to pursue philosophy. We never forced you to stay in Athens. You could have left at any time if you disagreed with us. But you stayed. For 70 years you lived under our protection, raised your family here, did your work here. Doesn't that imply an agreement, a covenant? Socrates is essentially arguing that by living in Athens his whole life, by participating in its civic life, by raising his children there, he entered into an implicit contract with the city's laws. And that contract binds him even. Now, the laws continue. If you escape now, Socrates, you'll be breaking that agreement. You'll be saying that the laws apply to everyone except you. You participated in the trial. You had your chance to defend yourself. The jury voted. And now, because you don't like the outcome, you want to ignore the law and escape. How is that different from what you've spent your life arguing against, people who think the rules don't apply to them? It's a powerful argument. Socrates has spent his life insisting that virtue matters, that we should care about justice, that we should examine our actions. How can he now act unjustly by breaking the law, even an unjust law? But the law is unjust, Crito might interject. You were wrongly convicted, and here's Socrates' response. Yes, the jury applied the law unjustly. The men who accused me acted unjustly. But the law itself is not unjust. The law that requires a fair trial, That's just. The men who violated it in spirit are unjust. But I can't fix that injustice by committing another injustice. I can't break the law to protest how the law was broken in my case. Think about what Socrates is saying. He's making a distinction between the law as a system and the particular application of that law by imperfect humans. The system is worth preserving, even when individuals within that system act badly. If he escapes, he's not just saving his own life, he's undermining the entire legal system. He's saying that anyone who disagrees with a verdict can simply ignore it. He's weakening the rule of law itself, the thing that makes Athens a civilization rather than an anarchy. The personified laws make this explicit. Socrates, if you escape, where will you go? To Thessaly, as Crito suggests. What will you say to the people there? Will you tell them you're a great teacher of virtue who ran away from justice when it became inconvenient? Will you teach their young men to respect laws and justice while being a living example of someone who didn't? And what about your own sons? You think you're abandoning them by dying. At least if you die here, legally, accepting your sentence, they'll have a father they can respect, a father who lived by his principles to the end. But if you escape, you make yourself a fugitive. You teach your sons that principles don't matter when your life is at stake. Is that really better for them? Crito is silent now. He can see where this is going, but he's hoping Socrates will find a way around it, some argument that allows him to live without compromising his integrity. But Socrates doesn't find that argument. Instead, he reinforces the original point. Crito, we agreed that we should never do wrong, that injustice harms our souls, that we shouldn't return wrong for wrong. Escaping would be doing wrong, breaking my covenant with the laws, undermining the legal system, acting as if the rules don't apply to me. But you'll die, Crito says, and now there's anguish in his voice, pure human grief at the thought of losing his friend. Yes, Socrates says quietly, I'll die, but I'll die with my soul intact. I'll die having lived according to my principles. Crito, what would be the point of a few more years of life if I lived them as a hypocrite? If I taught virtue for 70 years and then abandoned it to save my skin? There's a long silence. Crito has no answer to this. Besides, Socrates adds, and maybe there's a slight smile, we've talked about death. It might be the best sleep I've ever had, or it might be a journey to meet all the great thinkers of the past. Either way, it's nothing to fear. But Crito isn't comforted. You're thinking of yourself, of your principles. What about us? What about the people who love you? Don't we get a say? Don't our feelings matter? It's a fair question. Isn't there something selfish about Socrates' choice? He gets to die with his integrity intact, sure. But his friends have to live with the grief, the loss, the knowledge that they could have saved him, but he refused. Socrates softens. Crito, I know this is hard. I know you want me to live. And I love you for that. But you have to understand, if I escaped, I couldn't live with myself. Every day, I would know that I had betrayed everything I believed in. I would be a living lie. Would you really want me to survive that way? And then he offers one final image, one final argument. Crito, imagine we're about to escape, and the laws appear before us. They ask me, Socrates, after all we've done for you, after 70 years of protection and freedom, are you really going to betray us now? Are you going to destroy us by showing that anyone can ignore the law when it's inconvenient? What could I possibly say to justify that? How could I look at the laws and claim I'm acting virtuously? Crito has no response. He knows Socrates is right, at least according to Socrates' own principles. But that doesn't make it any easier to accept. The voice I hear, Socrates says finally, is like the sound of flutes in a religious ecstasy, drowning out all other arguments. I can't hear anything else, Crito. The laws are speaking to me, and I cannot disobey them. It's almost mystical, this language. Socrates, the great rationalist, the questioner of everything, is describing his moral certainty in religious terms. He hears voices, not his usual daimonian warning him away from wrong action, but the voice of the laws themselves, calling him to stay true to his covenant. And Crito, faced with this absolute conviction, this unshakable commitment to principle, can only surrender. If you say so, Socrates, then I have nothing more to say, but it breaks my heart. I know, dear friend, I know. They sit together in silence for a while. The conversation is over. The decision is made. There will be no escape. Socrates will face his execution with the same integrity he's shown his entire life. But what this conversation reveals, what Crito's temptation exposed, is just how strong Socrates' principles really were. It's one thing to talk about virtue and justice in the abstract, in the agora, when you're not facing death. It's another thing entirely to choose death over life, because escaping would require you to act unjustly. Most of us, if we're honest, would escape. We'd find a way to rationalize it. We'd say the law is unjust, so breaking it is justified. We'd say our lives matter more than abstract principles. We'd say our families need us. We'd find a reason, because the instinct for self-preservation is so strong. But Socrates didn't. He examined the question using the same rigorous method he'd always used, and he found that escaping would violate the principles he'd lived by for 70 years. So he stayed, not because he wanted to die, but because living as a hypocrite was worse than dying with integrity. This is what the examined life looks like when it's truly tested. This is what it means to care more about your soul than your body. This is the practical application of everything Socrates had been teaching. And Crito, even in his grief, must have understood that he was witnessing something extraordinary. His friend wasn't just talking about philosophy anymore. He was living it, demonstrating it, proving through his choice that the principles he'd taught were real and binding and worth dying for. The offer of escape had been genuine. The temptation was real. For a moment, Socrates could have chosen life, comfort, more years of philosophy, the chance to see his sons grow up. But he chose differently. He chose to stay, to drink the hemlock, to die according to law, rather than live as a fugitive from it. And in making that choice, he completed his life's work. He showed, once and for all, that virtue isn't just a nice idea for philosophical discussions. It's the most real thing there is. More real than self-preservation, more real than the love of friends, more real even than life itself. The conversation with Crito was over. The escape plan was refused. The beautiful woman in white from the dream was right. In 3 days, Socrates would reach fertile Phthia, not the Thessaly of exile, but the Hades of his imagination, or the dreamless sleep of annihilation, or whatever waited beyond death. But first, there would be one more night, one more deep, peaceful sleep. The sleep of someone whose conscience is clear, whose soul is in order, whose life has been lived well. And in the morning, he would face his final day with the same courage, the same integrity, the same commitment to truth that had defined all his days. Because that's what the examined life had given him, not the ability to escape death, but the ability to face it without fear. Not the power to avoid suffering, but the strength to suffer justly rather than to survive unjustly. It was enough, more than enough. It was everything. After Crito leaves, after the conversation about escape has ended, after the decision has been made final, Socrates is alone in his cell. The stone walls are cold. The small window lets in the grey light of late afternoon. Tomorrow, the ship will arrive. Tomorrow he will die. What do you do with that knowledge? How do you spend your last night on earth when you know, with absolute certainty, that morning will bring your execution? Most of us can't really imagine it. We think about death in abstract terms, as something far off, something that happens to other people or to our future selves, but not to us, not now, not tomorrow morning. But Socrates knew. The countdown was definite. The hours were numbered, and what did he do with those hours? According to every account we have, he did something that still astounds people more than 2,000 years later. He slept. not fitfully, tossing and turning with anxiety, not sedated or exhausted into unconsciousness, but peacefully, deeply, soundly, the kind of sleep you have when your mind is at rest, when nothing is troubling your conscience, when you're at peace with yourself and the world. Crito, who had been visiting throughout the imprisonment and who came again early that final morning, found Socrates sleeping so peacefully that he couldn't bring himself to wake him. He sat there in the pre-dawn darkness, watching his friend breathe, marveling at the calmness of his face. How? How is this possible? How does someone sleep peacefully the night before their execution? Let's think about what keeps us awake at night in normal circumstances. Worry about the future, regret about the past, anxiety about things we can't control, guilt about things we've done wrong, fear of loss, pain, failure, death. Our minds race, spinning through scenarios, obsessing over problems, rehearsing conversations, imagining disasters. But Socrates had none of this keeping him awake. Or rather, he'd done the work of examining and resolving all of it. Worry about the future? He'd examined death thoroughly and concluded it was either dreamless sleep or continuation in another realm. Either way, nothing to fear. The future, at least his personal future, was settled. There was nothing more to worry about. Regret about the past. He'd lived the examined life. He'd done his best to pursue wisdom and virtue. He'd questioned everything, including himself. Were there mistakes? Certainly, but they were honest mistakes, made in good faith, not betrayals of his principles. There was nothing he needed to lie awake regretting. Guilt about wrong actions. This is key. Socrates hadn't compromised his principles to save himself. He'd refused to escape even when he could have. He was dying unjustly, yes, but he wasn't acting unjustly. His conscience was clear. There was no guilt gnawing at him, no voice saying, "You betrayed yourself. You're a hypocrite. You didn't live up to what you believed." Anxiety about things beyond his control. He'd long ago accepted that he couldn't control what other people did, their opinions, their judgments, their actions. He could only control himself, his own choices, his own soul, and he'd controlled that well. The rest was up to the gods, or fate, or chance, whatever you wanted to call it. Fear of the pain of death? The hemlock poison, as we'll see, was relatively painless. It caused gradual numbness and paralysis, working from the extremities inward. Unpleasant, certainly, but not agony. And Socrates had already faced death in battle multiple times. He knew he could endure physical discomfort without losing his composure. So what was left to keep him awake? Nothing. Everything that usually keeps humans tossing and turning in the night. He'd addressed it, examined it, resolved it, accepted it. This is the power of the examined life when it's fully realized. Socrates had spent 70 years preparing for this moment, though he probably didn't know it. Every conversation about virtue, every questioning of assumptions, every examination of what really mattered, every choice to prioritize soul over body, wisdom over wealth, integrity over comfort, all of it had been training for this final test, and he passed. Not because he was superhuman or felt no fear, but because he'd done the work. He'd examined his life and found it good. He'd lived according to his principles and had no reason for regret. He'd faced the temptation to escape and chosen justice over survival. There was nothing left to resolve, nothing left to worry about, nothing left to keep him awake. So he slept. And in sleeping peacefully that final night, he demonstrated something profound about what philosophy, real philosophy, lived philosophy, can do for a person. There's a concept in ancient Greek thought that we should understand here. The word is ataraxia. It means tranquility, imperturbability, freedom from disturbance. It was considered one of the highest goals a human could achieve, to have a mind so well ordered, so at peace, that nothing could disturb it. The Stoics, who would come after Socrates and be deeply influenced by him, made ataraxia central to their philosophy. They believed that through rational examination of what's truly good and truly bad, through distinguishing between what you can control and what you can't, through accepting fate while maintaining virtue, you could achieve a state of profound inner peace. Not numbness or indifference, but genuine tranquility rooted in wisdom. And the Epicureans, another school that followed, also sought ataraxia, though they pursued it differently. They thought that by understanding the nature of the world, by recognizing that the gods don't intervene in human affairs, by accepting that death is simply the cessation of sensation, you could free yourself from the fears and superstitions that disturb most people's peace. Both schools, different as they were, agreed on this. The goal was peace of mind, and both looked back to Socrates as an example of someone who had achieved it, because there he was, sleeping peacefully in his cell, while his friends sat vigil with tear-stained faces. There he was, facing certain death in the morning, and resting as soundly as a child. This wasn't insensitivity or delusion. Socrates wasn't pretending the execution wasn't happening. He wasn't in denial. He'd examined the situation fully, rationally, from every angle, and having examined it, having made his choice, having done what he believed was right, he had achieved perfect peace. Think about how different this is from how most of us face much smaller challenges. We have a difficult conversation coming up, and we lie awake rehearsing what to say. We have a medical test scheduled, and we can't sleep for worrying about the results. We have a decision to make, and we toss and turn, weighing the options. But Socrates, facing the ultimate challenge, death itself, slept peacefully, because he'd already done the work. He'd already weighed the options, made the decision, aligned his actions with his principles. There was nothing left to agonize over. This is what the examined life offers, not a life free from challenges or difficulties or even death, but a life where you've done the work of figuring out what matters, what doesn't, and how to act accordingly. And having done that work, you can rest, even on your final night, even when tomorrow brings hemlock. There's also something deeply beautiful about Crito watching him sleep. Think about that scene from Crito's perspective. He's about to lose his oldest friend. He's tried everything he can think of to save him. He's pleaded, argued, offered escape, used every rhetorical tool available. And Socrates has said no to all of it. Crito must be devastated, angry maybe at Socrates' stubbornness, confused about why principles matter more than life, grieving for the conversations they'll never have, the years they won't spend together, the world that will be diminished when Socrates is gone. And yet, watching Socrates sleep so peacefully, Crito can't help but feel a kind of awe, because he's witnessing something rare and precious. He's seeing what it looks like when someone has truly mastered themselves, when fear has no power, when conscience is clear, when the soul is at peace. Crito later told people about this moment. He said it moved him profoundly, seeing Socrates sleep so well. It confirmed something he'd always believed about his friend, but had never seen demonstrated so clearly. That Socrates had achieved a kind of wisdom that transcended normal human anxieties. And perhaps Crito also understood in that moment why Socrates had to refuse the escape. Because if Socrates had escaped, if he'd saved his body by compromising his principles, he wouldn't be able to sleep like this. He'd lie awake tormented by guilt, by the knowledge that he'd betrayed everything he believed in. He'd have his life, but he'd lose his peace. Better to die peacefully than to live in turmoil. Better to face tomorrow with a clear conscience than to escape into years of regret. This is what Socrates had tried to explain to Crito during their conversation, that there are things worse than death. That living as a hypocrite, betraying your principles, corrupting your soul, these are the real disasters. Death is just a transition, probably a good one. But spiritual corruption, moral compromise, the death of integrity, that's the real death, and it's one you have to live with every day afterward. Socrates had chosen to keep his soul intact, and because of that choice, he could sleep. His body might die tomorrow, but his soul was healthy, strong, at peace, and in the hierarchy of values he'd spent his life articulating, that was what mattered. There's a parallel worth noting here with something Socrates had said years earlier about sleep and death. He'd described dreamless sleep as one of the most pleasant experiences a person can have. The kind of sleep where you close your eyes and open them, and it feels like no time has passed, no dreams have occurred, just pure, undisturbed rest. He'd said that if death was like that, eternal, dreamless sleep, it would be wonderful. Think about your best night of sleep ever. Deep, restorative, peaceful, no nightmares, no waking, just perfect rest. If death is that, infinitely extended, how is that frightening? And now, on his final night, Socrates was experiencing exactly that kind of sleep. Deep, dreamless, peaceful. Was this a preview, a taste of what death might be like? If so, it was nothing to fear. It was actually quite pleasant. Or maybe, if death turned out to be continuation rather than cessation, the peaceful sleep was Socrates' way of showing that he had no fear of that possibility either. He wasn't staying awake fretting about the afterlife, worrying about judgment or punishment, or whether he'd measure up. He'd lived well. If there was an afterlife with judgment, he was ready for it. Either way, he could rest. And rest he did. There's something else worth considering about sleep as a metaphor for death. Sleep is a kind of daily death, isn't it? Every night, we lose consciousness. We cease to be aware of the world around us. We're vulnerable, helpless, essentially dead to the waking world for hours at a time. And yet we do this willingly, eagerly even. We look forward to sleep. We crave it when we're tired. We create comfortable beds and quiet rooms specifically to facilitate sleep. We don't lie awake thinking, if I go to sleep, I'll lose consciousness and that's terrifying. We just sleep. Why? Because we've done it before, because we wake up refreshed, because sleep is natural and necessary and good. Socrates might have been thinking about this parallel. If we can trust sleep, this daily mini-death, why can't we trust death, the final sleep? If every night we surrender consciousness without fear, why should the final surrender be different? Unless, of course, death isn't sleep at all, but awakening. In which case, Socrates would wake from this final night into something even more interesting than another day in Athens. He'd wake into whatever reality lay beyond the physical world. And that prospect didn't frighten him either. It intrigued him, so he slept. Peacefully, deeply, without worry or fear or regret. The sleep of someone who has lived well and is ready for whatever comes next. And as the night passed, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon set and the first grey light of dawn began to touch the horizon, Socrates slept on, his breathing steady, his face calm, no nightmares troubling him, no anxiety keeping him awake. Crito sat watching, perhaps dozing himself occasionally, then waking with a start to check if Socrates was still there, still breathing, still with him for a few more hours. And when the sun finally rose, when the light grew strong enough to fill the cell, when the sounds of Athens waking began to filter through the small window, Crito still couldn't bring himself to wake his friend. Let him have this last bit of peace, this final deep sleep. Let him rest as long as possible before the day's grim business begins. But eventually, sounds came from outside the cell. Footsteps, voices, the guards moving about, the prison official who would oversee the execution preparing for his duties. The morning was advancing. The ship from Delos must have arrived, or would arrive soon. It was time for Socrates to wake, time for the final conversations, the final preparations, the final hours. Crito leaned forward. He probably put his hand on Socrates' shoulder gently. "Socrates," he said quietly, "it's morning. It's time to wake up." And Socrates opened his eyes, not startled or disoriented, but calmly, as one wakes from a good night's sleep. He looked at Crito, Maybe he smiled slightly. "Good morning, my friend," he might have said. "Is it time?" "Yes," Crito answered, and his voice probably broke a little. "It's time." Socrates sat up, stretched perhaps, oriented himself to the day, his last day, and according to every account we have, he greeted it with the same calm he'd shown the night before. No panic, no last-minute regrets, no breakdown or crisis, just acceptance, readiness, peace. Because he'd slept well, he'd rested. His conscience was clear, his principles intact, his soul at peace. Whatever this day brought, he was ready for it. The examined life had given him this gift, the ability to face his final morning with tranquility, to wake from peaceful sleep into the day of his death without fear. And that gift, that profound, inner peace in the face of ultimate loss, was the culmination of everything he taught and lived. It was proof that philosophy wasn't just words, wasn't just clever arguments and abstract principles. It was something real, something powerful, something that could sustain you, even when everything else was being taken away. Socrates had slept peacefully on his final night. And in doing so, he'd demonstrated something extraordinary about what human beings can achieve when they live deliberately, examine thoroughly, and choose virtue over everything else. He'd shown that death, the thing we fear most, can be faced without terror. That life, even when it's about to end, can still be lived with grace. That the soul, properly tended, can remain at peace even when the body faces destruction. He'd shown, in the simplest and most profound way possible, what the examined life makes possible. And now, as morning light filled his cell and his final day began, he would show one more thing: how to die well, how to face the end with dignity, with courage, with philosophical grace. But before we get to that final scene, we need to understand what Socrates believed about death itself. We need to explore his two possibilities in depth: the dreamless sleep or the journey to another realm. We need to understand why neither option frightened him, and what that tells us about how to think about our own mortality. Because Socrates' peaceful sleep was rooted in his philosophical understanding of death. And that understanding, radical in its time and still challenging today, is the key to everything that follows. Now that Socrates is awake, now that his final day has begun, we need to step back and really understand what he believed about death. Because his calm in the face of execution wasn't just personal courage or stoic resignation. It was rooted in a carefully thought-out philosophy of death that challenged everything most people believed, and still challenges us today. Let's return to the argument Socrates made to the jury after they'd sentenced him to death. This wasn't his defense speech trying to avoid conviction. That was over. The verdict was in. Death was certain. And with nothing left to lose, Socrates could speak with complete honesty about what he really thought. He told them that death was one of two things. Just two possibilities, that's all. And either way, there was nothing to fear. Let's explore both possibilities deeply, because understanding them is crucial to understanding how Socrates could face his execution with such tranquility. The first possibility: death is complete annihilation, total cessation of consciousness, the end of perception, thought, feeling, awareness. When you die, you simply stop existing. There is no you anymore to experience anything. No pain, no boredom, no loneliness, nothing. Just nothing. For most people, this is the terrifying option. We think non-existence, the end of me, never experiencing anything again, never seeing, hearing, feeling, thinking. That's horrible. But Socrates asked, is it? Really? He compared death to dreamless sleep. Think about the times you've slept so deeply that you had no dreams, no awareness of time passing. You close your eyes at night, and then, instantly, from your subjective experience, it's morning. Hours have passed, but you experienced none of them. There was no you during that time to experience anything. Was that terrible? Was it frightening? Or was it actually quite pleasant? Don't we often wake from deep, dreamless sleep, feeling refreshed, restored, peaceful? Socrates asked the jury to think about the best sleep they'd ever had. That night when you were perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe, perfectly tired from a good day's work. You lay down and simply stopped. And when you woke, it felt like mere moments had passed, and you felt wonderful. Now, he said, compare that single night of perfect sleep to all the other days and nights of your life. Days filled with worry, pain, frustration, disappointment. Nights of anxiety, bad dreams, restless tossing. Even your best days, aren't they filled with needs and wants and efforts and struggles? If you had to choose between one more night of perfect, dreamless sleep and one more day of ordinary life with all its troubles, which would you choose? When you frame it that way, Socrates suggested, death as annihilation starts to look less like a tragedy and more like a gift. It's eternal rest, perfect peace, freedom from all suffering, all anxiety, all the exhausting business of being alive and conscious. You won't be bored because you won't exist to be bored. You won't miss anything because you won't exist to miss it. You won't regret the loss of consciousness because you won't be conscious to feel regret. It's not like being trapped in a dark room aware of your confinement. It's just not being. And not being has no experience of itself. Think about this carefully, because it's a radical reframing of death. We fear death as a loss, the loss of everything we are, everything we have, everything we might experience. But loss is something that happens to someone. You can only lose something if you exist to experience that loss. If death is annihilation, there's no you left to experience the loss. The loss happens to your loved ones, certainly. They lose you, but you don't lose anything because you're not there anymore to have or to lose. Socrates was essentially arguing that fearing death as annihilation is philosophically incoherent. You're fearing a state in which you won't exist to experience fear or anything else. You're worried about a condition in which you won't be present to be worried. It's like being afraid of the time before you were born. Were you suffering during the millions of years before you existed? Were you anxious about not being alive yet? Of course not. You weren't there to suffer or be anxious. Death as annihilation is just returning to that state. And that state wasn't bad. It wasn't anything at all. The Roman philosopher Lucretius, who was influenced by Greek thought, put it beautifully a few centuries after Socrates. He said, "Why should we fear death? When we exist, death is not present. And when death is present, we do not exist. Death is nothing to us." Socrates anticipated this argument. If death is nothing, if it's just the cessation of being, then it's not something to fear. At worst, it's neutral. At best, it's the most perfect rest you could ever have. But Socrates didn't stop there, because there was a second possibility. What if death isn't annihilation? What if consciousness continues? What if the soul, the psyche, the essential you, survives the death of the body and goes somewhere else? For many people, this might seem like the comforting option. At least you still exist. At least there's something rather than nothing. But it could also be terrifying. What if you go to a place of punishment? What if you're judged and found wanting? What if the afterlife is worse than this life? Socrates addressed these concerns head-on, and his answer reveals something beautiful about how he understood justice, virtue, and the nature of reality itself. He said, "If there is an afterlife, if consciousness continues after death, then I'm going to Hades, the Greek underworld, where all the dead were believed to go. And what's in Hades? According to the traditional stories, the place is ruled by just judges: Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus. These were legendary figures known for their fairness and wisdom. So if I go there, Socrates reasoned, I'll be judged justly, not by corrupt politicians or frightened mobs, but by truly just judges who can see into my soul and know what I really am." And that prospect didn't frighten Socrates at all. In fact, it excited him, because he believed he'd lived a good life, not a perfect life. He never claimed perfection, but a life devoted to virtue, to truth-seeking, to helping others examine their lives. If his soul was going to be judged by truly just judges, he was confident the judgment would be fair. Think about what this reveals. Socrates wasn't afraid of divine judgment because he had examined his own life thoroughly. He knew himself. He'd spent 70 years questioning his own motives, examining his own actions, checking whether he was living according to his principles. He wasn't perfect, but he was honest, and he believed that genuine, examined honesty was what mattered. If you've spent your life lying to yourself, pretending to be virtuous while acting viciously, then yes, you should fear judgment, because judgment will reveal the truth you've been hiding from. But if you've lived the examined life, if you've been honest with yourself about your flaws and worked to improve, if you've tried genuinely to be good rather than merely to appear good, then judgment is nothing to fear. It's just truth-telling, and truth is what philosophers seek. So that was Socrates' first reason not to fear an afterlife with judgment. He'd lived well enough that he had nothing to hide from just judges. But there was more. There was something that excited him about the possibility of an afterlife, something that made him almost eager for death if this was what awaited him. All the dead are in Hades. All of them. Every person who ever lived and died before you, which means, and this is what made Socrates' eyes light up when he talked about it, he would get to meet all the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Homer, the legendary poet whose works defined Greek culture. Hesiod, who wrote about the origin of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero who spent 10 years trying to get home from Troy. Agamemnon, who led the Greek army. Ajax, the great warrior. All the wise men and women who had puzzled over the same questions Socrates spent his life asking. Imagine being Socrates and thinking about this. You've spent your entire life seeking wisdom, asking questions, trying to understand virtue and justice and the good life. You've talked with thousands of people, but most of them didn't really understand what you were trying to do. They got defensive or confused or angry when you questioned them. But in Hades, you'd be surrounded by the greatest minds in history, and you'd have eternity to talk with them. No interruptions for meals or sleep or bodily needs, because you wouldn't have a body anymore. Just pure conversation, pure thought, pure philosophical inquiry, forever. For Socrates, this sounded like paradise. This was his idea of heaven, not harps and clouds, but endless philosophical dialogue with the most interesting people who ever lived. And here's the best part. According to Socrates, they don't execute you in Hades for asking annoying questions. He'd be free to do what got him killed in Athens. Question everyone, examine every claim, pursue truth relentlessly, without any risk of being silenced. He could ask Odysseus whether he really was as wise as Homer claimed. He could question the famous lawmakers about whether they truly understood justice. He could spend centuries just exploring the meaning of courage with Achilles and Ajax. The work he'd started in Athens could continue forever, but without all the inconvenient limitations of having a body. Can you hear the genuine excitement in this? Socrates wasn't just making the best of a bad situation, wasn't just rationalizing away his fear. He was genuinely intrigued by the possibility of death as continuation. If that's what death was, it might actually be better than life. And he pointed out something else interesting. In Athens, his questioning had made him enemies. It had gotten him condemned to death. But in Hades, the only authority figures were just judges. And they wouldn't condemn him for pursuing truth. They would understand. They would appreciate. They might even join in. So if death was continuation, Socrates win-win. He'd either be with just judges who would recognize his virtue, or he'd be free to do what he loved most without fear of persecution. Either way, it was good. Do you see what Socrates did here? He took the two basic possibilities that most people, fear either non-existence or judgment and reframed both of them as potentially positive. Non-existence, that's perfect rest, dreamless sleep, freedom from all suffering. Judgment, that's finally being evaluated fairly by those who truly understand justice, plus the opportunity to pursue wisdom forever. Neither option is frightening, both could be good. Therefore, death itself is nothing to fear. But there's something even deeper in Socrates' argument that we need to understand. His lack of fear wasn't just based on abstract logical possibilities. It was rooted in something more fundamental, his understanding of what really matters. Remember what Socrates believed was most important: the quality of your soul. Not your body, not your possessions, not your reputation, your soul, your character, your virtue, your wisdom. That was what really mattered, what really defined who you were. And here's the crucial point: death can't touch that. If death is annihilation, then yes, your soul ceases to exist along with everything else. But in that case, there's no you left to regret it or suffer from it. And before you cease to exist, your soul was good. You lived well. The quality of your existence while it lasted was high. That's what mattered. If death is continuation, then your soul is literally all you take with you. Your body gets left behind. Your possessions stay in Athens. Your reputation is in the hands of whoever wants to gossip about you. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, everything you've cultivated through examination and effort that goes with you, that's yours forever. So either way, having invested in your soul rather than in external things, you're prepared. You've put your energy into the one thing that either doesn't matter if you cease to exist, or is all that matters if you continue to exist. This is why Socrates could say that a good person has nothing to fear from death. Not because good people get special treatment or divine protection, but because if you've cultivated your soul, if you've lived virtuously, if you've examined your life and found it good, then you've prepared for either possibility. The person who has spent their life accumulating wealth, death takes that away. The person who has invested everything in their body, their beauty, their strength, their physical pleasures, death destroys that. The person whose entire identity is wrapped up in their social status or their career or other people's opinions of them, death strips all of that away. But the person who has cultivated virtue, who has gained wisdom, who has developed their character, death can't touch any of that. It either preserves it eternally or ends everything, including the capacity to suffer, loss. This is the genius of Socrates' philosophy of death. It's not wishful thinking or blind faith. It's a careful analysis of possibilities combined with a clear understanding of what's valuable. If you value things that death can take away, you'll fear death. If you value the one thing death either preserves or makes irrelevant, you won't fear death. It's almost that simple. Of course, Socrates acknowledged that he didn't know which possibility was true. He couldn't know. No one who was alive could know for certain what happened after death. That was one of the few things he was absolutely certain of, his own ignorance about death's true nature. But that's the point. He didn't need to know. He'd examined both possibilities, thought them through carefully, and found that neither was frightening. So death itself, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror. This is the examined life applied to the ultimate question. Instead of just inheriting fears about death from culture or religion or other people, Socrates examined those fears. He looked at what death might actually be, thought through the implications of each possibility, and realized that there was nothing there that should frighten a person who had lived well. And this brings us back to why he could sleep peacefully that final night. He wasn't in denial about death. He wasn't pretending it wasn't happening or suppressing his fear. He had genuinely examined death, understood it as well as anyone could, and concluded that it was, at worst, nothing, and, at best, wonderful. So, why not sleep? Why lie awake worrying about something that might be perfect rest, or might be the greatest adventure? Why fear losing consciousness when that's either the end and thus not fearful, or the beginning of something better? The examined life had given him this gift. The ability to think clearly about death without panic, to analyze it rationally, to strip away the culturally inherited fears and see what was really there. And what was really there was either nothing or something good, not much to lose sleep over. But we need to be honest about something. This works if, and only if, you've lived well. Socrates' calm in the face of death was rooted in his confidence that he'd cultivated his soul, that he'd lived virtuously, that he had nothing to be ashamed of before just judges. What if you haven't? What if you've spent your life pursuing wealth and power and pleasure? What if you've betrayed your principles for comfort? What if you've harmed others for personal gain? What if you've lived unexamined, driven by appetites and fears rather than reason and virtue? Then death becomes terrifying. Because if it's annihilation, you've wasted the only existence you had. You spent your one life accumulating things that don't matter, neglecting the one thing that does, your soul. And if it's continuation with judgment, then you face an accounting that you're not prepared for. You've built a soul that's corrupt, weak, driven by base desires rather than wisdom. And that's what you take with you into eternity. Socrates' philosophy of death is comforting, but it's not cheap comfort. It's not, everyone goes to heaven regardless of how they lived. It's, if you live well, examining your life and cultivating virtue, then death holds no terror because you've invested in what matters. The comfort comes from the work. The peace comes from the examination. The fearlessness comes from the virtue. You can't fake it. You can't suddenly adopt this philosophy on your deathbed and expect it to work. It's the culmination of a lifetime of living examined, thinking clearly, choosing virtue over vice, soul over body, truth over comfort. Socrates could face death with calm because he'd spent 70 years preparing for it. Not intentionally preparing for this specific execution. He'd hoped to live longer, but preparing nonetheless, by living the kind of life that made death, whenever it came, nothing to fear. This is what the examined life offers. Not immortality, not escape from death, but the ability to face death without terror, to meet it with curiosity rather than dread, to see it as a friend rather than an enemy, because you've done the work. You've cultivated what matters, you've lived well, and whatever death brings, perfect rest or eternal conversation with the greatest minds in history, you're ready for it. That readiness, that peace, that freedom from fear, that's the gift of philosophy properly lived. That's what Socrates demonstrated in that prison cell. That's why he could sleep peacefully and wake calmly and face his final hours with grace. He'd examined death, found it good, and was ready to experience it. But before he would drink the hemlock, before the final moment came, there would be more conversations, more examinations, more demonstrations of how to live and die with wisdom. Because even in his final hours, Socrates had lessons to teach. There's an aspect of Socrates' philosophy that might seem strange to us, even troubling. But to understand why he could face death not just calmly, but almost eagerly, we need to explore it. This is the idea that the body is a kind of prison for the soul, and that death, which separates soul from body, is actually a liberation. Now, before we go further, we should be clear. This doesn't mean Socrates hated life or was suicidal, or thought existence was inherently bad. He loved good conversation, beautiful ideas, his friends, the city of Athens. He laughed, ate, walked in the sunshine. He appreciated life, but he also believed that the body was, in many ways, an obstacle to what he really wanted to do. And what he really wanted to do was think clearly, pursue wisdom, understand truth. Let's explore this idea carefully, because it's central to understanding his philosophy of death. Think about your typical day. How much of it is consumed by the needs of your body? You wake up and within an hour or so, you're hungry. You need breakfast. Then you need to clean yourself, shower, brush your teeth, attend to basic hygiene. You need to dress yourself appropriately for the weather and social situation. Then, a few hours later, you're hungry again. You need lunch, and you need to go to the bathroom. And maybe you're getting tired. Your body needs rest, even though you just woke up a few hours ago. Or you're getting stiff from sitting, so you need to move around. Or you're cold, or hot, or thirsty, or experiencing some discomfort that demands attention. Then you need dinner, more bathroom trips, more adjustments to your environment to keep your body comfortable. And eventually, whether you want to or not, you need to sleep. Your body shuts down for approximately a third of your life, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is every single day. Your body constantly interrupting. Your mind with demands. Feed me, rest me, warm me, cool me, empty me, scratch this itch, adjust this position. Pay attention to this pain. For most of us, this is just normal life. We don't think much about it. It's just how things are. But Socrates looked at it differently. He saw all these bodily needs as interruptions to what really mattered. Thinking, learning, pursuing wisdom. He'd be in the middle of a fascinating philosophical conversation, and someone would say, "Socrates, let's continue this over lunch, I'm starving." The body's needs would interrupt the mind's work. Or he'd be lying awake at night, turning over a difficult philosophical problem, and his body would demand sleep. The very moment when he might be on the verge of understanding something important, his body would force unconsciousness on him. Or he'd want to spend hours thinking about justice, but his body would get sick or feel pain, or need to be somewhere else to earn money to feed itself. The body, from this perspective, is demanding and needy and constant. It requires maintenance the way a machine requires maintenance. Except, you can't just take a day off from maintaining your body. It needs attention every single day, multiple times per day, for your entire life. And that's when everything goes well. When your body is healthy and young and strong. As you age, the maintenance becomes even more demanding. Things hurt. Things stop working properly. You need more rest, more medical attention, more accommodation for increasing limitations. Socrates was 70 when he died, old by ancient standards, though not unheard of. He'd lived long enough to experience his body's decline, to feel things that used to be easy become difficult, to need more rest, to have less energy, to feel the body becoming less obedient to the will. And through all of this, his mind, his soul, remained sharp, still asking questions, still pursuing wisdom, still trying to understand, but increasingly trapped in a body that was wearing out. Now, contrast this with what Socrates imagined consciousness without a body would be like. In his vision of the afterlife, if there was one, souls existed as pure mind, no bodies, no physical needs, no hunger or thirst or tiredness or pain, which meant no interruptions to thinking. You could pursue a philosophical question for as long as you wanted without needing to stop for lunch. You could have a conversation with Homer or Hesiod that lasted centuries without anyone needing to sleep. You could focus completely on ideas without any bodily discomfort distracting you. From Socrates' perspective, this sounded wonderful. This was what philosophy had been training him for all along. Life as pure thought, pure reason, pure consciousness, without all the messy biological needs getting in the way. This is why he said that philosophy was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or death-obsessed, but because philosophical practice was essentially learning to separate your soul from your body's demands. Learning to think clearly despite physical discomfort. Learning to prioritize mental cultivation over physical pleasure. Learning to identify yourself with your mind rather than your body. Every time Socrates stood in the agora for hours, so absorbed in conversation that he forgot to eat, he was practicing this separation. Every time he endured physical hardship, in military campaigns without complaint, he was strengthening his soul's independence from his body's discomfort. Every time he chose to live in poverty rather than abandon philosophy, He was demonstrating that his soul's health mattered more than his body's comfort. He was training himself to be essentially less attached to his body, less identified with it, less controlled by its needs and wants and demands. And this training, this lifelong practice, was what made death less frightening, because death was just the final and complete version of what he'd been practicing all along. The ultimate separation of soul from body, the final liberation from physical demands. Now, we need to be careful here. There's a version of this philosophy that can become unhealthy, the idea that the body is evil, that physical pleasure is wrong, that we should punish or deny our bodies. That's not what Socrates was teaching. He wasn't an ascetic who tortured his body or denied it all pleasure. He ate when he was hungry. He appreciated good food when it was offered. He had a family, which implies physical intimacy. He wore simple clothes, but he wore clothes. He went barefoot, but not because he thought feet were evil, more likely because it was comfortable for him, and he didn't care about social conventions. The point wasn't that bodies are bad. The point was that bodies are temporary and demanding, while souls can be permanent and self-sufficient. So if you have to choose where to invest your limited time and energy, invest in your soul. Think of it this way. Imagine you're renting an apartment temporarily. You know you'll only be there for a year, maybe less. How much time and money do you put into renovating it? Probably not much. You keep it clean and functional, but you don't invest heavily in improving something you'll have to leave soon. But if you're building a house you'll live in for decades, or that you'll pass on to your children, you invest differently. You put in the time and effort to make it strong and beautiful and lasting. For Socrates, the body was like the rental apartment, temporary housing. You maintain it sufficiently, but you don't mistake it for your real home. Your real home is your soul. That's what you invest in, what you improve, what you cultivate with care. And death was just moving day. Time to leave the temporary housing and either move to a permanent home if there's an afterlife, or simply end the lease if death is annihilation. Either way, you weren't supposed to be overly attached to the apartment. It was never really yours. This metaphor helps explain why Socrates could face his execution with equanimity. The state of Athens was going to destroy his body, his temporary housing. So what? He'd known from the beginning it was temporary. He hadn't invested his identity in it. He'd focused on his soul, on cultivating virtue and wisdom, and that couldn't be destroyed by hemlock. There's a story that illustrates this beautifully. During Socrates' imprisonment, a friend came to visit and found him sitting up, rubbing his leg where the chains had been removed. The guard had just taken off the leg irons, and Socrates was experiencing that mixture of pain and pleasure as circulation returned. He remarked on how strange it was, pain and pleasure, such opposites, yet they follow each other so closely. Remove the pain, and pleasure comes. Indulge in too much pleasure, and pain often follows. They're bound together, these physical sensations. And then he made an offhand comment about how if someone were going to write a fable about pain and pleasure, they could describe them as two creatures that Zeus decided to tie together by their heads, so that wherever one goes, the other follows. This is revealing. Here's Socrates, hours or days from execution, and he's philosophizing about the nature of pleasure and pain, based on having his leg irons removed. He's not despairing about his fate or raging against injustice. He's observing, analyzing, trying to understand. And his observation is essentially this. Physical sensations, pleasure and pain, are bound together and inherently unstable. You can't have one without the other, but that's a feature of bodily existence, not of the soul. The soul, properly cultivated, can be at peace regardless of whether the body is experiencing pleasure or pain. This is what Socrates had achieved. His body was in prison, his body had been chained, his body would soon be poisoned. But his soul was free, free from the dominance of physical sensation, free from the tyranny of bodily needs, free from fear of bodily death. And this freedom, This independence of soul from body was what philosophy had given him. It was what the examined life had cultivated. And it was what made death not just bearable, but, in a strange way, a culmination of everything he'd been working toward. Think about what death represented for Socrates. If his philosophy was right, if death was either annihilation or continuation as pure mind, then either way it meant freedom from the body's constant demands. No more hunger interrupting thoughts, no more tiredness forcing sleep when you want to think, no more pain distracting from philosophy, no more aging body limiting what you can do, no more biological needs determining how you spend your time. Just consciousness, just thought, just the soul doing what it does best, thinking, understanding, pursuing wisdom without any physical obstacles. For someone who had spent their entire life frustrated by the body's interruptions, this was genuinely appealing. Not because life was bad, but because this aspect of life, being bound to a needy, aging, mortal body, was finally ending. It's like being a painter who loves to paint, but whose hands are arthritic and painful. Every brushstroke costs something. The thing you love most is impeded by your physical condition. And then imagine someone offers you a way to paint without hands, to create directly from imagination without physical limitations. Wouldn't that be appealing? Not because you hate painting or hate life, but because you could finally do what you love without the physical impediments. That's how Socrates thought about death. He loved wisdom, loved philosophy, loved thinking and understanding, and his body increasingly got in the way. Death promised either perfect rest, fine, he was tired anyway, or pure consciousness, even better, philosophy without physical limitations. This is radically different from how most of us think about death. We fear losing our bodies because we identify with them. We are our bodies, in our understanding, our experiences, our pleasures, our connections to the world, all mediated through our bodies. To lose the body is to lose everything. But Socrates had spent his life cultivating a different identity. He identified with his soul, his mind, his consciousness. His body was something he had, not something he was. And when you have that perspective, death becomes much less frightening. There's a deeper philosophical point here about suffering and happiness. Socrates believed that most human misery comes from being too attached to the body and its pleasures. We suffer when our bodies are in pain. We suffer when we can't have the physical pleasures we crave. We suffer when our bodies age and decline. We suffer when we compare our bodies to others and find them lacking. All of this suffering comes from over-identifying with the body, from thinking that bodily condition determines happiness. But what if it doesn't? What if happiness comes from the soul's condition, from wisdom, virtue, integrity, self-knowledge? Then physical suffering becomes much more bearable. Not because it doesn't hurt, it does, but because it doesn't threaten what really matters. Your body can be uncomfortable, imprisoned, even dying, and your soul can still be at peace. This was Socrates' lived experience in that prison. His body was confined, awaiting execution, but his soul was free. He spent his final days having fascinating conversations, thinking through difficult problems, teaching and learning and doing what he loved most. The prison couldn't confine what really mattered, and the hemlock would soon kill his body. But his soul, if it continued, wonderful. If it didn't, he wouldn't be there to regret it. Either way, the hemlock was powerless against what truly mattered. This is the ultimate freedom that Socrates' philosophy offered. Freedom from the fear of bodily death, because you've learned to distinguish yourself from your body. Freedom from dependence on physical circumstances for happiness, because you've cultivated something interior that circumstances can't touch. It's not easy to achieve. It takes a lifetime of practice, of examination, of choosing soul over body, again and again. But for someone who does achieve it, death loses its sting. The body might be a prison, but the soul can be free. And death? Death was just the prison door opening. Socrates was ready to walk through that door. Not because he hated the prison, but because he'd never really been imprisoned in the first place. His soul had been free all along, and death would just make that freedom complete and obvious. In a few hours, he would demonstrate this one final time. He would show his friends that a man who has cultivated his soul can face bodily death with grace, with calm, with philosophical clarity. He would prove that the body's death is not the person's death, or at least not the death of what really matters. But we're not quite there yet. We have a few more things to understand about those final hours, about the people who gathered to say goodbye, about the conversations that happened, and the children who came to see their father one last time. Because even as Socrates prepared to demonstrate his philosophy of death, he remained fully human, a father, a friend, a teacher, a man saying farewell to the life he had loved, even as he welcomed what came next. The sun is climbing higher now. Morning has fully arrived, and with it comes the certainty. Today is the day. The ship from Delos has been sighted. The sacred period is over. There are no more delays, no more waiting, no more maybe tomorrow. Today, Socrates will die. His friends have been arriving at the prison since early morning. Not just Crito, but others, many others. They've come to spend these final hours with him, to say goodbye, to be present for whatever wisdom he might offer in his last moments. Plato would later write down the names he remembered. Apollodorus, who was emotional and dramatic, prone to tears. Critobulus and his father Crito, of course. Hermogenes, Epigenes, Aeschines, Antisthenes, Ctesippus, Menexenus, and others, about 18 or 20 men in total, crowding into that prison cell. Plato himself was sick that day, he tells us. He wasn't there, but he heard about it from those who were, and he reconstructed it as best he could. So what we know about Socrates' final hours comes to us filtered through the memories of grieving friends and the literary artistry of Plato. But even accounting for that, the basic story seems reliable, and it's extraordinary. When his friends enter, they find Socrates sitting up on his cot. His wife Xanthippe is there, holding their youngest son. She's been allowed to visit, but when she sees all the friends arriving, when she realizes this is it, this is the final day, she breaks down. "Socrates," she cries out, "this is the last time your friends will speak to you, and you to them." It's a raw, human moment of grief. Whatever their relationship had been over the years, ancient sources suggest it was complicated. She's losing her husband today. Her sons are losing their father, and she can't contain the anguish of that. Socrates looks at Crito and gently asks him to have someone take Xanthippe home. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's cold, but probably because he can see this is too much for her. And maybe because he knows that if he lets himself fully feel her grief, fully acknowledge what he's doing to his family, it will be harder to maintain his philosophical composure. So Xanthippe is led away weeping, holding their child, and Socrates turns to his friends, his philosophical companions. The men who have followed him through the agora, listened to his questions, tried to learn his methods. These are the people he'll spend his final hours with. And what does he do? What would you do if you knew you had only a few hours left to live? Socrates does what he's always done. He philosophizes. He asks questions. He pursues truth. Even now, especially now, he demonstrates what it means to live the examined life until the very end. They talk about the soul, about whether it's immortal, about what happens after death. The conversation goes deep. Plato reconstructed it later as the dialogue called Phaedo, and it's one of the most beautiful and philosophically rich texts we have. Socrates presents arguments for why the soul might be immortal. Not with certainty, he never claims certainty about what he doesn't know, but with reasonable arguments that give hope and comfort to his friends. He talks about how the soul might be like a harmony, or perhaps not like a harmony. He considers whether opposites come from opposites, whether life comes from death as death comes from life. He discusses the theory of recollection, the idea that learning is really remembering what the soul knew before birth. His friends raise objections. They question his arguments. And Socrates welcomes this, encourages it. Even in his final hours, he wants genuine philosophical inquiry, not just comfort or agreement. He wants to pursue truth, or at least pursue it as far as they can go. At one point, the conversation gets particularly intense. A friend named Cebes raises a powerful objection to Socrates' arguments about immortality, and the whole room goes quiet, uncertain. Has Cebes found a flaw in Socrates' reasoning? Does the soul's immortality rest on shaky ground after all? Socrates responds with one of the most beautiful passages in all of philosophy. He talks about the danger of misology, hatred of reason, just as there's misanthropy, hatred of humanity. He says that misology happens when you trust reasoning too much without examining it carefully, and then when that reasoning fails, you lose faith in reason itself. We must not allow into our souls the conviction that there is no soundness in reasoning, he tells them. Rather, we should believe that it is we who are not yet sound, and we must take courage and be eager to become sound. Even here, facing death, he's teaching them not to give up on reason and philosophy, even when it's difficult, even when the arguments are hard, even when the stakes are this high. They continue talking. The sun moves across the sky. Hours pass. And then, late in the afternoon, the prison servant enters. This is the man whose job it is to prepare the hemlock, to administer it, to oversee the execution. He's done this many times before. It's his duty, but he stops when he sees Socrates, and he starts to cry. "Socrates," he says, struggling to maintain his composure, "I know you won't be angry with me. You know I'm not responsible for this. Others are to blame. You've been the noblest, gentlest, best man who has ever come to this place. I know you won't rage at me, but at those who are responsible." And then he breaks down completely. "Farewell," he manages to say through his tears. "Try to bear what must be borne as easily as you can." This moment is heartbreaking. This prison servant who has seen countless executions, who has learned to be professional and detached, cannot maintain that detachment with Socrates. He's moved by something he's witnessed in these final weeks. The grace, the calm, the kindness of this condemned man. Socrates responds with characteristic gentleness. "Farewell to you too," he says. "I'll do as you say." Then he turns to his friends. "What a gracious man. Throughout my time here, he's visited me and talked with me, and now see how generously he weeps for me. Come, let's obey him. Let someone bring the poison if it's ready. If not, let the servant prepare it." Crito, still hoping for delay, suggests waiting. "The sun is still on the mountains, Socrates. It hasn't set yet. Others have delayed, feasting and drinking, spending time with their loved ones. There's no rush." But Socrates is firm. "Those men you mention have their reasons for doing that. They think they gain something by it, but I have my reasons for not doing it. I think I'd gain nothing by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous in my own eyes, clutching at life when there's nothing more to gain." "Go on," he tells Crito. "Do as I say." So Crito nods to the servant, who leaves to prepare the hemlock. While he's gone, there's a heavy silence in the room. Everyone knows what's coming. Some of the men are weeping openly now. The philosophical discussion seems impossible to continue. But then Socrates breaks the silence with something almost mundane. He asks if he should bathe before drinking the poison. It's a practical question. The custom was to wash the body before death, to save the women the trouble of washing a corpse. They tell him yes, that would be appropriate. So Socrates goes off to bathe, accompanied by Crito. The other friends wait, talking among themselves in low voices, thinking about what's about to happen, thinking about the loss they're about to suffer. When Socrates returns, clean and prepared, his 3 sons are brought to him, 2 older boys and the youngest, just a child. Xanthippe returns with them for a brief time. We don't know what Socrates said to his sons. Plato doesn't record it. Maybe it was too private, too painful. Maybe Plato wasn't told. But we can imagine instructions on how to live, encouragement to pursue virtue, apologies perhaps for leaving them, love expressed in whatever way Socrates expressed love, probably through teaching, through trying to make them understand why he had to do what he was doing. Then Xanthippe and the children are taken away again. Socrates returns to his friends, and the servant enters carrying a cup. The hemlock is ready. Socrates takes the cup without any hesitation, without any trembling. His friends later remarked on this. How steady his hand was, how calm his face. He asked the servant, with apparent genuine curiosity, "What do I need to do? Can I pour a libation from this to some god? Or not?" The servant explains that they've prepared only enough for the required dose, no extra for religious ritual. But, he adds, after you drink it, you should walk around until your legs feel heavy, then lie down. The poison will do its work. Socrates nods. Then he says something that reveals his true feelings beneath the philosophical calm. But surely, it's permitted to pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the next will be fortunate. That's my prayer. May it be so. And he raises the cup and drinks it. Drinks it, according to Plato's account, cheerfully and easily, without tremor or change of color or expression. This is the moment his friends have been dreading. Up until now, it's been theoretical, impending, soon, but not yet. Now it's happening. Socrates has drunk the poison. There's no reversing it. In minutes, he'll be dead. Most of them have been holding back tears, trying to be strong for Socrates' sake. But now they can't hold back anymore. The weeping starts. Apollodorus, who's been on the verge all day, begins to wail. Others join in. The sound of grief fills the cell. Socrates, who has just drunk hemlock, who is experiencing the first effects of the poison, stops and looks at his friends with something close to exasperation, though a gentle exasperation. "My friends, what are you doing?" he asks. "I sent the women away mainly so they wouldn't behave in this way. I've heard that one should die in silence. Be still and control yourselves." It's a rebuke, but a loving one. He's trying to give them one last lesson. This is how to face death. With calm, with dignity, with philosophical grace, not with wailing and grief, but with acceptance and peace. Ashamed, the men try to control their tears. The room grows quieter, though you can hear stifled sobs, see wet faces. Socrates begins walking around, as the servant instructed. He's talking, still teaching, still present. But then he says his legs are getting heavy. He lies down on his back. The servant who gave him the poison comes over and begins checking his feet, his legs, pressing them, testing for sensation. The poison is working. Starting from the extremities and moving inward, the servant presses Socrates' foot and asks if he can feel it. Socrates says no. The numbness is spreading. The servant keeps checking, moving up the legs. Still no feeling. The hemlock is paralyzing him gradually, shutting down his body bit by bit. His friends watch in anguish, seeing him slip away, knowing there's nothing they can do, nothing to say that hasn't been said. When the numbness reaches his waist, Socrates uncovers his face. He'd covered it at some point, perhaps for privacy in these final moments, and speaks his final words. "Crito," he says, "we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt. Don't forget." Crito, through his tears, says he'll do it. "Is there anything else?" he asks. But there's no answer. A moment later, Socrates makes a slight movement. The servant uncovers his face and checks his eyes. They're fixed, staring, lifeless. Socrates is dead. Crito closes his friend's eyes and mouth, the task that he'd hoped never to perform, that he'd tried to prevent by offering escape, by pleading for Socrates to value life over principle. That task is done. His friend is gone. Plato, writing about this years later, having heard the story from those who were there, concluded his account with words that still resonate. Such was the end of our friend, a man who, we would say, was of all those we have known the best, and also the wisest and most just. The prison cell was quiet now, except for the sound of men weeping. The greatest philosopher Athens had produced lay dead on a cot, his body still, his final words a cryptic instruction about paying a debt to the god of healing. What did he mean, owing a rooster to Asclepius? Scholars have debated this for centuries. Asclepius was the god of medicine and healing. You sacrificed to him when you recovered from illness. So was Socrates saying that death was a healing, a cure for the disease of life? Was he suggesting that life itself was an illness, and death the recovery, or was it simpler? Just a debt he owed, a promise he'd made, one final practical matter to attend to even as he died? We don't know. Maybe Crito didn't know either, but he would pay the debt as he'd promised. One last service to his friend. The men eventually left the prison. They went back to their homes, to their lives that would continue even though Socrates had ended. They carried with them the memory of what they'd witnessed, a death that was unlike any other death. A man who had faced execution with calmness, with grace, with philosophical integrity maintained to the very end. Some of them, like Plato, would spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they'd learned from Socrates, writing about him, teaching his methods, trying to live up to his example. The death of Socrates would become more influential than the life of almost anyone else in history. But that comes later. Right now, in this prison cell, on this afternoon in Athens in 399 BCE, there's just the quiet after death, the body of an old man who drank poison rather than betray his principles, the grief of friends who loved him and couldn't save him, the end of a life that had been devoted to examining life itself, and the question that would haunt everyone who heard the story. Could I do that? Could I face death with such calm? Could I value my principles more than my survival? Could I drink the hemlock without trembling? For most of us, the honest answer is probably no. We couldn't. We aren't Socrates. We haven't spent 70 years preparing for this moment. We haven't examined our lives so thoroughly, cultivated our souls so completely, achieved such clarity about what matters and what doesn't. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the death of Socrates isn't meant to make us feel guilty about our fear of death. Maybe it's meant to show us what's possible, what a human being can achieve through examination, through philosophy, through living deliberately and consciously. Maybe it's meant to inspire us to start our own examination, to ask our own questions, to cultivate our own souls. Not so we can face death without fear, though that would be nice, but so we can live our lives more fully, more consciously, more truly. Because Socrates didn't spend 70 years preparing to die well. He spent 70 years living well. The peaceful death was just the natural conclusion of a well-lived life. The final demonstration that all the philosophy, all the questioning, all the examination actually worked, that it actually delivered what it promised: freedom from fear, peace of mind, a life worth living, and a death worth dying. The body lay still on the cot. But the ideas, the questions, the methods, the philosophy that Socrates had lived and died for, those were just beginning their journey through history. And that journey continues today, more than 2,000 years later, as we tell the story again, examine it again, try to understand what this strange, ugly, brilliant man discovered about how to live and how to die. The hemlock did its work. The body ceased functioning. The breath stopped. The heart stopped. The brain stopped. But what about the soul? Did it cease too, returning to the dreamless sleep Socrates had described? Or did it continue, making its way to Hades to meet all those ancient heroes and thinkers he'd been eager to question? We don't know. We can't know. Just as Socrates didn't know. But he'd examined both possibilities and found neither frightening. And he'd lived in a way that made him ready for either one. That was his final lesson. That was his gift to everyone who would hear his story. Not certainty about death, but preparedness for it. Not knowledge of what comes next, but peace about whatever does come next. And that peace, that readiness, that freedom from fear, it came from living the examined life. The sun was setting now on Athens. The light that had filled the prison cell was fading. Soon it would be dark. But something was just beginning to dawn. The news of Socrates' death spread through Athens quickly. By evening, everyone knew. The strange old philosopher who questioned everyone, who had been convicted of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods, had drunk the hemlock. He was dead. For his enemies, it must have been a relief. The gadfly was finally silenced. The questioner who had made them look foolish, who had exposed their ignorance, who had turned young men against traditional values. He was gone. Athens could return to normal now. But they were wrong, profoundly wrong, because Socrates' death didn't end his influence. In many ways, it was just the beginning. Think about what would have happened if Socrates had escaped, if he'd fled to Thessaly, as Crito had begged him to do. He would have lived a few more years, perhaps. He could have continued teaching in exile. Some students might have followed him, but he would have been diminished. A man who talked about principles, but abandoned them when they became inconvenient. A philosopher who preached virtue, but chose survival over integrity. His enemies in Athens would have said, "See?" All his fine talk about the examined life, and when it mattered, he ran away like a coward. His teachings would have lost their power. His example would have been compromised. He might have lived longer, but his philosophy would have died. Instead, by refusing to escape, by drinking the hemlock with calm dignity, by dying exactly as his philosophy said a wise person should die, Socrates did something extraordinary. He proved that everything he'd taught was real, not just clever words or abstract theory, but a genuine way of living and dying that actually worked. His death became the ultimate validation of his philosophy. It said, this isn't just talk, this is real. A person who lives the examined life, who cultivates their soul, who values virtue over survival, really can face death without fear. I'm showing you. I'm proving it. Watch. And people did watch. People are still watching. More than 2,000 years later. Plato was 28 when Socrates died. He'd been studying with him for 8 years or so. He was devastated by the death. So devastated that he left Athens for a while, traveling, processing his grief, trying to make sense of what had happened. But then he came back, and he began to write. Not abstract philosophical treatises, but dialogues, conversations, dramatized recreations of Socrates in action, questioning, examining, pursuing wisdom. He wrote about the trial, about the prison conversations, about the death scene. He wrote dialogue after dialogue, always with Socrates as the central character, the questioner, the searcher for truth. Through Plato's writings, Socrates became immortal. Not just remembered, but present. Anyone who read Plato's dialogues could meet Socrates, hear his voice, see him at work. The man was dead, but the method lived on, and Plato wasn't the only one. Xenophon wrote about Socrates too. Other students wrote, taught, founded schools based on what they'd learned from him. Within a generation, Socrates was famous not just in Athens, but throughout the Greek world. And the philosophers who came after, the Stoics, the Cynics, the Skeptics, various schools with different interpretations, almost all of them looked back to Socrates as the founder, the exemplar, the one who showed what philosophy really was. He became, in death, what he'd never quite been in life, the father of Western philosophy, not because he wrote anything, he didn't. Not because he founded a school, he didn't do that either. But because he lived and died in a way that proved philosophy wasn't just intellectual games. It was a way of life that could transform how you thought, how you lived, and how you faced death. The Stoics in particular were profoundly influenced by Socrates' death. They built an entire philosophy around the idea that virtue is the only true good, that external things like health and wealth and even life itself are indifferent, neither good nor bad in themselves. What matters is how you respond to them, what choices you make, how you maintain your character regardless of circumstances. And when they wanted to illustrate this philosophy, when they needed an example of someone who had truly achieved Stoic virtue, they pointed to Socrates. Look at how he died, they said. That's what we mean. That's what it looks like to value virtue over everything else. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who lived centuries after Socrates, used him as an example again and again. When Epictetus wanted to explain that you can't be harmed by external things, only by your own vice, he pointed to Socrates. Did Athens have the power to harm Socrates? No, it could kill him, but it couldn't harm him. The harm would have come only if he'd betrayed himself by escaping. The Cynics, who rejected conventional society and lived with radical simplicity, also looked to Socrates. They saw in him someone who cared nothing for wealth or status or comfort, who lived according to reason and virtue alone. Even the Epicureans, who disagreed with much of Socratic philosophy, respected his death. Their whole philosophy was about achieving tranquility by understanding that death is nothing to fear. And Socrates had demonstrated that tranquility perfectly. So Socrates' death became a touchstone for all of Greek and Roman philosophy. Different. Schools interpreted him differently, claimed him as their predecessor, argued about what he really meant. But they all agreed on one thing. His death mattered. It showed something important about how a philosopher, how any wise person, should face mortality. And this influence didn't stop with ancient philosophy. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, Christian thinkers had to grapple with Socrates. Here was a pagan who had died for truth, who had remained faithful to his principles, even unto death, who had spoken of the soul's immortality and divine judgment. In some ways, he seemed almost like a Christian saint avant la lettre, before Christianity even existed. Some early Christian writers, like Justin Martyr, argued that Socrates had been inspired by the divine Logos, the same force that would later be fully revealed in Christ. They saw his death as a kind of proto-martyrdom, a prefiguring of Christian witness. Throughout the Middle Ages, despite being a pagan, Socrates was respected and studied. Medieval philosophers read Plato's dialogues, encountered Socrates, and had to reckon with this man who seemed to have discovered important truths through reason alone, without revelation. The Renaissance humanists were even more enthusiastic. They saw in Socrates an example of human dignity, of the power of reason, of the nobility of dying for truth. He became a hero of the humanist movement, proof that human beings could achieve wisdom and virtue through their own efforts. And in the modern era, Socrates has remained endlessly fascinating. Philosophers, historians, playwrights, novelists, all have returned again and again to this story. The trial, the prison conversations, the death scene, they've been retold, reimagined, reinterpreted countless times. Why? What is it about this death, this particular death of one old man in Athens 2,400 years ago, that continues to grip people's imagination? Part of it is surely the drama. It's a great story. The unjust accusation, the dignified defense, the refusal to escape, the calm. Death. It has all the elements of tragedy, except Socrates himself doesn't seem to experience it as tragic. He's at peace. That paradox is fascinating. But it's more than just dramatic. Socrates' death asks us a question that never gets old, never becomes irrelevant. What would you die for? What principles? What values? What truths matter enough to you that you choose death rather than betray them? Most of us, if we're honest, don't have a good answer to that question. We'd like to think we have principles we'd die for, but we're not sure. We haven't been tested. We hope we never will be. Socrates shows us what it looks like when someone actually faces that test and passes, when someone really does value their soul more than their body, truth more than survival, integrity more than life itself. And in showing us that, he forces us to examine our own lives. Would we drink the hemlock? Could we? What would it take for us to develop the kind of wisdom, the kind of courage, the kind of clarity that Socrates had? This is why the death of Socrates is still taught in philosophy classes, still referenced in ethical discussions, still appearing in books and films and plays, because it represents something we aspire to, even if we doubt we could achieve it. It represents the examined life taken to its logical conclusion. It shows us what philosophy looks like when it's not just academic or theoretical, but actually lived, when it actually transforms how you face the ultimate test. But there's something else important about Socrates' legacy that we need to understand. His death didn't just validate his philosophy, it also changed what philosophy was, what philosophers did, how they understood their mission. Before Socrates, Greek philosophy was mostly about understanding the natural world. What is everything made of? How did the cosmos come into being? What are the fundamental elements? These were important questions, but they were external. They were about the world out there. Socrates changed the focus. He made philosophy about the self, about how to live, about virtue and the soul. He made it personal and practical. Philosophy wasn't just about understanding nature. It was about improving yourself, examining your life, becoming a better person. And he showed that this kind of philosophy had real stakes. It wasn't just interesting, intellectual work. It was a way of life that could get you killed, because it challenged power, exposed hypocrisy, questioned authority. But it was also a way of life that could give you a kind of peace and freedom that nothing else could. After Socrates, that's what philosophy became. Not just natural science or logic puzzles, but a guide to living. A way of achieving wisdom and tranquility. A path to the good life. The Stoics made this explicit. They divided philosophy into three parts: logic, physics, and ethics. But they said ethics was the most important, and the others only mattered insofar as they helped you live well. Philosophy was about how to live and how to die. This Socratic understanding of philosophy dominated for centuries. Whether you were Stoic or Epicurean or Cynic or skeptic, you agreed that philosophy was supposed to transform your life, not just fill your head with theories. It's only in the modern era that philosophy has become primarily academic, primarily theoretical, primarily separated from life. And even now, there's a counter-movement. People trying to recover philosophy as a way of life, trying to make it practical again, trying to return to the Socratic ideal. And when they do, when they ask what that ideal looks like, they look back to Socrates, to his method of questioning, to his focus on ethics, to his calm in the face of death. The death itself becomes a teaching. It says, this is what matters. This is what philosophy is for. Not publishing papers or winning arguments, but developing the kind of wisdom and courage that lets you face anything, even death, with tranquility. There's a famous painting of the death of Socrates by Jacques-Louis David, painted in 1787, more than 2,000 years after the event. It shows Socrates, upright in bed, one hand reaching for the cup of hemlock, the other hand raised as if still teaching, still making a point. Around him are his grieving students. His body is idealized, heroic, like a classical statue. It's not historically accurate. Socrates was 70 and probably didn't look that noble. But it captures something true about how his death has been remembered. As noble, as heroic, as a moment of supreme moral courage. That painting influenced how generations of people thought about death, about principle, about courage. It became an icon of the Enlightenment, of the power of reason, of the dignity of dying for truth. And it's just one of hundreds of artistic representations of Socrates' death. Sculptures, paintings, plays, operas, films. Artists keep returning to this moment, trying to capture it, to understand it, to show what it means, because it does mean something, not just historically, not just philosophically, but personally. It asks each person who encounters it, how will you face death? What will you have lived for? When everything is stripped away, what will remain? Socrates had an answer. He'd examined his life thoroughly. He'd cultivated his soul carefully. He'd lived according to his principles consistently. And when death came, he was ready. He'd done the work. His soul was in order. There was nothing to fear. Most of us haven't done that work, haven't examined that thoroughly, haven't lived that consistently. And so death remains frightening because we know we're not ready. We know there are things unexamined, things unresolved, things we've been putting off. But Socrates' death tells us it's not too late. Start now. Begin the examination. Ask the questions. Pursue wisdom. Cultivate your soul. Live deliberately, consciously, according to principles you've actually thought through. You probably won't have to drink hemlock. You probably won't be condemned to death by your city, but you will die someday. That's certain. And when that day comes, wouldn't it be better to face it as Socrates did? With calmness, with clarity, with a well-examined life behind you. That's the gift his death gave us. Not a formula for avoiding death. We can't. Not even certain knowledge about what happens after death. We still don't have that. But an example of how to face death when it comes. An example of a life well lived, a soul well cultivated, a death well met, and the knowledge that it's possible, that a human being really can achieve this, that through examination and philosophy and virtue, you really can develop the kind of wisdom that makes death nothing to fear. Socrates did it. We saw him do it. We have the testimony of his friends who were there, who watched him drink the hemlock without trembling, who heard his final words, who witnessed his peaceful end. It happened. It's real. It's possible. And that possibility has been inspiring people for 2,400 years, inspiring them to examine their own lives, to question their assumptions, to pursue wisdom over wealth, to value their souls over their bodies, to live deliberately, to prepare, not just for death, but for life, for living it fully, consciously. Well, the hemlock killed the man, but the example, the teaching, that can never die, it lives in every person who hears the story and asks, could I do that? Should I try to live that way? What would the examined life look like for me? Those questions keep Socrates alive. Those questions are his immortality, far more certain than any afterlife in Hades. He wanted to spend eternity questioning the great thinkers of the past. Maybe, in a way, he got his wish, because we're still questioning him, still thinking about him, still examining his life and death and trying to understand what he discovered. And in doing that, in examining his examined life, we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do. We're questioning, we're thinking. We're not accepting easy answers. We're living more consciously. That's the legacy. That's what his death taught us about life. Not that death is nothing, it's real and it matters, but that a life well lived makes death bearable, maybe even beautiful. That wisdom is real and achievable. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to act rightly despite fear. That the soul really is more valuable than the body, if by soul we mean character, wisdom, virtue, everything that makes you who you truly are. 2,400 years, that's how long Socrates has been dead. But his death is still teaching, still challenging, still asking each of us, will you examine your life? Will you cultivate your soul? Will you live deliberately? Will you face death with wisdom rather than terror? The answer is up to each of us. But we have an example, we have a teacher. We have the story of a man who did it, who showed it was possible, who proved that philosophy isn't just words, but a real way of transforming how you live and die. That's what death taught us about life. That's what Socrates gave us. That's his gift to every generation that comes after him, including ours. The body has been dead for millennia, but the soul, the teaching, the example, the questions, that's immortal, just as Socrates hoped it would be. So we've traveled with Socrates from his questioning youth to his peaceful death. We've examined his philosophy, understood his courage, witnessed his final moments. But now we need to ask, what does this mean for us? How do we actually live? With these insights, how do we practice what Socrates taught? Because that's what it is, a practice, not a belief system you adopt once and forget about, not a philosophy you agree with intellectually but never apply, a practice, something you do regularly, intentionally, as a way of life. Let's talk about what it means to live with death in mind, not morbidly, not obsessively, but consciously, the way Socrates did. The Stoics, who learned so much from Socrates, had a specific practice for this. They called it memento mori. Remember that you will die. It sounds grim, it sounds depressing, but they didn't mean it that way at all. The point of remembering death isn't to make you sad or fearful. The point is to wake you up, to help you see what matters and what doesn't, to give you perspective on all the trivial things that consume your attention and energy. Think about how we normally live. We act as if we have infinite time. We put off important conversations until later. We waste years in jobs we hate, planning, to do what we really want someday. We hold grudges, nurse resentments, avoid difficult but necessary actions because, well, there's always tomorrow. Except there isn't always tomorrow, not infinitely. We know this intellectually, but we don't live like we know it. We live like we're immortal. But what if you really internalize the truth that you will die? Not just believed it abstractly, but felt it, knew it, lived with that awareness present. You'd probably waste less time on trivial things. That argument about nothing important, maybe not worth having, that grudge you've been holding. Maybe time to let it go. That thing you keep putting off that you know you should do. Maybe you should do it now. This is what memento mori does. It doesn't make you depressed. It makes you focused, clear, intentional. It helps you distinguish between what matters and what doesn't. Socrates lived this way naturally. He'd spent so much time thinking about death, examining it, understanding it, that he was always aware of mortality, not in a way that paralyzed him, but in a way that freed him. He knew his time was limited, so he used it well. He pursued wisdom, cultivated relationships, lived according to his principles. No time to waste on trivialities. And here's the paradox. Thinking about death regularly doesn't make life worse. It makes life better, richer, more vivid, more meaningful. When you're aware that today could be your last day, you pay attention. You notice things. You're present. That conversation with a friend isn't just something to get through so you can get back to scrolling on your phone. It's precious, irreplaceable time with someone you care about. That sunset isn't just weather. It's a beautiful thing you might never see again. Better really look at it. That chance to say, I love you, or I'm sorry, or thank you. Better take it. You might not get another chance. This is what Socrates understood. This is what his philosophy of death gave him. The ability to live fully, presently, consciously, because he knew it wouldn't last forever. So how do we practice this? How do we incorporate memento mori into our lives without becoming morbid or anxious? Here are some practical approaches drawn from Socratic and Stoic wisdom. First, start your day with a simple acknowledgement. Before you get out of bed, before you check your phone, take a moment to recognize, I woke up. I'm alive. This is not guaranteed. Today is a gift, and it's finite. How do I want to use it? This isn't about inducing anxiety. It's about inducing clarity. What actually matters today? What should I prioritize? What should I let go of as unimportant? The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius did this. He'd remind himself each morning that he might not see evening, and each evening that he might not see morning, not to frighten himself, but to help himself focus on what was truly important. Second, practice the evening examination that Socrates would have approved of. Before you sleep, review your day. Not to beat yourself up over mistakes, that's not productive, but to examine. Did I live according to my values today? Did I act with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance? Where did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I learn? This is the examined life in practice. Daily examination, regular reflection, constant course correction. You're not trying to be perfect. You're trying to be conscious, to be intentional, to be improving. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, described doing this every night. He'd review his day's actions, his words, his thoughts. Not harshly, but honestly. What did I do well? What could I have done better? How can I be wiser tomorrow? This practice, done regularly, compounds over time. You become more self-aware, more conscious of your patterns, better able to catch yourself when you're about to make a mistake, more aligned with your actual values rather than just reacting to circumstances. Third, and this is crucial, identify what you value most. Really examine this. Don't just accept the default values of your culture or your family or your peer group. Question them, the way Socrates questioned everything. What do you actually believe is important? Not what you're supposed to believe, not what sounds good to say, but what you really, genuinely value when you think about it deeply. Is it wealth? Be honest. Is accumulating money really what you want your life to be about? If you knew you'd die in a year, would you spend that year trying to make more money? Is it status? If you're gone tomorrow, how much will it matter what people thought of you? Would you trade a year of your life for a better title or more social media followers? Is it pleasure? If life is just about maximizing pleasant experiences, what happens when you can't have those experiences anymore? What happens when you're too old or too sick, or simply when the pleasures become boring? Or is it something else? Wisdom, perhaps? Love? Creativity? Service? Growth? Meaning? Virtue? Socrates was very clear about what he valued. Wisdom, virtue, the quality of his soul. And because he was clear about that, he could make hard decisions. He could refuse escape. Because he valued integrity more than survival. He could face death calmly because he'd invested in things that death couldn't touch. If you're not clear about your values, you'll be blown around by circumstances, by other people's expectations, by whatever seems urgent in the moment. But if you examine your values, really think them through, make conscious choices about what matters most, then you have a foundation, a center, something to navigate by. Fourth, practice small deaths. This might sound strange, but bear with me. What I mean is, practice letting go of things before you're forced to. That argument you want to win but doesn't really matter. Let it go. That grudge you're holding, release it. That attachment to being right, to being admired, to being comfortable. Practice loosening your grip. These are small deaths, small experiences of losing something, accepting loss, surviving it, and discovering you're okay. You're still you. The loss didn't destroy you, and this practice, repeated many times, prepares you for bigger losses, for aging, which is the body slowly dying, for the loss of loved ones, eventually for your own death. If you've never practiced letting go of anything, if you cling desperately to everything you have, then every loss will be devastating. But if you've practiced, if you've learned that you can lose things and be okay, then even major losses become more bearable. This was part of Socratic philosophy too. The recognition that everything external to your soul, your body, your possessions, your reputation, other people's opinions, all of it can be taken away. And if your happiness depends on keeping all of that, you'll be miserable, because loss is inevitable. But if your happiness comes from your soul's quality, from your wisdom and virtue and character, then you're free, because those can't be taken away unless you abandon them yourself. Fifth, contemplate worst-case scenarios. not to induce fear, but to remove it. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils. What's the worst thing that could happen? Really think about it. You could lose your job. You could get sick. Someone you love could die. You could die. And then ask, if that happened, would I survive it? Could I handle it? What would I do? Usually you realize that even worst-case scenarios are survivable. Not easy, not pleasant, but survivable. And this realization is liberating. It removes much of the fear that controls us. Socrates faced the actual worst case, unjust execution, and he handled it. He demonstrated that even that was survivable in a sense. His body died, but his soul, his integrity, his wisdom, his principles remained intact. Most of us will never face anything that extreme. But if we contemplate difficult scenarios ahead of time, we prepare ourselves psychologically. We remove the shock factor. We have a plan, or at least a sense that we could handle it. Sixth, and this is perhaps most important, live in a way that you wouldn't be ashamed of if you died tomorrow. This is the heart of the Socratic practice. Ask yourself regularly, if I died tonight, would I be satisfied with how I spent today? With how I treated people? With what I prioritized? With who I was? This isn't about being perfect. It's about being honest, about living authentically, according to your actual values, rather than on autopilot. Socrates could face death calmly because he'd been asking himself these questions for 70 years. He'd lived examined. He'd course-corrected when he'd gotten off track. He'd prioritized what mattered. So when death came, he was ready. His life had been what he wanted it to be. There was nothing major left undone. Most of us can't say that. Most of us are putting off important things, compromising our values for convenience, living unconsciously, planning to really live someday when circumstances are better. But someday might not come. And even if it does, the habit of postponing, of compromising, of living unconsciously, those habits get stronger with practice. They don't magically disappear when circumstances change. So start now, today, this moment. Live as if this were your last day, not frantically, not desperately, but intentionally, consciously, according to your examined values. Say the things that need saying. Do the things that matter. Let go of the grudges and petty concerns. Be present with the people you're with. Create what you want to create. Love who you want to love. Become who you want to become. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. This is what living with death in mind really means. Not being obsessed with dying, but being committed to living. Really living. Consciously, intentionally, according to examined principles. And here's the beautiful thing. If you live this way, if you really practice this, then death loses much of its power over you. Not because you stop caring about life, you care more, not less. But because you're living so fully, so consciously, that death becomes just a transition rather than a tragedy. You've done the work. You've examined your life and found it good. You've cultivated your soul. You've lived according to your principles. Whatever death brings, you're as ready as a person can be. This doesn't mean you'll never fear death. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, to loss, to change. Even Socrates might have felt some fear, though he chose not to be controlled by it. But the fear becomes manageable. It doesn't paralyze you. It doesn't prevent you from living well. It's just an emotion, passing through, acknowledged, but not obeyed. The practice of living with death in mind, the Socratic practice, gives you this freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of unconscious living. Freedom from being controlled by trivialities. Freedom from wasting your precious, finite time on things that don't matter. And it gives you something else too. Gratitude. When you really know that today might be your last, you stop taking things for granted. The ordinary becomes precious. Another sunrise, another conversation, another moment of being alive and conscious. Socrates experienced this. You can hear it in how he talked about simple pleasures, how he appreciated good conversation, how he valued his friends. He wasn't jaded or bored with life. He was grateful for it, right up until the end. That's what the practice offers. Not depression or anxiety, but clarity and gratitude. Not a worse life, but a better one. Not more fear of death, but less and more appreciation for life. So start today. Practice a little examination. Acknowledge your mortality. Consider your values. Let go of something unimportant. Live a bit more consciously, a bit more intentionally. You don't have to be Socrates. You don't have to face execution with perfect calm. You just have to be a little more awake than you were yesterday, a little more examined, a little more alive. Do that consistently, over time, and you'll be amazed at the transformation, at how much clearer life becomes, how much more meaningful, how much more free you feel. This is the Socratic practice. This is what living with death in mind really means, and it's available to anyone who chooses to begin, even now, even you, even today. And so we return to where we began, to that image of Socrates sleeping peacefully on his final night, his friend watching over him, the dawn approaching, the end certain, yet the sleep undisturbed. What did he know that allowed him to rest so completely? What had he discovered in his 70 years of questioning, examining, seeking wisdom? Perhaps it was simply this: that the unknown is not the same as the terrible. That uncertainty is not the same as fear. That not knowing what comes after death doesn't mean what comes after death is bad. We spend so much of our lives demanding certainty. We want to know what will happen. We want guarantees. We want the future mapped out so we can feel safe. And when we can't have that certainty, especially about death, we fill the void with fear. But Socrates took a different approach. He examined the unknown. He looked at what death might be, thought through the possibilities, and found that none of them were necessarily frightening. And then he let go. He accepted that he couldn't know for certain, and he found peace in that acceptance. This is a profound lesson, one we can carry with us not just about death, but about all the uncertainties in life. You don't know what tomorrow will bring. You can't know. But does that mean tomorrow will be terrible? Or does it just mean tomorrow is unknown, which means it could be good, could be bad, could be neutral, could be surprising in ways you can't predict? When you frame it that way, when you recognize that uncertainty doesn't equal disaster, something shifts. The anxiety loosens its grip just a little. You can breathe a bit easier. This is what Socrates found in his philosophy of death. Not certainty. He never had that. But peace in uncertainty. The recognition that he'd done what he could, lived as well as he could, examined as thoroughly as he could, and whatever came next, dreamless sleep or eternal conversation with the great minds of history, he was ready. That readiness, that peace, that's what we've been exploring throughout this long night together. Think about how far we've traveled. We met young Socrates, questioning the parable of the birds, already seeing the world differently than those around him. We watched him develop his method, his mission, his commitment to the examined life. We saw him make enemies, face trial, refuse escape, drink the hemlock without fear, and through it all we've been asking, how? How did he do it? What made this possible? And the answer, complex as we've explored it, comes down to something simple. He did the work. He examined. He questioned. He cultivated his soul. He aligned his actions with his values. He lived consciously, deliberately, intentionally. And when you do that work, really do it, over years and decades, death becomes different. Not easy, perhaps. Not without natural fear or sadness at leaving life behind, but not the terror that haunts so many. Not the desperate clinging and denial, just a transition, a change, the next thing. As you lie here now, in this moment, thinking about these ideas, you're doing something Socrates would have approved of. You're examining, you're thinking, You're not just accepting the default fears and assumptions about death. You're looking at them, questioning them, trying to understand. That's the beginning. That's how it starts. One question, one examination, one moment of conscious thought instead of unconscious reaction. And if you continue that practice, if you make examination a habit, if you question your assumptions regularly, if you cultivate your soul consciously, then over time, you'll find what Socrates found. Not certainty, not perfect peace, but something real and valuable. You'll find that you're less controlled by fear, less driven by unconscious impulses, more aligned with your actual values, more present in your life, more able to face difficulties with clarity rather than panic. And yes, more able to face death, when it eventually comes, with something approaching calm, because you'll have done the work. You'll have examined your life and found it good, or at least found it honest. You'll have cultivated what matters. You'll have lived deliberately, and that's all anyone can do. That's all Socrates did. He was just a man, after all. Not a god, not perfect, not immune to human feelings. Just a man who questioned everything, thought deeply about how to live, and then lived according to what he'd discovered. You can do that too. Maybe not as thoroughly as Socrates. 70 years is a long time to devote to philosophy. But you can do some of it. Start where you are. Examine what you can. Question what seems questionable. Live a bit more consciously each day and over time that compounds. The examined life becomes easier, more natural. The peace becomes more accessible. The fear becomes more manageable. You might not ever sleep as peacefully as Socrates did on his final night, but you might sleep better than you do now. You might face each day with more clarity, more purpose, more presence. And when death does come, whether soon or far in the future, you might be able to greet it not with joy perhaps, but without terror, with acceptance, with readiness, with the knowledge that you lived well, that you did what you could, that your soul is in order. That's what Socrates gave us. Not a way to avoid death, not certainty about what comes after, but a way to face death without being destroyed by fear. A way to live that makes death bearable. And maybe, just maybe, if his philosophy is right, if death really is either perfect rest or beautiful continuation, then it's not just bearable. It's actually fine. Maybe even good. We won't know until we experience it ourselves. But we don't need to know. We just need to live well, to examine, to cultivate wisdom and virtue, to care for our souls, to be present, conscious, intentional. Do that, and whatever comes, whether in this life or after it, you'll be as ready as any person can be. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the story of Socrates wash over you, not as something to figure out or solve, but as something to absorb. A reminder, an inspiration, an example. He slept peacefully on his final night because he'd lived an examined life, because he'd done the work, because he was ready. You're not on your final night. You have time still. Time to examine. Time to question. Time to grow. Time to cultivate your soul and live deliberately. What a gift that is. Not the gift of certainty or immortality or perfect peace, but the gift of time, the gift of consciousness, the gift of choice. You can choose, as Socrates did, to examine your life, to question your assumptions, to live according to your actual values rather than unconscious habits. You can choose to prioritize your soul, your character, your wisdom, your growth, over the temporary pleasures and pains of the body. You can choose to practice small deaths, letting go of attachments, learning to accept loss. You can choose to live with death in mind, not morbidly, but as a clarifying force that helps you see what matters. These choices are available to you. They were available to Socrates 2,400 years ago. They're available to you now. They'll be available tomorrow and the next day and every day you have left. That's the beauty of philosophy as a practice. It's never too late to start. Never too late to begin examining. Never too late to live a bit more consciously, a bit more deliberately. And who knows, maybe decades from now, when your own final night comes, you'll find yourself able to rest peacefully, not because you've achieved perfection, no one does, but because you've done the work. You've examined your life. You've lived according to your principles. You've cultivated your soul. And if death is dreamless sleep, then you'll rest well. The best rest imaginable. Perfect, undisturbed, eternal peace. And if death is continuation, if consciousness goes on, if there's something after, well, then you'll have taken the best of yourself with you. Your wisdom, your character, your virtue. The things that really matter. The things that really are you. Either way, you'll be ready. As ready as Socrates was. As ready as any examined life makes possible. That's the promise. That's what this philosophy offers. Not certainty, but readiness. Not the elimination of death, but the ability to face it without terror. Not a perfect life, but a conscious one. An examined one. A meaningful one. So sleep now. Rest. Let your mind settle. Let your body relax. Tomorrow you'll wake, and you'll have another day to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, for these remaining hours, just rest. Rest as Socrates rested. Not because everything is certain, but because you've done what you could today. Because you're working on examining your life. Because you're cultivating your soul, even if imperfectly. That's enough. More than enough. The unknown still lies ahead. Death still waits in the future for all of us. But the unknown is not the terrible. Death is not the enemy. Fear is the enemy. Unconsciousness is the enemy. Living unexamined, unintentionally, on autopilot, that's the enemy. And you're here now, thinking, examining, questioning. You're not that enemy. You're something else. Something better. Something wiser. You're someone who's willing to look at death, to think about mortality, to examine the ultimate question. That takes courage. That takes wisdom. And if you can do that, if you can face these questions now, then you're already practicing what Socrates practiced, already walking the path he walked. Maybe you won't walk it as far as he did. Maybe you'll take a different path eventually. That's fine. That's good even. Socrates would want you to question him too, to examine his philosophy, to make your own choices. But for now, for tonight, you've walked with him. You've heard his story. You've understood his method. You've glimpsed what the examined life makes possible. That glimpse is valuable. Hold on to it. Let it inform how you live. Let it help you examine a bit more, question a bit more, live a bit more consciously, and rest. Rest peacefully, as Socrates did. Not because you've solved the mystery of death, but because you don't need to solve it tonight. Because you've done enough for today. Because you're on the path, even if you've only taken the first steps. The woman in white from Socrates' dreams said he would reach fertile Phthia in 3 days. For him, that meant death. But for you, it might mean something else. A place of rest, a place of peace, a place where the examined life bears fruit. You'll get there, not in 3 days perhaps, but eventually, if you keep examining, keep questioning, keep living consciously. And when you arrive, whether in this life or after it, you'll find what Socrates found. Not all the answers, but peace with not having them. Not certainty, but readiness for whatever comes. That's enough. That's everything, really. So rest now, dear friend. Rest peacefully. Tomorrow brings another chance to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, just sleep. Sleep as deeply as Socrates slept on his final night. Sleep without fear, without anxiety, without clinging. Just sleep. The examined life awaits you in the morning. But for now, let it wait. For now, just rest. Rest well. Sleep peacefully. And may you wake tomorrow ready to examine, to question, to live consciously once more. Until then, good night.
The world opens in silence. A street after rain. A child's shoe left on the steps. A candle flickers beside a hospital bed. Everywhere, the same question whispers through the noise of living. If there is a good and powerful God, why does the world suffer? This question is older than philosophy itself. It hides in every prayer, in every cry for meaning. It waits behind our smiles, watching as we pretend not to hear it. People have given it many names. Philosophers call it the problem of evil. Poets call it heartbreak. But it is one thing, the shock that goodness and pain share the same sky. Long before us, a man named Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz faced that question. He lived in a Europe torn by war and disease. He saw kings rise, cities burn, and faith fracture into doubt. Yet through all of it, he believed something extraordinary. He said, "This world, with all its sorrow, is still the best of all possible worlds." At first it sounds absurd. How could a world filled with hunger, betrayal, and grief be the best? How could a wise God choose this when so many gentler worlds seem possible? But Leibniz was not blind. He saw pain clearly. He just refused to believe it was meaningless. He imagined God not as a careless ruler, but as a divine architect. Every law of nature, every heartbeat, every lost bar of a structure too vast for any single mind to see. He believed reason itself was holy, that creation, even in its chaos, followed a pattern deeper than tragedy. Still, the heart resists. The mind protests. If this is the best world, what does the worst look like? Look at war. Look at children lost before they grow. Look at the innocent crushed by the greed of the strong. Surely, no amount of hidden harmony can justify that. And yet, Leibniz asked us to look again, not to deny evil, but to ask what kind of world could even make goodness possible. He said the question itself hides the clue. If we can name evil, it means we know good. If we know good, it means reality contains standards that do not come from chaos. So the question, painful as it is, already points toward order. Leibniz believed creation had limits, not limits on God's power, but limits of logic itself. Even God cannot make a circle with corners. Even God cannot make freedom exist without the risk of misuse. He compared creation to a composer writing under rules. The composer cannot play every note at once. Harmony requires contrast. So does life. Some goods exist only if certain dangers are real. Courage needs fear. Forgiveness needs wrongdoing. Growth needs loss. Take away the risk, and those goods disappear. Perhaps. Leibniz said, the best world is not the one without pain, but the one where pain makes goodness possible. He called his explanation theodicy, the defense of divine goodness in the face of evil. He never said this world was perfect. He said it was complete, a world balanced between freedom and law, reason and love. The ideas spread, and so did misunderstanding. Many heard only the optimism, not the reasoning. They thought Leibniz believed everything was fine as it was, but he never said that. He believed progress mattered, compassion mattered, justice mattered, because they are the ways goodness unfolds inside imperfection. To him, creation was like a vast tapestry seen from behind. From our side, we see only knots and dark threads. From the front, seen by God, every twist joins a greater picture. When we suffer, we live on the backside of that tapestry. We see chaos. We forget the pattern could be real. There is a quiet strength in his view. He does not ask us to enjoy pain. He asks us to trust that pain is not the final word. That the story of existence includes chapters we have not yet read. Many have mocked that faith. Voltaire would later turn it into satire. He wrote Candide, a tale where every tragedy is excused by foolish optimism. People laughed at Leibniz's idea for centuries after that. But laughter does not erase a question. What if Leibniz was not naive? What if he was trying to protect meaning itself from despair? He believed the universe follows the principle of sufficient reason, that nothing happens without a reason, even when the reason is beyond us. Not everything is good in itself, but every event connects to a greater good, that reason would reveal if we could see far enough. Imagine a vast equation. Every term, every variable, balances in a harmony we cannot solve. We see fragments. We see our small corner of the sum. The full pattern belongs to a mind greater than ours. To live with that awareness is not blind faith. It is humility before mystery. It is the courage to say, I do not understand, but I believe there is understanding. Still, the question returns. Why must goodness depend on such a painful process? Why could God not choose a world where we learn without loss? Leibniz's answer was quiet. Maybe such a world is impossible not because God lacks power, but because some truths can exist only through contrast. Light can be defined only when darkness is possible. Freedom means choice. Choice means the chance to wound. A world without that would not be a moral world at all. He did not mean every act of cruelty was planned. He meant that freedom itself is part of the design, and with it comes the burden of consequence. So he trusted that even what we ruin can still be woven into a greater harmony. The universe, he thought, bends toward balance slowly, painfully, but inevitably, when we see evil, we see a note out of tune. But to the composer, the discord belongs to a larger movement that ends in resolution. Leibniz looked at the sky and saw law. He looked at the human heart and saw longing. He believed both were evidence of purpose. He wrote, reality is the expression of a perfect mind through imperfect means. And he believed that mind, what we call God, chose this world not by accident, but by love. It is tempting to dismiss that faith, to point to the ruins of history and say, there is no plan. But even in that defiance, we reveal the same hunger for meaning that haunted Leibniz. If the world were truly meaningless, we would not call it unjust, we would call it empty. Our protest against suffering is proof that we believe, somewhere, goodness should exist. Leibniz saw that protest as a clue, not a contradiction. Perhaps the best world is not comfortable, but fertile, capable of growing souls that can love, reason, forgive, and rebuild. He once wrote that every human mind is a mirror of the universe. If that is true, then our grief and our wonder both reflect the same divine logic. Every tear, every act of kindness, every discovery all threads in one living design. We do not have to understand it to belong to it. We only have to keep asking. The question, because asking, is part of what makes us human. the world will keep suffering. But so long as we keep searching for meaning, the light remains. And maybe that is what it means when we say, this is the best possible world. Not that it is painless, but that within it goodness refuses to die. Even in darkness, it learns to shine. He was born where borders shifted like weather. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in a Europe that could not rest. Religious battles, scarred cities, plague thinned the brave and the afraid alike. Kings argued with scholars. Scholars argued with nature. Every map looked temporary. He walked into that world with a book under each arm. His father died when he was young. A library became his shelter. Shelves did not shout. They offered questions in orderly rows. He learned Latin before most. Boys learned work. He took comfort in patterns. Patterns promised that chaos could be read. He studied law. He studied theology. He studied mathematics because numbers did not take sides. He studied history because people always did. He wrote quickly, yet he listened longer. He believed that truth formed a single river, even when our minds drank from different streams. Europe shook. States hardened their borders. Churches hardened their words. Leibniz did something unusual. He tried to build bridges. He traveled as a diplomat. He served princes and electors, but he spoke to them as a patient teacher speaks to an eager child. He asked Protestants and Catholics to consider peace. He wrote letters to scientists across the continent. He believed correspondence could tame distance. He believed gentleness could tame pride. He searched for a universal language of thought. He called it a character of reason, not symbols for show, but signs that carried logic inside them. If we could compute truth, he said, we would argue less and understand more. Let us calculate, he dreamed, and let humility follow the result. He found the same hunger in mathematics. He created a new way to capture change. He wrote with small signs that could hold vast motion, dx, dy, integral. He believed the world, moved by tiny steps that reason could follow. To him, calculus was not just technique. It was a window into the grammar of nature. Others saw a tool. He saw a music of infinites. Across the channel, Isaac Newton worked toward the same heights. History later argued over who arrived first. Debates stormed like weather once again. Leibniz did not love the storm. He loved the discovery. He loved that two distant minds could touch the same truth. He trusted that truth was generous like that. He served as a librarian in Hanover. Do not let the word fool you. The post gave him a kingdom of paper. He ordered knowledge like a gardener orders a wild field. He wrote histories for his patrons. He built mechanical calculators with gears that mimicked thought. He imagined mines, canals, and academies. He drafted plans for academies in Berlin and St. Petersburg. Everywhere he went, he asked the same question. How can order grow from conflict? Nights were for metaphysics. He stared into silence until ideas found shape. He asked why there is something rather than nothing. He answered with a calm that feels like prayer, because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness and chooses the richest possible version of it. Not rich in gold, rich in kinds of goodness. Rich in minds that can love and learn. He held to a principle that anchored him. Nothing happens without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. The principle did not make life easy. It made life intelligible. If the world exists, there is a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He lived among jeers and treaties and quarrels. He saw how pride fractures the best plans. He watched rulers chase short victories and lose long goods. So he looked deeper than power. He searched for first truths. He believed logic and love were not rivals. He believed they were two names for the same light. He imagined reality as layered order. Nature followed lawful paths. Souls followed inward laws of perception and desire. Societies followed laws of justice, often broken, never erased. He thought harmony could span these levels without confusion. Not a forced harmony, but a prearranged. Fitness. Like different instruments playing one score they never see, yet each part completes the others. He did not build this view to escape history. He built it because history crushed people he loved. He wrote to comfort without lying. He wrote to steady without dulling pain. His letters show a careful warmth. He was a mind, yes, but also a man who knew what grief does to a room. He trusted that freedom mattered. He spent years asking how freedom could live inside divine wisdom. If God knows, are we puppets? He refused that picture. He pictured God as choosing a world story where our choices are truly ours, yet foreseen within a wisdom that wastes nothing. A difficult view, but he preferred difficulty to despair. Friends teased him for optimism. Enemies mocked him for it. They heard, all is well, when he meant something harder. All is woven. The weaving hurts, but the design holds. He made mistakes. He reached too far in some schemes. He trusted patrons who forgot him. He died with projects unfinished, papers piled in rooms, and a reputation clouded by the calculus quarrel. For a time, he seemed to vanish into footnotes, but his ideas did not vanish. They kept walking. They visited mathematicians, logicians, engineers, theologians, and poets who needed reason that could carry hope. They found new homes in the study of language and machines. They whispered to those who dreamed of computers, where logic becomes. Action and symbols build worlds. He once walked the heart's mountains to inspect mines. He studied pumps and slopes, learning how water could drown a promise. He sketched new machines to save the miners. Some plans failed. He learned from the failure. He believed that ideas must touch the ground or they are only decoration. He designed a stepped calculator, the stepped reckoner, to turn thought into motion by brass and wheel. In those stubborn teeth of metal, he saw a prophecy. One day, machines would help us think. He explored binary numbers, speaking in ones and zeros, long before electricity learned their song. He smiled to see that emptiness and stroke could build any number, that simplicity could carry endless complexity. He dreamed of an encyclopedia that never slept, a network of facts and proofs that anyone could search. He wrote proposals for rulers who did not always understand. Still he tried. He believed knowledge should not hoard itself. It should serve the common good. He met princesses who loved learning, especially Sophia and Sophia Charlotte, and he spoke to them with the same respect he gave to scholars. He walked gardens and discussed metaphysics beside fountains. He found in their questions a rare courage. They gave him patience when politics did not. In the end, honor failed him. When he died, few mourned in public. Some patrons had turned away. Court ceremony passed without his name. He left behind trunks of papers, a treasury waiting for hands that cared. History took time to open them. Later readers found there a map of possible futures. They found hints of logic that would become computer science. They found a style of thinking that refuses to choose between precision and mercy. So when we speak of a world ordered by love and reason, we are not reciting a hey slogan. We are remembering a life spent building proofs and bridges, a life that believed understanding is a kind of care, a life that asked leaders to be gardeners of human flourishing. Hold that image as the candle finally goes dark. Not a man who escaped the troubles of his age, but a man who answered them with patient craft. He left us a way to work, clear eyes, open hands, and hope that does the labor. He was born where borders changed with the wind. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in uneasy years. Europe argued with itself and with the sky. Faith broke into factions that guarded bitter memories. Plague moved through towns like a rumor with teeth. Kings traded letters and threats. Scholars hunted patterns inside the noise. He entered that world with wide eyes and a quiet hunger. His father died early. A library became a shelter and a guide. Shelves held their peace and offered a path. He learned Latin before most boys learned trade. He read history for the long view of suffering. He studied law to see how minds bind conflict. He studied mathematics to feel the calm of order. He studied theology to ask whether order loved us back. He learned to think in layers. He sensed that events had roots in secret joints. He felt that reason could turn chaos into structure, not by force, by patient care. He walked into universities like a pilgrim enters a cathedral, not to posture, to listen. He copied the cadence of old Latin prose. He gathered small claims and made them speak. He trained a habit that would anchor his life. Nothing without a reason. No claim without warrant. The continent shook itself awake after war. Princes needed counselors who could argue without rage. Leibniz learnt the art. He became a diplomat with a scholar's heart. He wrote letters that crossed empires. He promised calm when tempers tore. He asked Protestants and Catholics to breathe. He searched for grounds they held in common. He believed understanding could outrun pride. He wanted a language that could tame confusion. He dreamed of a character of reason, a calculus of thought that would settle disputes. Not with swords, with symbols anyone could follow. Let us calculate, he said. Let the answer teach us to bow. He built machines that could lend a hand to the mind. He shaped brass and wheel into a stepped reckoner. He loved the stubborn truth of metal. He loved that a gear holds its argument. His fingers black with oil made ideas move. He smiled at the promise behind the craft. Someday thoughts would travel by mechanism. He found music in change itself rates. Slopes, sums that grow by tiny steps. He wrote a new way to speak those. Motions, he named small differences with neat signs. dx, dy. He curved space into sense with the long stroke of integral. He felt he had touched the grammar of nature, not just a trick for engineers, a key to the world's inner rhythm. Across the channel, Newton climbed the same mountain. History still argues about who reached the ridge first. Leibniz disliked that. Quarrel. Truth did not need a crown. Two minds could touch the same light from different paths. The light would not mind. Called life pulled him into Hanover. The word librarian hides the scale of the task. He took custody of a kingdom of paper. He tamed chaos with catalogues and summaries. He drafted histories that made patrons feel ancient and secure. He designed waterways and mines. He drew plans for academies that would train a gentler power. Berlin listened. So did St. Petersburg. Sometimes rulers kept their promises. Often they did not. He met Sophia and Sophia Schala. They loved ideas and asked hard questions with a steady gaze. He answered with patience and warmth. He did not flatter. He invited them into the work. Gardens became classrooms. Walks became seminars on being and justice. He found courage in their curiosity. His letters crossed mountains. He corresponded with scientists and ministers and monks. He asked for reports on tides and minerals and words. He sent designs for pumps and tax codes and libraries. He tried to bind Europe with paper bridges. He thought courtesies could rescue truth from vanity. Night made room for first principles. He faced the oldest question with steady breath. Why is there something rather than nothing? Because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness, he wrote, and chooses a world rich in possibilities of good, not a world of soft comforts, a world fertile in meaning. He held to a rule that became his compass. For every fact, a reason why it is so. If the world exists, it exists for a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He did not claim to see the whole. He claimed the whole was there. He felt the pull of freedom. He knew we'd choose and also belonged to patterns. He would not trade freedom for neat equations. He imagined God choosing a story in which our choices are real, foreknown but not forced, seen but not scripted, a hard thought, yet kinder than a world of puppets. He spoke often of harmony, not a soft word, a strict art. Different lines can meet without collision. Different goods can coexist without theft. He imagined creation as lines of melody written to fit, no instrument. Here's the whole score, yet the music holds. He drew comfort from the lawfulness of nature. He saw law as a gift, not a prison. Law gives promise. Promise gives science its courage. What happens here and now can teach us there and then. Repeatable order is grace for finite minds. His mind moved toward synthesis. He hated false fights where both sides were partly right. He believed dispute. Hide a third view that honors what is best in both. So he looked for bridges between atom and soul, between number and mercy, between church and church, between chord and conscience. He also failed. He chased grand projects beyond the patience of patrons. He sent proposals to wide for narrow budgets. He trusted promises from men who counted only today. He watched doors close without ceremony. He kept writing anyway. He thought time nurses good seeds. He suffered neglect at the end. His name dimmed in halls, he once advised. He died without honors fit for his labor. Trunks of papers waited like sealed gardens. Readers came late and found the gates. What they saw changed their own plans. They found notes on a number system. built of yes and no. 1 and 0 could build any count. Simplicity could host infinity. He had seen the bones of future machines. They found a plan for a living encyclopedia. A book that never ended. A place where knowledge could answer to search. Many dismissed it as dreamful. Then centuries worked to make it ordinary. They found a spirit behind the papers. A man who believed thought is a form of care. He wrote as, if clarity could bless. He wanted rulers to govern like gardeners. He wanted scholars to heal. He wanted citizens to reason without scorn. He knew that optimism is easy when you are blind. He was not blind. He saw cities die and children buried. He still believed the universe kept faith with order. He still believed the mind could be trained to hope with discipline. He did not confuse order with quiet. He knew reform makes noise. He praised argument when it sought the common good. He rejected cruelty dressed as zeal. He asked opponents to imagine they might be wrong. He asked allies to imagine they might be harsh. He loved thought experiments. That humbled pride. What if our vantage is too small, he asked. What if the part we hate becomes a cause for good elsewhere? What if the whole uses our losses to grow new strengths we cannot yet name? Not to excuse evil, to resist despair. He prized gentleness. He wrote to a friend that patience extends the reach of truth. Harshness shortens it. He told himself to prefer precise mercy over loud wit. He did not always succeed. He tried again. He believed in progress, but not in arrogance. He did not think history guaranteed wisdom. He thought wisdom must be chosen, must be practiced, must be taught by example and law. He wanted a Europe less drunk on triumph. He wanted victory measured in fewer widows. He wanted schools that trained, heart as well as hands. He wanted power to kneel before reason and charity. He took long walks after rain, streets where lamps made small circles of trust. He listened to the city and heard a low request. Make us livable, not merely strong. Make us decent, not merely clever. He would have smiled at a modern lab. He would have wept at a modern war. He would have urged us to write more letters and fewer insults, to fix what we can fix, to measure twice, to honor dissent that argues in good faith, to leave a clean desk and a kind note. His legacy is not only in theorems or machines. It is a way to hold mind and heart together, honor reasons, honor people, keep the world legible without sanding off its rough mercy. He believed God calculates, without cruelty. He believed creation sings in ratios and relations. He believed the best goods are relational and learned. He believed freedom is costly and sacred. He never stopped seeking a reconciled vision, a view in which faith, science, and politics exchange gifts. A view that calls rulers to wisdom and citizens to patience. A view that lets grief speak and still claims meaning. He teaches a style rather than a slogan. Move carefully. Argue cleanly. Repair what pride has broken. Plan for the long future. Hope without lying. Think without sneer. Love without panic. If you look for a single thread in his life, find this one. Order is not the enemy of mercy. Order is mercy extended across time. The task is to see it and join it. He left rooms full of paper and a world still learning his language. We owe him debts we pay by using them well. Every time a symbol does the work of a shout, we remember him. Every time a design makes life kinder, we remember him. Every time patience saves a marriage or a border, we remember him. He walked among engines and archives as if both were altars. He offered his days like a craftsman offers a tool to a neighbor. Use this, build with this, fix with this. Do not boast, do not despair. He believed reason could be devotion. He believed love could be precise. He believed the mind, trained by care, could help a broken age find balance. He believed, at last, that nothing is wasted in a wise universe. Even the pages we lose teach the hands that turn the rest. Even the dark hours become part of morning. A world full of pain still begged to make sense. Leibniz believed sense could be found, not imposed, but reasoned. He saw thought itself as sacred. If the mind is made by God, then to think clearly is a kind of prayer. He began with a rule that would shape his life. Nothing happens without a reason. Every truth must answer the question, why this and not something else? It sounds simple. It builds everything. The air, the stars, the story of each soulich holds a reason, even if we do not see it. Leibniz looked around and saw confusion. He saw storms, wars, accidents, illness. He refused to believe these were random. He said reality is not a scatter of chance. It is a structure, a clockwork built by a perfect mind. Not perfect in stillness, but perfect in harmony. He imagined God before creation, a mind infinite in power and imagination. Every possible world already alive in that mind. Endless combinations of laws, choices, and stories. Worlds where mountains never form. Worlds where freedom never costs. Worlds without laughter because nothing ever goes wrong. From that vast library of possible worlds, God chooses one, the one that achieves the greatest balance of good. This world. The world we inhabit to most ears. That sounds bold or naive, but to Leibniz, it was pure reason. He said perfection is not the absence of pain, it is the presence of order. And order does not mean control, it means purpose. He imagined God as a composer, every law of nature, every human choice, every birth and death notes in a cosmic song. Some are high and bright, some are low and harsh. Taken alone, they sting. Together, they form harmony. And harmony, not silence, is what makes beauty eternal. This vision did not erase suffering. It located it. Each event fits somewhere in a whole we cannot see. We live inside the movement. We cannot yet hear the ending. He wrote that God acts according to wisdom, not whim. A perfect being cannot do things without cause. Power without reason would be chaos. Goodness without reason would be blind. Wisdom binds both together. God does what makes sense in the fullest, deepest way possible. Leibniz called this the principle of sufficient reason. To him it was not abstract, it was moral. It meant the universe is not absurd. It meant the story of everything is justified by understanding, not luck. Even when we cannot follow the thread exists. He believed that reason itself was a sign of divine mercy. It lets us share, in small ways, the same light that guides creation. When we think well, we participate in that light. When we love truth, we echo the love that made the world. He used mathematics to mirror his faith. In numbers, he saw a universe that never contradicts itself. 2 plus 2 will always make 4, not because we decree it, but because it cannot be otherwise. That same clarity, he thought, runs beneath existence. The rules of thought and the rules of being must match, because both come from one mind. He looked at nature and saw lawfulness. He looked at himself and saw awareness. He looked at both and saw a bridge. The bridge was reason, the same logic. That shapes a falling apple, shapes the movement of thought. For him, this was not coincidence, it was confirmation. Creation is intelligible because it was made by intelligence. He trusted that if God chose this world, there must be a reason why this one is best. Not best for each moment, but best in the full design. If there is evil, it is allowed only because it serves a higher good that could not exist without it. Like shadow helping light to be seen, like discord teaching the ear to crave resolution, like heartbreak opening space for compassion. He did not speak from comfort. He lived through years of disease, famine, and fear. He saw death without glory. He saw the price of ignorance and greed, yet his faith in divine logic did not break. He thought understanding was a duty, not a decoration. He warned against lazy optimism. To say everything is fine is false. To say everything can find its place in meaning is faith. The first looks away, the second looks through. His confidence in logic drew both praise and anger. To the devout, it made God sound too human, too rational. To the skeptics, it made faith sound too clever, too tidy. Leibniz stood between them, refusing to abandon either side. He said faith without reason is superstition, and reason without faith is arrogance. He wrote that the universe is full of necessary connections. The sun rises not because God commands it each morning, but because his command is written into nature itself. Law is love expressed in permanence. A steady God makes a steady world. That steadiness is grace for creatures who must learn slowly. In his vision, miracles are not breaks in law. They are rare moments where the deeper law reveals itself more clearly. Everything remains part of one system, whole and alive. He believed this logic leads to trust. If reality is built on reason, despair becomes premature. We may hurt, but we are not abandoned. We may not know why, but there is a why. He compared creation to geometry. Every figure must obey its axioms. The triangle cannot have 4 sides. The circle cannot be square. Likewise, creation must obey logic's shape. Even omnipotence cannot do nonsense. God cannot make freedom that is not free or goodness that requires no choice. So he made a world where freedom and law coexist in Horus, beautiful, alive. For Leibniz, this made sense of moral life. Our duty is not to escape the system, but to work within it wisely. We are parts that can act with grace toward the whole. When we do good, we harmonize with divine intention. When we choose evil, we introduce dissonance. But even that dissonance can be resolved in time. He trusted that time itself is part of the plan. Events unfold in sequence for beings like us who must learn by motion. God sees all at once. We see in line. We live in chapters. God holds the book. This idea gave him calm. He saw suffering as real, but not final. He saw evil as tragic, but not victorious. He saw knowledge as slow but sure. The logic of creation became his comfort and his challenge. It demanded humility. No mind smaller than infinity can judge the total work. But it also gave dignity. Even our questions, when honest, participate. In truth, he pictured reality as a great chain of being, each link necessary, each link contributing to the strength of the whole. From dust to angels, from numbers to hearts, every piece reflects the wisdom that chose it. The structure holds even when we tremble. He ended many letters with a simple phrase, "Everything is linked." For him, it was not a slogan. It was the quiet joy of someone who found reason deep enough to believe in. To understand Leibniz is to feel his gratitude. The world is not perfect, but it is intelligible. It is not painless, but it is purposeful. In every storm, he imagined a pattern, still intact. And in every moment of clarity, he heard a distant echo of the mind that made it. That echo is the dream of divine logic, a belief that reason is not cold machinery, but the language through which love builds a world. There is a silence that follows disaster. It is not peace. It is the stunned quiet of people asking why Leibniz never turned from that silence. He called it the hardest sound in the world. He said the question of suffering is the question that will not die. If this world is the best possible world, then how can it hold so much pain? Why earthquakes? Why disease? Why cruelty? If a perfect mind built the universe, why are its children broken? He faced these questions without flinching. He did not hide behind words. He looked straight at the horror that others ignored. He saw war. He saw famine. He saw sickness take people before they could finish a sentence. He felt the grief of nations and of single hearts. He said, "We cannot talk about goodness until we have faced evil." He wrote that to justify the world is not to deny its pain. It is to understand how pain fits into a larger law. He called that search the Adugia defense of divine justice. But the word cannot carry the weight of what he meant. He was not defending power. He was defending meaning. He believed the world was designed to be the fullest expression of possible good. But fullness includes freedom. Freedom allows choice. Choice allows error. Error opens the door to suffering. Remove the door and you also remove love, courage, and forgiveness. He saw this not as excuse, but as necessity. He said even God cannot create creatures who are free and yet incapable of harm. To do so would be to make nonsense real, and nonsense cannot exist, even by miracle. Leibniz divided the problem of evil into three parts. First, metaphysical evil, the fact that everything finite is limited. We are not infinite, so we lack. We hunger, we tire, we decay. Second, physical evil, the pain and suffering found in nature. Storms, sickness, disasters, hunger. Third, moral evil, the wrongs we choose, greed, cruelty, betrayal. He said all three are connected. Physical evil keeps the natural order alive. Metaphysical evil comes from being finite. Moral evil comes from freedom misused. Together, they form the shadow that makes the light visible. This idea angered many. It still does. To some, it sounds cruel. To others, too neat. But Leibniz did not use it to comfort himself. He used it to face the worst. He wanted a reason that could hold when everything else failed. He once wrote that even sin can be a part of the divine plan. Not because sin is good, but because it allows a greater good to exist. Forgiveness, redemption, renewal. He did not mean that murder or cruelty were acceptable. He meant that nothing can ruin the possibility of restoration. Even ruin can be rewritten. He said that in the long reach of time, justice is never absent, only delayed. Every wrong will meet its correction. Even if beyond our sight, that faith gave him peace. Not the easy peace of ignorance, but the stubborn peace of someone who refuses to call despair final. He compared life to a painting. Stand too close and you see only dark strokes. Step back and the shadows reveal shape and depth. Without shadow, there is no image. Without contrast, no harmony. In the same way, he believed pain gives depth to joy, loss gives weight to love, and limitation gives meaning to freedom. Still, he did not expect everyone to agree. He admitted that reason cannot erase grief. When tragedy strikes, logic feels like paper in the rain. He wrote that understanding must walk with compassion. To tell a mother her loss is part of a plan is to speak without wisdom. He urged gentleness. In philosophy, truth, he said, is strong enough to wait until tears are done. The Lisbon earthquake would come years after his death, but it would test every word he wrote. Tens of thousands crushed in seconds, churches falling on worshippers, children buried where they prayed. Later thinkers asked the same question again. If this is the best possible world, what does that mean? Leibniz's answer was not denial, but depth. He said the best world is the one that allows the greatest total harmony over all time. Not every moment must be pleasant for the whole to be perfect. Even music contains dissonance. Even storms feed the soil. Even death can renew life. The pattern includes what we would never choose, yet somehow need. He wrote that goodness is not fragile. It bends without breaking. It gathers what is lost and turns it toward purpose. That faith, he said, makes moral life possible. If evil were absolute, nothing we do would matter. If good is deeper than evil, then every act of kindness pushes creation closer to balance. He saw redemption not as magic, but as arithmetic. Every wrong can be balanced by a right. Every cruelty can be answered by courage. Every wound can become wisdom. The process is long, but sure. To him, the presence of evil did not disprove God. It proved freedom. It proved growth. It proved the universe is alive and still being written. He said a perfect world without evil might be possible in imagination, but not in reality. It would be a world without struggle, without virtue, without change. It would be static, a picture, not a life. He preferred a living world with risk and redemption to a lifeless paradise. He spoke often of divine mercy as patient logic. God, he said, allows what he hates to achieve what he loves. A harsh mercy, but a mercy still. Through pain, the soul learns empathy. Through loss, it learns gratitude. Through weakness, it learns humility. Through time, it learns to trust the whole it cannot see. He believed every story ends in restoration. Not because humans succeed, but because goodness, being eternal, cannot fail. What breaks will be mended. What is lost will be found again in a higher form. He saw history as a grand repair, each age moving the universe closer to its intended. Harmony critics said this: faith makes people passive. They said if everything serves a plan, why fight injustice? Leibniz rejected that. He said doing good is part of the plan. We are agents of correction, not spectators. We are threads chosen to repair what is torn. Every act of care completes a fragment of the design. He did not ask people to smile through pain. He asked them to work through it, to trust that effort has meaning, even if unseen, to act as though their courage joins something vast and holy. He believed suffering can purify love. When the self breaks, pride falls away. What remains is compassion. What remains is truth. For him, evil was never final. It was the raw material out of which understanding grows. He wrote that God does not waste pain. It becomes the seed of wisdom, the soil of virtue. In time, the world learns to grow good from its own wounds. He once said the universe is like a mirror. Each soul reflects the whole. When one suffers, the image trembles everywhere. That is why empathy exists. That is why goodness multiplies when shared. It is not a law written on paper. It is the rhythm of being itself. In this rhythm, pain and joy are partners. Loss opens space for hope. Grief carves room for gratitude. Evil awakens conscience. Darkness makes us reach for light. This, he said, is the strange mercy of creation. It allows us to become part of its redemption. We cannot erase suffering, but we can answer it. We can create small harmonies within the greater one. Leibniz died before he could see how deeply his words would divide people. To some, he was the last great optimist before the storm of modern doubt. To others, he was the first thinker brave. Enough to stare at evil and still believe in good. He offered no escape from tragedy, only a way to hold it without despair. He taught that a wise heart can look at pain and still say, there is meaning here, even if I cannot see it. There is purpose here, even if it waits beyond my reach. He trusted that one day the universe will reveal itself whole, and that every tear will have its place in that revelation. Until then, we live in the shadow. We struggle, question, grieve, and keep going. And in that persistence, in that refusal to surrender meaning, we already begin to prove him right. The age loved wit more than patience. Salons filled with bright talk and bright candles. People wanted answers that sparkled. They wanted laughter sharper than a knife. Into that room walked Voltaire. He lived through exile, censorship, and danger. He hated cruelty and hated stupidity more. He wrote to wake the conscience with shock. He believed the pen should make tyrants tremble. He loved speed. He loved clarity. He loved the clean cut of satire. He heard the claim that this world is the best possible world. He heard it not as careful reasoning, but as comfort for the comfortable. To him, such optimism looked like a rich man's coat, warm, expansive, and blind to the cold outside. He sharpened his reply until it glittered. He created a teacher who spoke in polished certainties. The teacher said that all is for the best. Disaster followed disaster. The teacher smiled through each one. The students suffered. The world burned around them. The smile did not move. Readers laughed, then winced, then laughed again, because the mask looked familiar. This was the power of satire. It compressed the debate into a single gesture, a serene face amid wreckage. Optimism turned into a costume. Faith turned into a habit of denial. The joke spread faster than any book of metaphysics could. Rooms repeated it until it became a proverb. To call someone a defender of the best possible world became a way to call them naive. Voltaire had reasons for his anger. The world around him dealt pain without shame. Censors punished truth. Clergy protected cruelty. Courts humiliated the powerless. He saw victims crushed under systems that claimed to be holy. He swore to break that spell. Satire was his hammer. Another event hardened his case. The earth itself shook and swallowed a city. Churches collapsed onto worshippers mid-prayer. Fires ran through the streets. The sea returned to finish the work. People asked the question that never dies. Where was God? Where was meaning? Where was the best possible world? Voltaire wrote with the speed of grief. He made the pain visible and near. He refused to let philosophy stand at a safe distance. He demanded an answer that could look at rubble and not blink. The attack landed. Leibniz was gone by then, but his idea stood in the line of fire. Most readers did not meet the idea in his own books. They met it in caricature, a smile that never learns, a mind that explains away tears, a heart that calls loss a lesson before the funeral ends. Yet the picture was not the man. The satire cut through denial, but it also cut through nuance. Leibniz did not say that pain is an illusion. He did not say that evil is secret good. He said that the full work of reality may justify the allowance of evil. He said reason, freedom, and law are worth the risk they bring. He asks us to hold judgment of the whole when we only see a part. The difference matters. A foolish optimist says everything is fine. A wise optimist says everything can find its place in meaning. The first silences grief. The second makes room for it and still believes. Why did the caricature win? Because stories beat systems. A one-page scene of suffering will outrun 1,000 pages of argument. Because memory loves images. A quiet teacher smiling at catastrophe stays with us. Logic needs careful rooms. Comedy breaks down doors. There is another reason. The age began to trust the senses more than the schools. Empiricism gathered force. People believed what they could measure and touch. Satire, like a sharp instrument, felt honest. Metaphysics felt distant. Pain felt present. Yet, even Voltaire knew the danger of easy sneer. He fought for justice with stubborn courage. He did not want despair. He wanted reform. He wanted a society that stopped making cruelty sound sacred. For that, he made optimism look ridiculous. What can we learn from the quarrel? First, that clarity is not enough. Arguments must learn to speak in images, or they will be remembered as slogans made by their enemies. Second, that grief demands respect from any claim about the structure of the world. If a theory cannot kneel beside a ruined street, it has no right to stand in a lecture hall. Third, that reason and compassion must travel together, or the public will choose compassion, even if it comes with mockery. Leibniz's view can live with those lessons. It asks for patience, but also for honesty. It admits that satire sees something real, the habit of explaining too soon. His logic rejects that habit. He urged silence when silence is wise. He urged action when action is needed. To repair what can be repaired is not to deny providence, it is to participate in it. Consider the teacher in the satire. What if he had stopped smiling? What if he had helped dig survivors from the ruins? What if he had passed bread, wept with the grieving, and then whispered hope? The joke would have failed, not because suffering ended, but because compassion changed the scene. Real optimism knows how to work. Words can be medicine or perfume. Satire exposes perfume that calls itself cure. Leibniz offered medicine, difficult, slow, meant for the long healing of the mind. Voltaire offered surgery, fast, public, meant to cut rot from the body of society. Both saw a sickness, both wanted health. They disagreed on the treatment plan. The world needs both kinds of skill. We need the wit that alerts the crowd. We need the patience that rebuilds the foundation. Ridicule can wake a city. Reason can keep it awake after the laughter ends. There is a quieter misreading worth naming. Some think the best possible world means the happiest possible world. It does not. Happiness is fragile and often shallow. Goodness is deeper and often severe. The best world is the one that realizes the highest goods in the richest order. Those goods include freedom, courage, justice, and mercy. They bloom in harsh weather. They need risk and time. Another misreading says the idea excuses every crime. It does not. The claim is not that whatever happens is good. The claim is that goodness can make use of whatever happens without endorsing it. A surgeon may use a scar to save a life. The scar is not the goal. The life is. A third misreading treats the view as a call to passivity. If the world is best, why change anything? Because the world includes us as agents. Because the best world is the one in which free creatures wrestle with evil and learn to love. If we fail to act, we withhold part of the world's design. The plan trusts our courage. Satire will always return. It should. Complacency needs a critic. But after the laugh, the work remains. We still need to think clearly and live kindly. We still need to build cities that protect the weak. We still need to teach children that hope is not denial. It is discipline. Voltaire asked for justice now. Leibniz asked for trust across time. These are not enemies. They are different horizons of the same moral life. One fights the day's cruelty. The other defends the reason for fighting at all. There is a scene that binds them. A town after thee. Storm. Neighbors search the wreckage. One lifts a beam. One holds a child's hand. One speaks words that steady, shaking breaths. The critic and the metaphysician are both there. One says, "We must never allow this neglect again." The other says, "Do not give your heart to despair. Goodness still has roads to walk. The town needs both. The future needs both." The story of the idea did not end with a joke. New thinkers rose who tried to carry what was true in both voices. They learned to distrust lazy comfort and lazy scorn. They asked for reasons that can face rubble and keep their dignity. They searched for a vision of reality that honors law and honors tears. From this struggle, a better understanding of optimism can grow. Not optimism that refuses to see blood on the ground. Optimism that sees it, binds the wound, and still believes. The wound will heal. Not optimism that replaces action with slogans. Optimism that treats action as the very method by which Providence writes the next page. When people quote the satire, let them. It is a warning against glib speech. Answer by living in a way that makes the joke misfit the scene. Serve, build, study. Refuse cruelty. Refuse despair. Let your hope have calluses. A last thought about laughter. It can humiliate. It can also cleanse. Used well, it clears the stage of pretense so truth can speak. Used poorly, it makes cynicism look like wisdom. The difference is compassion. Satire with love heals. Satire without love scars. If the world is the best possible world, it is not because pain is good. It is because good can be grown from pain. By minds and hearts that cooperate with reason and grace. The task before us is simple and severe. See clearly. Help quickly. Hope stubbornly. Voltaire forced that task back into view. Leibniz refused to surrender the ground of meaning. Between them stands the human heart, pulled by grief and guided by thought. It beats through earthquakes and through salons. It looks for a way to live without lies and without despair. Hold that heart steady. Teach it to think. Teach it to love. Then the old debate becomes something else. Not a contest of clever lines, but a common work. A world where wit and wisdom serve the same mercy. There was an earlier critic whose shadow shaped the stage. Pierre Bell argued that reason alone could not justify the ways of God. He collected hard cases the way a lawyer collects evidence. He showed how every neat answer slips on human sorrow. Voltaire learned from that severity. He turned Bell's cold files into hot theatre. Some readers defend the satire by pointing to memory itself. Our minds keep pain longer than joy. We are built to notice threats. So a theory that asks us to trust long sums can feel false to nervous bodies. Leaning on reason is not natural when sirens are near. This is why the public story stayed with. The joke, it met the heart at its first reflex and did not ask it to wait. Leibniz dreamed of order even smaller than sight could reach. He believed that reality was not built from matter alone, but from something deeper, something alive with perception. He called these entities monads. To understand his vision, forget atoms as tiny pieces of stone. Think instead of mirrors, countless mirrors, each reflecting the universe in its own way. Every monad, he said, is a center of awareness. Each one sees the world from its own position. Each one holds the entire cosmos within a single point of view. There are no windows in a monad. Nothing enters it, nothing escapes it. Yet each unfolds its story according to divine order, like instruments playing separate parts of one song. They remain in perfect coordination without ever touching. He called this coordination pre-established harmony. When one monad changes, others seem to respond, but no message passes between them. Instead, all move together because all were designed to move together. A universe composed like music, not machinery. This idea looks strange now, but in Leibniz's time it was bold and clear. He lived when philosophers still argued whether the soul could move the body or the body could move the soul. He refused the puzzle. He said there is no exchange, only harmony. Mind and matter are two faces of one plan. He saw monads everywhere. A human soul, a blade of grass, a grain of dust, each a tiny world of perception and striving. No being is completely dead. Each has some spark of awareness, some inner pulse of relation to the whole. He ranked them by clarity. Simple monads barely sense. Animals perceive and remember. Humans reflect and reason. Above all stands God, the supreme monad, whose perception is perfect and complete. Through this ladder, he stitched together all creation. Nothing stands isolated. Nothing is wasted. The faintest flicker of being still belongs to the grand order of perception. He compared the body to a living city. Every organ is made of smaller lives. Each cell works according to its own pattern, yet the harmony keeps the body whole. So, he said, the universe is one organism, alive from dust to deity. This vision reversed the despair of his century. Where others saw decay, he saw coordination. Where others saw matter collapsing into noise, he saw a quiet intelligence running through everything. The universe is not a battlefield of parts. It is a community of perspectives. If each monad mirrors the whole, then meaning is never lost. When something dies, the mirror darkens but does not vanish. Its reflection lives in others. Every end becomes a translation, not a void. He found hope in that. To him, the soul survives not by miracle, but by nature. Consciousness is not a spark. That fades, it is the structure of being itself. Modern thinkers sometimes smile at his theory. They call it poetry disguised as physics. But poetry, he might say, was the truer name all along. For he sensed what later ages would test in new language, that observation changes what is observed, that everything interrelates, that the smallest units of the world behave as if they hold knowledge of the whole. He anticipated ideas that would one day appear in quantum theory and systems science. He saw pattern where later microscopes would find pattern again. He guessed that the boundaries between mind and matter might be thinner than habit suggests. He spoke gently of God in this context. God, to him, was not an intruder fixing errors from above. God was the continuous source of harmony, the composer whose music sustains the movement. Every monad follows its inner law, and those inner laws together create the outer world. That meant the universe did not need miracles to keep running. Its consistency was the miracle. The order written at the beginning was enough to carry all. Time forward, he found in this an answer to loneliness. No creature is truly separate. Each stands connected through shared design. When you look at a stone or a tree, you are not facing emptiness. You are meeting another expression of the same source. He believed perception runs on a spectrum. Even when we sleep, our monad continues to dream faintly. Waking only means perception grows brighter. Death is a change in clarity, not extinction. Awareness shifts, but it does not stop. It fades into subtler harmony until it brightens again. For Leibniz, this was not fantasy, it was moral philosophy. If everything is alive with perception, then cruelty becomes ignorance of kinship. To harm another being is to disturb harmony. To live well is to play one's part in tune. He said God chose this structure because it maximizes both order and freedom. Each monad acts from within itself, yet all fit together as if choreographed. From that tension comes beauty, a world lawful but not mechanical, alive yet coherent. He exclaimed time as unfolding awareness. Each monad reveals the world to itself, at its own pace. Moments are measures of perception, not ticks of a clock. Thus, creation is not finished. It is always revealing itself. The universe learns as it exists. He described knowledge as reflection upon reflection. Our minds are monads that can know they are mirrors. That self-recognition is the birth of reason. Through reason, the universe begins to understand itself. He imagined God delighting in that return of awareness, the creation becoming conscious of the Creator, not by worship alone, but by understanding, art, and love. In his vision, science and spirit were not enemies. To study nature was to read the handwriting of divinity. To reason clearly was to participate in grace. Every discovery was a prayer answered in the language of logic. This idea gave him calm. He saw the same unity in motion and in mercy. He believed that if you follow reason far enough, you will find compassion waiting at the end. The harmony of monads was more than theory. It was his philosophy of trust. He trusted that what appears separate is secretly linked. He trusted that disorder hides rhythm. He trusted that understanding is never wasted, even when the world seems deaf. He told a friend that heaven is not another place. It is a clearer view of this one. As perception perfects, reality shines through. The task of life is to polish the mirror. He knew people would mock this idea. He knew some would say that harmony is a dream. He answered softly, if we dream of harmony, maybe the dream itself is proof we belong to it. That answer endures. Modern minds may rename monads as systems, networks, or fields, but the impulse remains the same, to see unity where eyes see fragments, to find meaning in the weave. Of the invisible Leibniz left us that impulse as gift. He asked us to imagine that behind every surface there is awareness working toward light. He asked us to live as if every act of reason and kindness helps the world remember its own design. He once wrote, "The universe is the living expression of a single spirit, each part singing the whole in its own tone." It is a sentence both humble and enormous. It reminds us that the smallest kindness participates in the largest order. To believe that is to live differently, to walk slower, to look longer, to speak with care, to act with the quiet confidence that even our smallest thoughts echo through a harmony we may never hear but are meant to join. Numbers taught him how the world keeps its promise. They did not flatter or shout. They held their line. 2 and 2 made for whether a city rose or fell. Ratios stayed loyal through plague and peace. He trusted that loyalty. He saw in it the temper of creation. He loved the way mathematics lets thought become exact. A symbol stands where a whole paragraph once stood. A sign compresses a movement of mind. You can carry truth across a page in a single stroke. It felt like a mercy given. 2 limited creatures. Clarity delivered in a small shape. Order made portable. He believed God delights in such clarity, not as cold perfection, but as wise generosity. A steady world is a kind world. It lets the patient learn. It lets the humble predict. It lets the broken repair what can be mended. Law becomes a ladder for fragile hands. He listened to nature and heard count and curve. An apple falls in a known way. A planet bends space with quiet insistence. A wave writes its grammar on the shore. Snow builds 6-fold stars from water and cold. Spirals hide in shells and storms. Growth follows a humble ratio. He felt the pull. To write these patterns in clean language, calculus became his chosen music. Small changes add up to large motion. The world moves by steps, almost invisible. The integral gathers them without hurry. The derivative tells how fast a thought is. Changing. He found peace in that conversation between parts and whole. He believed this discipline was not just a tool. It was a window into the style of creation. The universe is generous with increments. It prefers smooth paths when it can. It allows sharp turns when it must. It composes continuity from countless small decisions. It writes history in careful. Somsey saw beauty and truth as kin. A proof that fits like a key feels beautiful. A theorem that surprises and then seems inevitable feels holy. You step back and think, it could not be otherwise. He believed God thinks in that feeling. The world is the expression of such thoughts. Elegance is not vanity. It is a signature. He loved principles that condense many facts into one sentence. Conservation tells you what never changes while everything moves. Symmetry tells you what remains the same when you turn the scene. Proportion tells you how parts keep packed with each other. These were more than tricks to him. They were hints about the mind behind the world. Unity without dullness. Variety without chaos. He shaped an ethic from those hints. Choose the argument that explains the most with the least strain. Prefer a model that wastes nothing. Accept complication only when reality demands it. He called this respect for reason a kind of devotion. To think carefully is to honor the giver of order. To speak precisely is to love your neighbor, he trusted. That divine choice follows similar lines. From all the worlds God could create, the chosen one is not the simplest by count, but the richest by relation. It wastes nothing. It carries the largest goods with the leanest laws. It folds freedom into law without tearing either. He once hinted that God calculates, not as an accountant counting coins, but as a composer balancing voices. You can feel the restraint inside abundance. You can feel the thrift inside glory. That double feeling marks wisdom. It marks this world. He kept returning to harmony. Musicians know a chord can hold tension and still resolve. Mathematicians know an identity can look unlikely and still be true. Farmers know seasons can be harsh and still keep faith. He believed creation holds all three kinds of trust. Time resolves what thought cannot yet reconcile. Reason reveals what feeling could not yet accept. Patience ripens what action could not yet secure. He loved the identity that bears his name. If two things share every feature, there are not two. There is one. The world is not padded with copies. It disdains waste. Even sameness hides a difference in place or relation. Difference is how meaning breathes. He thought continuity is mercy. Change that jumps without bridge breaks, finite minds. Creation walks instead of vanishing and reappearing. That walk gives learning a chance. It gives regret a chance. It gives forgiveness a road to travel. He treasured the link between symmetry and conservation. If a law looks the same tomorrow as today, something will be conserved through time. If a law looks the same here as there, something will be conserved through space. These insights came later in full dress, but he felt their outline. A steady God writes steady invariance. Steadiness feeds trust. he found a serene heroism in measurement. To measure is to refuse despair. It says the world can be known enough to serve. A bridge can stand, a well can reach water, a fever can be counted and cooled. Math becomes charity in action. He warned against arrogance dressed as certainty. Mathematics is exact, but our models are not the world. They are lanterns, not the sun. We test them and we revise. We honor truth by letting it correct us. Humility is the cost of accuracy. Accuracy is the gift of humility. He looked at least effort with interest. Many systems seem to choose paths that minimize waste. Light takes a route that saves time. Rivers widen until resistance balances flow. A pendulum answers to a hidden economy. He saw a moral picture in this physics. Goodness does not puff itself up. It finds the clean line through trouble. He thought mercy works the same way. It cuts extravagant anger. It saves time by forgiving. It spends where help is needed and saves where pride would waste. He liked virtues that felt like conservation laws for the soul. Constancy, temperance, courage that spends only what duty demands. He linked mathematics and music. Both live by ratio. Both turn repetition into meaning. Both teach the ear to hear structure inside motion. He imagined creation as a score too grand to hold at once. We learn our line and trust the rest. Faith becomes a musician's discipline. He loved binary because it showed how little you need to say much. 1 and 0 can build every number. Presence and absence can speak any count. It made him smile that simplicity births abundance. He thought the universe likes that joke. Small rules, wide worlds. Simple laws, rich lives. He drew ethics from that smile. Be simple where you can. Make room for others to grow. Build systems that help the weak think clearly and act safely. Hide complexity inside good design. Expose clarity at the surface. Let tools carry burdens so people can carry love. He believed education should teach this craft. Not only facts, but form. Show students how a proof breathes. Show citizens how a budget tells the truth or lies. Show rulers how a map hides what it cannot hold. Give a generation the habit of asking for reasons. Give them the joy of finding them. He imagined law, shaped by proportion. Punishment should fit not only the crime, but the goal of repair. Policy should balance parts and whole without crushing either. Economy should honor the poor first, because systems are judged by their edges. These were not abstractions to him. They were the math of mercy applied to the city. He knew numbers can be abused. They can help a lie look clean. He asked for conscience at the center of calculation. Let the heart check the ledger. Let the uncounted be counted before we boast. A metric without meaning is a blade without a handle. It cuts the one who swings. It trusted that truth protects itself in time. A false model fails when the bridge falls. A true one stays standing in wind. Reality is a stern judge and a gentle teacher. It punishes pride with collapse. It rewards patience with endurance. He asked why a perfect mind would choose this particular mix of laws. Because these laws allow the widest garden of goods. They give room for mind to blossom. They give room for love to learn. They give room for freedom to mean something real. Other laws might have made us safe and small. These make us risky and great. He saw prayer and proof as cousins. Both aim at what is most real. Both ask for light and accept correction. Both require silence between steps. Both end in gratitude when the answer comes. He loved that kinship. It reconciled study and devotion. He did not think mathematics could save a soul, but he thought it could train one. It could teach patience, honesty, and courage. It could teach how to lose an error without losing face. It could teach how to stand for a result without becoming hard. It could teach how to admire a better idea when it arrives. He liked the word fit. A good theorem fits like a well-made joint. A good life fits the shape of the good it seeks. A good society fits its people like a careful garment. Fit is not tightness. It is ease without slack. It is purpose without strain. He saw identity as relation, not possession. A self grows by entering worthy patterns. Friendship is a shared ratio. Marriage is a harmony in changing time. Citizenship is a cadence between duty and right. None of this reduces people to numbers. It lets numbers teach us steadiness. He offered a way to navigate uncertainty. When facts are thin, keep hypotheses light. When facts arrive, adjust without panic. Hold principles, not prejudices. Use models as scaffolds, not prisons. Let love set the objective. Let reason choose the route. He loved limits because they guide. Creativity. A sonnet frees thought by binding it. A law frees commerce by stabilizing it. A budget frees conscience by revealing consequence. He saw creation as a sonnet of laws written by joy. Inside that sonnet, freedom writes its own story. The rhyme is real, so is the choice. He believed the deepest goods are relational and learned. Justice learned in courts and homes. Mercy learnt in loss and return. Wisdom learnt in mistakes. They were not final. Numbers could help such goods flourish by restraining folly. They could not replace them. They could serve them. He taught that truth loves company. Different disciplines carry pieces of one answer. Invite them to the same table. Let physics and ethics speak. Let poetry and policy argue without contempt. The best solutions will feel musical, not mechanical. They will hum with coherence. He ended many reflections with a calm trust. The world will not break its own rules, and the rules, being wise, will not break the world. We may break ourselves against them, or we may learn to move with them. That learning is the work of a life. That movement is the dignity of a mind. If you want to feel his faith, try a small experiment. Prove a simple identity by two methods. See them meet like friends at a bridge. The meeting brings a quiet joy. That joy is what he felt when he looked at existence. Different paths, same truth. Different laws, same mercy. He believed God delights in such convergences. They show that the many can become one without losing their names. They show that freedom can keep rhythm with law. They show that beauty is how truth looks when it is loved. Numbers taught him this. They still teach us. They do not erase grief. They give it a place inside meaning. They do not remove risk. They measure it so courage can be wise. They do not make us gods. They make us better creatures. He left a way to think that steadies the heart. Look for the pattern that wastes least and serves most. Seek explanations that honor both detail and whole. Let elegance guide you, but let compassion rule. Prefer clarity to cleverness. Prefer repair to victory. Prefer truth to pride. This is the divine equation as he felt it. Not a single formula, but a posture. A way of seeing the world as a work of careful art. A way of living that joins precision to kindness. A way of hoping that believes order is generous, and that the mind, taught by numbers, can become an instrument of peace. Modern life tests every grand idea. Factories thicken the air. Wars circle the globe in hours. Signals race faster than thought. Hope becomes a headline and fades by noon. This is the world that asks the old question again. Is meaning large enough for the age of speed? Leibniz once trusted harmony behind events. He believed reason anchors reality. He believed order holds even when hearts break. Modern minds did not grant that easily. They saw storms that mocked every tidy plan. They saw machinery build comfort and cruelty at once. They saw empires preach ideals and export pain. The 19th century trained the Tao. Darwin described life as struggle and change. Nature showed tooth and hunger in plain light. Earthquakes and plagues looked impersonal, not punitive. Chance seemed to guide as much as law. The old picture shook on its nails. Was this the best world, or only a hard one? Other voices pressed the wound. Dostoevsky asked if any future joy could justify a child's tears. Nietzsche accused optimism of hiding fear. He said, "We invented heavens to excuse our weakness." He declared God dead and asked who would carry the weight. Camus stared at absurdity and urged revolt without illusion. The 20th century put a fist on the table. It demanded reasons that could look into an open grave and still speak. 2 world wars answered with smoke. Cities burned from the sky. Camps turned people into ash and numbers. Tyrants marched under banners of progress. The word best felt obscene. If harmony exists, it was too quiet to hear. Yet even in ruins, reason did not die. Science mapped the atom and the star. Medicine pushed death back from many doors. Law learned new words for human dignity. Artists grieved on canvas and in sound. Communities rebuilt, brick by honest brick. The storm did not erase the mirror, it cracked it. The pieces still reflected light. Leibniz would have told us to look closely at those shards. Do not worship them, use them. A broken mirror still shows the face of truth, if turned the right way. Our age must learn that craft. Modern science changed. The tone of order. Determinism softened into probability. Chaos theory showed how small nudges grow into wild weather. Entropy taught us that systems drift toward dispersion. We measured noise and found pattern inside it. We measured pattern and found it tinged with chance. Order and uncertainty learned to share the same room. This does not kill optimism. It matures. If the world is lawful and yet open, then freedom has room to matter. Then wisdom has work worth doing. Then prudence becomes a daily art. We manage risk. We design redundancies. We seek policies that bend danger without breaking spirit. The moral field also changed. Colonialism taught bitter lessons about pride. Dressed as purpose, movements for civil rights named evils that law had blessed. Voices long silenced learnt to speak and to lead. Optimism now must choose humility. It must listen before it claims to understand. It must prove itself by service, not by slogans. This is where Leibniz can still help. He never argued for denial. He argued for structure. He taught that meaning can run deeper than the storms on the surface. He asked us to look for reasons wide enough to hold grief without breaking. He asked for patience fit for centuries. Consider. Technology, we taught silicon to mimic thought. We wired billions into one trembling web. Tool and weapon share the same code. We need a vision that keeps courage steady, a vision that respects limits and still invites invention. Leibniz would ask for design that serves persons, not markets alone. He would ask for clarity, audit, and a restraint. He would ask us to build systems that protect the small and check the strong. He would tell us to place conscience in the loop. Consider climate. We learned that prosperity can poison its own future. We must measure, plan, and change habits at scale. An optimistic ethic here is not cheer. It is duty. It says the whole can be repaired if the parts act together. It says truth and sacrifice can be taught without despair. It says the garden still answers to patient hands. Consider meaning in a secular home. Many now live without prayer. They still feel the ache for order and mercy. They still long for justice to make sense. Leibniz offers a language that welcomes them. He lets reason carry hope without forcing doctrine. He invites faith to speak softly in the cadence of explanations that work. He lets the universe be intelligible without becoming small. A deep challenge remains. Can we say best after Auschwitz? Can any harmony answer that dark choir? The only honest way forward is through labor, care for survivors, guard against repetition, teach the habits that prevent cruelty when fear reases. Any philosophy that does not serve this work has no place here. Leibniz would agree. He would ask optimism to earn its name by protection of the vulnerable. The old debate about evil now includes scale. One person can harm millions with machines and lies. Freedom therefore needs form. We must bind power with law and law with transparency. We must design defaults that protect even when leaders fail. This is structure as mercy. It is exactly the kind of wisdom he praised. The modern mind also wrestles with self. We are flooded with images and opinions. We confuse performance with character. We confuse speed with meaning. Leibniz would counsel slowness of thought. Begin with first principles. Ask what a human person is for. Ask how goods fit rather than compete. Ask what can be measured and what must be loved without measure. He would praise small communities that practice truth, schools that teach reasoning with kindness, courts that value restoration over spectacle, churches and civic groups that protect conscience and neighbor alike. He would prefer many modest repairs to one noisy triumph. He would say that harmony grows by local fidelity. He would also invite courage, not loud courage, the steady kind, the kind that keeps its promises under pressure, the kind that returns the wallet and refuses the bribe, the kind that speaks for the unseen worker and the silent child. This courage is the rhythm of a best world. It makes free order a daily. Modern philosophy explored despair with skill. It mapped the absurd. It measured nausea in honest sentences. It deserves respect. But despair cannot build. It cannot raise children or bury dead with hope. It cannot design a bridge or a constitution that lasts. Optimism, rightly shaped, can. It does not promise ease. It promises purpose that survives. What about randomness? Quantum events look lawless to untrained eyes. Yet we use them to build tools with perfect reliability. We average uncertainties into stable effects. We draw strength from statistics. This is harmony by large numbers. The world allows trust to rise from noise. That is not far from Leibniz at all. What about pain that teaches nothing? There is plenty. Accidents without lesson. Loss without growth. We must be honest about this remainder. No theory can harvest meaning from every corner. Here humility is the proper tone. We grieve without lecture. We sit with the broken and say little. We let our hands speak what logic cannot. A best world, if real, gives space for silence and for care. Many today practice hidden goodness. Nurses in long corridors, teachers in tired rooms, programmers writing code that prevents harm, parents holding the line for a child's dignity. These are harmonies in plain clothes. They do not erase evil. They limit it. They do not complete. Just as they prepare its way, a fair reading of our time finds both failure and fruit. We have become efficient at harm. We have also become better at rescue. We discovered vaccines in record time. We built networks of aid after storms. We learned to name trauma and treat it. We wrote new laws when old habits broke lives. It is not enough. It is not nothing. Leibniz would call this the work of the middle. We live between promise and completion. We carry pieces of the whole without seeing it. We serve goods whose full harvest we may never witness. That service is not wasted. It becomes part of the calculation that only love can finish. The storm still speaks. It says power corrupts. It says suffering spreads. It says meaning is fragile. The mirror answers with a quieter voice. It says order persists. It says goodness gathers. It says freedom can learn. The future will judge us by how we balance these truths. We must not excuse evil by citing plans. We must not deny plans because evil shouts. We must build with the patience of gardeners and the caution of engineers. We must teach children that hope is a practice. It is a way of working, not a mood. If this is the best possible world, it is not because it is safe. It is because it can be saved again and again by people who choose to join the order written under things. Best does not mean painless. It means fruitful. It means capable of growing truth and love even after winter. So the mirror and the storm continue their dialogue. We will live inside it. We will argue and reconcile. We will fail and repair. We will keep asking whether reason can hold when grief arrives. And we will keep finding that, though reason bows before tears, it reases with them and goes back to work. This is how optimism survives the modern test. It learns from critics. It listens to victims. It adjusts its claims to honor what history taught. It does not give up the belief that reality is worth understanding and worth serving. It becomes courage with a plan. When we grow tired, remember the small proofs: a bridge that stands, a medicine that heals, a law that shields a stranger, a song that steadies a room. These are evidence that meaning still breathes through matter. They are the daily harmonies of a world that can be redeemed. Let that be the measure of best for our time. A world where repair is real, where truth can win in the end, and where love outlasts fear often enough to keep the story moving toward light. The world wakes before we do. Light pushes across stone and leaf. Birds risk song before they know the weather. Somewhere a nurse ties her shoes. Somewhere a factory siren starts the day. Somewhere a child asks a hard question. Is life worth this effort? The answer will not arrive as thunder. It will arrive as breath, as the sound of someone getting up again, as the quiet of a mind that chooses to trust. This trust is not naive. It does not deny pain. It does not pretend evil is useful or kind. It says only this: meaning is deeper than harm. Order is stronger than accident. Freedom can learn. Love can rebuild. The claim that this is the best of all possible worlds is a heavy one. It is not a boast. It is a promise about the structure of things. It says the laws of being and the gift of freedom together make a world fit for the highest goods, not the softest goods, the highest ones. Wisdom, courage, justice, mercy, joy that survives whether a world built for such goods cannot be simple. It must be alive with risk. It must allow failure without surrender. It must give time enough for repair. It must teach souls to become partners in their own redemption. Look at the shape of growth. A seed becomes food by dying into soil. A heart becomes strong by bearing weight. A mind becomes clear by letting go of flatteries. We grow by passing through trouble, not by stepping around it. The path does not excuse the pain. It turns pain into passage. If this world is best, it will show its quality in recovery. Not in how little we suffer, but in how much goodness can rise after we suffer. Not in how seldom we fall, but in how many can stand again with help. Not in a lack of storms, but in towns that learn to shelter each other when storms return. There is a phrase worth repeating. Nothing is wasted. Our failures become warnings. Our losses become guardians of what remains. Our grief teaches their hands their duty. Even our ignorance, once seen, becomes need that knowledge can serve. Providence is not a billboard. It is a long arithmetic that refuses to stop at a deficit. If meaning runs beneath events, we have work to do. We must design laws that help truth keep its footing. We must build institutions that make cruelty expansive and care efficient. We must make room for conscience to act without fear. We must teach children how to reason and how to forgive. We must protect time for prayer or reflection, because silence is where the mind learns its scale. A best world is not automatic. It includes us. It expects our help. We are part of the calculation. We are the agents by which many goods arrive. When we refuse that role, pieces go missing. When we accept it, the design strengthens in places no ruler can see. Notice the small proofs that hope is not fantasy. A vaccine made in months rather than decades. A stranger pulling another stranger from dark water. A judge who listens longer than the room expected. A city that plants trees where heat once punished the poor. These are not miracles against law. They are miracles by law. They show a world willing to be healed by patient minds and willing hands. Some despair will say, this is only human effort. Yes, and the claim is that human effort belongs to the plan. Law and freedom are not enemies. They are the two rails on which history can move. The rail of law keeps the track true. The rail of freedom gives the train a destination worth reaching. Let us speak about justice. A best world cannot mean a world where the guilty escape and the innocent are forgotten. It must mean a world in which justice is possible and ultimate. Some justice is human. We must pursue it with courage and care. Some justice is beyond us. We must trust it will arrive without our permission. Either way, justice is not a rumor. It is the core of meaning, wearing the clothes of time. Now speak about mercy. Mercy is not a loophole in justice. It is justice. Seeing further, it is repair chosen over revenge. It is space made for return. No structure is best if it cannot forgive. No person is best if they cannot be forgiven. A world sized for mercy must allow failure and return. Tears and change, limits and love. Hope becomes strong when it is trained. Training means habits. Tell the truth. Keep a promise. Protect the small. Pay what you owe. Return what is not yours. Say sorry and mean it. Learn and teach. These are not slogans. They are the daily joints of a good life. They are the simple ratios by which a person fits the world. If enough people hold these habits, the world changes. Not by spectacle, by compounding. Trust compounds. Kindness compounds. Knowledge compounds. Justice, once begun, accumulates defenders. Mercy, once practiced, multiplies its own courage. The sums take time. The result outlives us. This is the arithmetic of a best world. The fear remains. What about the evil that looks pointless? The grief that taught nothing? The accident that left only silence? Here we must be honest. There is a remainder our language cannot gather. We do not explain these things. We witness them. We hold one another through them. We refuse to turn them into lessons while wounds are open. We let our silence be faithful. We let our service be speech. Then, later, we remember what our hands learned. We build guardrails where there were none. We change a rule, a road, a ritual. We honor the dead by protecting the living. A best world does not hide from the remainder. It carries it with honor and lets it change our designs. The claim that meaning is deeper than harm asks something from us. It asks us to refuse cynicism. Cynicism looks like wisdom because it never risks hope. It says no before it listens. It calls love naive and courage performative. Leave cynicism to the tired. Choose realism alive with duty. Count costs. Face facts. Then do the next good thing. Let us talk about the soul. If each person is a mirror of the whole, then every dignity matters. Care for one becomes care for many. When you give attention to a single mind, you honor the order that made minds possible. When you protect a single child, you protect the future fact of justice. When you forgive one enemy, you write a new sentence in the story of the world. This is how greatness works here. It does not arrive with trumpets. It arrives as a quiet refusal to let meaning die in your small circle. It arrives as the choice to be a reliable link in the chain. It arrives as ordinary faithfulness over years. A best world is built by that kind of stature. It is measured by that kind of patience. Some will still ask, why this way? Why not a world without death? Why not a world without hunger or blame? Because certain goods require real edges. Gratitude needs loss to feel its depth. Courage needs danger to be honest. Compassion needs wounds to be more than a word. Freedom needs consequence to be real. Without these edges, we would live in a gallery, not a garden. Nice to look at, unable to grow. Others will ask, why trust any of this? Because the alternatives collapse. If the world is nonsense, reason has no home. If the world is only power, love is a costume. If the world is only accident, duty is a trick. Yet we live as if reason, love, and duty are real. We build laws and hospitals and promises as if they mean what they say. We cannot live the denial consistently. Our lives betray our deepest beliefs. Let our words match our works. This trust does not belong to one religion or one city. It belongs to anyone who treats truth as a home. It welcomes prayer and welcomes study. It lets doubt ask its questions and invites it to work. It lets joy rest without guilt. It lets grief speak without shame. It makes room at the table for the weary and the brave. Walk through a day with this posture. Begin with quiet. Thank the giver of order, whatever name you use. Set one clean intention. Do one difficult kindness early. Ask for correction. Offer it gently. Finish a task completely. Leave a tool ready for the next hand. In the evening, count the mercies without neglecting the wounds. Sleep as a steward, not an owner. Repeat now, lift your eyes and widen the scale. Cities can live this way. They can measure what matters and invite truth to shape budgets. They can count the unseen labor that keeps homes alive. They can plan for floods and heat with love for those at the margins. They can make rules simple and serve the spirit, not the lobby. They can be honest about failure and quick to repair. Nations can live this way. They can hold power slowly. They can bind leadership with law on example. They can choose honor over spectacle. They can protect dissent and demand decency. They can aim their strength at mercy rather than display. They can tell the truth about the past and make amends. A planet can live this way. It can treat atmosphere as covenant. It can treat oceans as inheritance. It can treat species as neighbors. It can build a future worth giving to children whose names we do not yet know. This is not utopia. This is work. Work is how a best world shows itself. What of death? It will take all of us. Even so, it need not take our meaning. If the soul endures, it carries what it learnt further on. If the soul ends, its gifts remain in those it shaped. Either way, love outlasts the body. Either way, goodness continues its calculation. Either way, we are not wasted. Stand for a moment. At the window, watch a late bus stop. Watch someone run to make it. They catch the door. A stranger steadies their step. A small cheer rises inside you, though no one hears it. That is hope, remembering its reasons. That is meaning proving it still knows the route. The phrase best of all possible worlds is easy to mock. Leave the slogan to the careless. Keep the substance. The substance is a way of seeing and a way of living. It is the decision to treat. Reality is intelligible and worthy of fidelity. It is the courage to answer evil with repair. It is the discipline to prefer justice to victory. It is the mercy to forgive without lying. It is the patience to plant trees whose shade will bless people you will never meet. There is a promise humming under all of this. We are not alone. We belong to an order that cannot be broken, only resisted. We can join it in thought and in action. When we do, we feel the world receive our effort. Sometimes with quick fruit, often with slow change. Always with the quiet rightness of a key turning true. The final word is not argument, it is invitation. Build something that lasts. Reconcile where you can. Protect someone who will never know your name. Learn until your pride melts into gratitude. Love until your fear learns to rest. Trust that the goodness under things is not fragile. Trust that your smallest faithful act is part of a vast design. Trust that, beyond our sight, the story closes in joy. If the world is truly best, it is because goodness wanted partners. It is because freedom deserved a worthy stage. It is because love asked for a world that could answer back. Here we are. Answer well. Trust begins small. It begins with a kept promise. It begins with a door held open and a bill paid on time. It begins with honest numbers in a quiet ledger. From there, it grows. It builds the shape of a life that other people can lean on. It turns strangers into neighbors and neighbors into friends. This is how meaning becomes daily. This is how a best world shows its face. The idea sounds large. It must be lived small. The mind that designed galaxies also designed mornings. So begin there. Rise with one clean intention. Decide one task worth doing for the sake of someone. Else, give it your full attention. Finish it without show. When the day closes, test your heart for peace. Then begin again. Repair is the heart of the work. We are not asked to erase history. We are asked to mend. Mending is humble. It respects the shape of what was. It listens for how parts want to meet. It does not force. It persuades. It uses patience. Where power would only tear, repair starts with truth. Tell the truth about the wound. Name what broke and who broke it. Facts come first. Without them, peace is only a pause. Truth is not cruelty. It is care shaped like a sentence. It says, here is what happened. Now let us see what justice asks. Justice is not a slogan. It is a craft. Punishment alone cannot raise a community. Revenge cannot build a bridge. Justice seeks safety, repair, and return. It asks how to stop harm, how to heal victims, and how to shape change in those who caused it. It weighs the whole. It sets a course that allows tomorrow to be kinder than. Today, mercy walks beside justice. Mercy is not weakness, it is vision. It looks beyond the moment and sees what a soul can still become. It leaves a door unlocked when wisdom permits. It gives a chance that pride would not give. It is not blind. It is brave. Build habits that make repair likely. Keep records that tell the truth. Design processes that invite accountability without humiliation. Teach meetings to begin with listening. Write policies that a fair mind can respect. Keep rules short enough to remember and clear enough to apply. Make exceptions rare and transparent. Let people know what will happen before it happens. Predictability is respect in practice. Care for time. Calendars decide what matters. If love is always scheduled last, it will never begin. Choose margins. wide enough for thought and for rest. Use them to read, to walk, to hold a child, to write a clean line of code, to cook a meal that warms more than one person. Time given to what is good returns as strength. Guard attention. You are not a furnace for other people's noise. News can inform or consume. Know the difference. Limit the flood. Choose deep sources. Check claims. Let silence wash your inner room each day. Clarity enters only when the room is clean. Practice speech that leaves dignity intact. Say less when anger swells. Ask questions that lean toward understanding. If a debate makes you clever and cruel, step back. Reread your aim. A win that hardens. Your heart is a loss. A loss that teaches you respect is a gain. Choose the gain. Make work that lasts. Build for maintenance, not for display. Name things plainly. Write comments that teach. Design for the next pair of hands. Return tools to their place. Leave a map. Someone will bless your name when you are gone. Treat money as a moral material. Every budget tells the truth about a soul. Spend on what protects and repairs. Cut what flatters and wastes. Pay the invisible labor that makes public success possible. Reward patience and honesty more than drama and speed. You will lose applause and gain sleep. Honor the edgiers. Systems are judged by how they treat those at their margins. Design with the elderly, the child, the stranger, and the poor in mind. If a rule harms them, rewrite it. If a road isolates them, reroute it. If a form confuses them, simplify it. If a fee excludes them, remove it. That is what best requires. Practice restitution. When you break something, repair it. When you cannot repair, replace. When you cannot replace, serve. Apology without action is only sound. Action turns sorrow into promise. Learn a craft. A craft trains patience inside the fingers. It teaches you to measure twice and cut once. It teaches you to accept the limits of the material. It trains respect for reality. When the joint does not fit, the wood is not wrong. Your cut was, try again. Craft makes virtue tactile. Study something that humbles you. Mathematics will do. So, will a language you do not yet speak? So will music played slowly and true. Humility learned in one domain follows you into others. It protects you from the lie that certainty and contempt are kin. Practice gratitude as discipline. Name 3 mercies each night. Let them be small. The cup that did not spill. The bus you barely caught. The message that arrived with a kind tone. Gratitude trains the eye to notice order still at work. It does not blind you. It steadies you. Teach the young. Teach them to think, to doubt, to test, and to love. Train their eyes to see patterns and their hearts to prefer mercy. Give them stories where courage is quiet and real. Let them practice responsibility while the price of failure is small. Set examples that make virtue look like freedom, not prison. Practice forgiveness and distinguish it from permission. Forgiveness releases a debt. It does not erase a boundary. You can bless and still say no. You can love and still leave. Let your boundaries protect what you are called to guard. Keep faith with the dead. Tell their stories fairly. Honor their achievements without hiding their flaws. Let the truth be whole. Memory without honesty becomes propaganda. Honesty without memory becomes neglect. Hold both. Walk toward the suffering that is yours to meet. You cannot carry every cry. Carry the ones assigned to your reach. Bring water. Bring bread. Bring a plan. Bring a second plan. Stay until the work is handed safely to another. Practice civic hope. Vote with care. Volunteer where the city leaks dignity. Run for a small office if you can. Study the budget. Attend the meeting. Champion clear laws. Demand fair enforcement. Be patient with the pace of the possible and stubborn against cruelty. Choose clean pleasures. They leave no debt in the soul. A long walk. A page that lights the mind. A song that brings back courage. A table with friends. A well-cooked meal. These make room for conscience to breathe. Welcome correction. Invited. Make it safe for others to tell you the truth. Reward the person who saves you from a mistake. Say thank you with more than words. Return the favor. Let your work on a scale. Some tasks fit a day. Some require a decade. Know the difference. Do not demand the thrill of the urgent from the patient labor of the important. Protect long projects from the hunger of applause. Quiet custody achieves what noise cannot. Keep promises to yourself that improve your capacity to serve. Sleep enough. Move your body. Eat food that gives tomorrow strength. Leave screens before they steal your morning. You are a steward of a mind and a body on loan. Care for them as you would care for a tool trusted by many hands. Practice clean. Exates, end meetings on time. End arguments when they stop yielding light. End roles when your gifts no longer fit the need. End days with a small ritual that thanks and releases. Good endings protect good beginnings. Make room for art. Art trains attention to notice and to cherish. It keeps cynicism from sealing over. The heart. It lets grief speak without harming. It lets joy rise without gloating. It renews imagination, which is foresight in tender clothes. Let mystery stand where it must. Not every why will bow to you. There are rooms you may enter only by reverence. Stand there without hurry. Say little. Call the moment holy if the word fits your mouth. Then go back to work with a clearer mind. Keep your circle honest. Choose friends who will not sell your conscience for your comfort. Choose partners who can be trusted with your silence. Choose colleagues who prize truth over tribe. If you lead, build a room where the quiet speak first. Protect dissent that seeks the good of the whole. Give away credit. Praise in detail. Name the person who did the unseen task. This is how trust multiplies. This is how teams become more than the sum of their parts. This is leadership without theatre. Steady your spirit against despair. Despair likes to sound like realism. It is not. It is a shrinking of the map. It hides resources and partners and second chances. When it speaks, ask. For evidence, when it cannot provide it, return to the work. Be ready to start over. Plans fail. Lives break. Markets turn. Begin again with what remains. Begin again with who remains. Begin again with lessons learned. A best world is a school built for many new starts. Keep an altar of remembrance in your mind, not to worship pain, but to honor what it taught. Let the altar hold names, dates, and debts you will not forget. Visit it when pride reases. Visit it when fear reases. Let it return you to gratitude and resolve. Prepare a legacy that can be carried by ordinary hands. Write clear notes. Make guides. Record passwords for the right people. Teach someone younger how to do what you do. Make yourself replaceable. It is a gift to those who come after and a guard against your own vanity. Live as if small faithfulness is the unit of meaning, because it is. The world is not saved by crescendos alone. It is saved by steady rhythm, by the repeated act of care, by the daily choice to add one stitch where the fabric thins. If the world is truly the best possible world, it is not because it saves us from duty. It is because it trusts us with it. It hands us tools and a pattern and says, join. The pattern is large. We will never see it whole, but our section can be clean. Our seam can hold. Let the final measure be simple. Did you tell the truth? Did you keep your word? Did you protect the small? Did you forgive and seek forgiveness? Did you build something that made goodness easier for those after you? If so, you stood with the order under things. You helped the world choose its better name. Go on then, work with hope, rest with gratitude, begin again. This is repair. This is how love becomes structure. This is how structure becomes mercy. This is how mercy becomes a world worth waking to. Night settles over familiar streets. Windows hold small islands of light. Somewhere a train passes, steady as a pulse. Someone washes a single cup and sets it to dry. Someone turns off a lamp and waits for sleep to come. In these plain moments, the question returns without ceremony. Was any of this worth the day it cost? We answer not with thunder, but with choices. We answer by the work our hands remember. We answer by the care that outlived our mood. Meaning reveals itself in the keeping of small promises. It shows itself when no audience is near. It grows in silence and greets us like a friend. Leibniz believed a perfect mind chose this world. He said the choice honored reason and honored love. He said the choice made room for freedom to matter. He trusted that nothing real is finally wasted. He trusted that justice is slow and exact. He trusted that mercy is strong enough to rebuild. We have walked through his vision with open eyes. We have seen war and famine and grief. We have seen laughter used as a blade. We have watched satire mock what it half understood. We have watched faith speak too soon and be rightly rebuked. We have tried to keep what is true in both voices. Now the film grows quiet and returns to one life. Yours, the world will not ask. You for speeches. It will ask for attention and for steadiness. It will ask for honest words and clean work. It will ask for the courage to stay kind when anger is cheap. The best world, if real, is not a luxury. It is a discipline that begins. At the edge of your reach, help where you stand. Repair what you can touch. Protect whoever is within your power to protect. Let that be your prayer in the language of action. You do not need certainty to start. You need a reason strong enough to move your feet. Begin with the person in front of you. Begin with the task that serves without applause. Begin with the truth that refuses to be convenient. Begin again tomorrow when fatigue returns. Remember what this vision asks of the mind. Ask why this and not something else. Test your stories against the world they describe. Let correction be a gift rather than a wound. Let humility be the partner of every claim. Let gratitude be the closing line of every day. Remember what this vision asks of the heart. Hold grief without rushing its lessons. Hold joy without gripping it to death. Hold enemies as people before you hold them as positions. Hold yourself to standards that do not bend for mood. Hold to hope with a grip that respects facts. Remember what this vision asks of our common life. Write laws that fit the vulnerable. First, design systems that explain themselves to the tired. Reward patience and the courage to revise. Punish cruelty with clarity and restraint. Invite dissent that seeks the good of the whole. If this world is chosen for the greatest harmony, then harmony is not a metaphor. It is the work of arranging goods without destroying others. It is the art of balancing present need with future. Right? It is the skill of saying no to what flatters. It is the wisdom of saying yes to what strengthens. You will fail in this work. Everyone does. Failure is not the end of your sentence. Return is allowed and expected. Apologize without performance. Repair without delay. There will be pain that teaches nothing you can name. There will be loss that leaves only quiet. Do not lie about it. Sit beside it until it changes shape. Let compassion be the language you speak when words fail. Let presence be the answer you give to questions without answers. There will be days when despair sounds like a friend. It will call its self-realism and ask you to put down your tools. It will point at history and say, nothing changes for long. Answer with the evidence of your own hands. Answer with the neighbor who is fed, the child who is safe. Answer with the bridge that still stands and the promise still kept. You belong to an order deeper than chaos. You are not equal to it, but you are allied with it. Each time you choose truth over ease, you join it. Each time you forgive a debt with wisdom, you join it. Each time you think clearly in the service of love, you join it. Each time you build what future strangers will trust, you join it. Perhaps this is what it means to live inside a best world. Not to float above sorrow, but to put sorrow to work for good. Not to escape risk, but to spend it well. Not to demand certainty, but to keep faith with reason and with mercy. Not to seek control, but to cultivate consent and care. Not to chase spectacle, but to finish the quiet task. Look again at the ordinary scene. A streetlight burns over an empty corner. A nurse finishes her shift and walks into grey dawn. A janitor locks a school and hums a tired hymn. A coder closes a ticket no one will notice but the next shift. A parent checks on a sleeping child and remembers to breathe. These are not background. They are the foreground of meaning. They are the hinges upon which the large doors turn. They keep decay from calling itself fate. They keep cruelty from deciding the story alone. They are the grammar of hope. Leibniz would smile at such grammar. He would see law and freedom cooperate in small rooms. He would see order write mercy into policy and habit. He would see intelligence choose restraint and design for repair. He would call it reason doing what it was made to do. He would call it love, teaching reason its aim. You will not know in this life how your efforts sum. The ledger belongs to a sight you do not have. Do not wait for that sight to begin. Act as if meaning is real because you cannot live the opposite. Act as if love matters because it already has. Act as if tomorrow needs you because it does. If faith fits your mouth, use it. If prayer steadies your hands, pray. If study steadies your mind, study. If service steadies your heart, serve. The tools differ, the work is the same. Bring order, guard, dignity. Leave beauty where you can. Learn. To bless without permission. Bless the engineer who built the quiet bridge. Bless the farmer whose field feeds your city. Bless the teacher who answers the stubborn question again. Bless the clerk who knows your name when the line is long. Bless the friend who tells you the truth before you fall. Learn also to resist without hate. Resist the lie that numbers excuse. Harm. Resist the pose that cynicism is wisdom. Resist the habit of turning people into categories. Resist the speed that ruins judgment. Resist the appetite that treats others as scenery. Keep an eye for signs that the world receives your work. Watch for the meeting that ends with understanding. Watch for the process that becomes kinder and more exact. Watch for the child who trusts. The room enough to ask harder questions. Watch for the elder who rests easier because a policy changed. These are quiet proofs that the deep order remains. You will stand at graves. Bring flowers and silence and time. Let the names be spoken with care. Let the stories be told without embellishment. Let the tears fall without apology. Then walk away. Slowly and return to the work. The dead do not ask us to stop. They ask us to carry what they loved. One day you will be the one carried in story. Make it easy to tell the truth about you. Leave debts settled and kindness owed to many. Leave a journal someone can learn from. Leave a room in better order than you found it. Leave a trail of people who became more honest because you were near. If you doubt your place in any grand design, remember the scale of the small. Ants move forests one grain at a time. Rivets hold ships against oceans. Votes turn empires with paper and ink. Words mend marriages when they are simple and sincere. Hands save lives that statistics cannot name. So choose your handful of grains. Choose your rivets and your words. Choose your vote and your craft and your promise. Choose them like a person who believes the ledger matters. Choose them like a citizen of a world that intends the good. Choose them like a student of a mind that wastes nothing. When morning comes, rise with one sentence ready. Today I will join the order under things. Let that be your vow. Keep it as best you can. Forgive yourself when you fail and begin again. Teach it to others without pride. Receive it back from them when you are tired. This is the quiet proof that Leibniz trusted. Not a theorem written on marble, but a life that answers despair with patient structure. A home put in order for guests. A budget that tells the truth and protects the poor. A law that binds the strong and frees the weak. A habit of attention that notices the person left out. If this is the best world, it is because it invites you. It invites you to think with care and to love with discipline. It invites you to build, forgive, and try again. It invites you to hold both reason and mercy in the same hands. It invites you to be the kind of person for whom the phrase best world is not a boast, but a responsibility gladly assumed. Night deepens. The windows darken one by one. You turn out your light and keep one promise more. You will begin again. Tomorrow, You will keep faith with the living and the dead. You will serve meaning without spectacle. You will honor the order that lets love endure sleep now. The world keeps its watch. The harmony does not stop when you rest. It waits for you to join it again. And when you do, it will meet you where you stand, with work enough for your hands and grace enough for your heart.
Greetings, friends. Please unwind, feel comfortable, and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions while exploring unraveling philosophy and psychology. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? This is the question that begins our journey. A question that has echoed for centuries. A question that seems simple at first, but grows heavier the longer we sit with it. Pause for a moment and reflect. If you were in a position of power, which would you choose? Love with all its warmth and loyalty, or fear with all its force and reliability? Niccolo Machiavelli forces us to face this dilemma without comfort. He does not allow us to hide behind ideals. He does not let us escape into fantasy. He pushes us to stare directly at the mechanics of power in all their beauty, in all their brutality. Who was Machiavelli? Too many. He is a sinister name, a whisper in political history. To others, he is a genius, a man who saw the truth of politics more clearly than anyone before him. He was born in Florence in 1469, a city of art, ambition, and endless intrigue. He lived through wars, shifting alliances, and the fall of powerful families. For a time, he served as a diplomat, moving between the courts of kings and popes. He saw power up close. He studied how men rose and how they fell. But Machiavelli's life was not one of endless triumph. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence, he was cast out. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, even tortured. When he was finally released, he was forced into exile. His career seemed broken, his influence gone. Yet it was in that exile, stripped of privilege and honor, that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Many read The Prince as a manual for tyranny, a book that teaches rulers how to deceive, manipulate, and control. Others see it as satire, perhaps a veiled attack on the very leaders it appears to praise. Some read it as a desperate plea from a man trying to win back his position. Whatever the case, it remains one of the most controversial books ever written. It is both admired and despised. It is quoted and condemned, and it is still alive in political thought today. But tonight, we are not here to simply read The Prince as a historical artifact. We are here to open Machiavelli's entire playbook, to move through his writings, his ideas, his warnings, to understand not only what he wrote, but why his words still matter. Machiavelli does not give us a clean theory of government. He does not build grand systems like Plato. He does not argue for natural law like Aristotle. Instead, he studies the battlefield of politics as it really is. He watches men seize power, and he asks why some succeed while others fail. He pulls apart the myths that rulers tell, and he exposes the machinery beneath. This is why he unsettles us. He reminds us that behind every ideal of justice, there is calculation. Behind every display of mercy, there is strategy. Behind every speech about unity or faith, there is ambition. Machiavelli is not interested in how things should be. He is interested in how they actually are. And so this lecture is not simply a reading of old texts. It is an exploration of strategies that remain alive in politics, in business, in leadership, and in human behavior. Each section we will examine reveals another tool in Machiavelli's power playbook. Some tools are violent. Some are subtle. Some seem obvious, while others shock us with their coldness. Together, they form a portrait of power that is as fascinating as it is unsettling. We begin with questions, and we will not always end with answers. Because Machiavelli does not comfort us with certainty. He offers instead a mirror that reflects the ambition, the fear, the cunning, and the cruelty that drive human affairs. Over the course of this exploration, we will see how Machiavelli redefined ideas like virtue, fortune, loyalty, and cruelty. We will examine his metaphors of the lion and the fox, his warnings about mercenaries and corruption, his reflections on republics and monarchies, and his relentless insistence that power must be maintained through action, not through hope. Be prepared for ideas that may disturb you. Be prepared for truths that may feel uncomfortably close to the world you see today. And be prepared to find yourself returning again and again to that first question. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Because by the time we have moved through Machiavelli's playbook, that question will not feel simple anymore. It will feel like the key that unlocks every struggle for power, from the courts of Renaissance Italy to the halls of modern governments, corporations, and even our own relationships. Let us begin. When we think of politics, we often imagine it wrapped in ideals. We picture justice, fairness, or virtue as the guiding lights of rulers. From Plato to Augustine, philosophers before Machiavelli told us that politics should aim at the highest good. They taught that leaders must embody wisdom, courage, and morality. They drew images of republics ruled by reason, kingdoms guided by divine law, and communities built upon virtue. Machiavelli cuts through these illusions with a single stroke. He says, in effect, that politics is not about what should be. It is about what is. The ideals may look beautiful, but they are fragile masks. Behind them lies the raw struggle for survival, dominance, and control. In The Prince, Machiavelli writes that a ruler who tries to live up to ideals will be ruined among men who are not ideal. He insists that leaders must be prepared to act against faith, against charity, against humanity, even against religion, if that is what their survival requires. This is not because he rejects morality outright. It is because he believes that morality alone cannot withstand the forces of fortune, ambition, and conflict. This view shocked his contemporaries. They had been taught that rulers must serve God and justice first. Yet Machiavelli observed rulers who acted in pious ways often lost their states. Meanwhile, those who betrayed promises, deceived rivals, and used cruelty effectively survived and thrived. He concluded that power abates its own laws. To ignore those laws is to invite collapse. We must understand the context of his time to appreciate the force of his argument. Florence and the Italian peninsula were not peaceful lands. They were fractured into city-states, each with its own ambitions. The French invaded, the Spanish interfered, and the papacy itself played politics like a prince. Alliances shifted weekly, armies burned towns, families rose and fell in sudden turns of fortune. In this setting, a ruler who clung to ideals without flexibility was not admired. He was destroyed. Machiavelli observed that men judge more by appearances than by reality. People will believe a ruler is good if he appears to act morally, even if he is ruthless behind the scenes. This creates a tension. The illusion of morality can be useful, even necessary. But the pursuit of morality itself, without calculation, can be fatal. Here we see the first layer of Machiavelli's power playbook. Do not confuse appearance with reality. Appearances must be carefully managed, but the reality of decision-making must remain grounded in necessity. If mercy preserves stability, then mercy is chosen. If cruelty is required, then cruelty must be applied. What matters is not whether an act is good or evil in the abstract, but whether it secures the state and preserves authority. This raises uncomfortable questions. Are moral systems then only tools of control if rulers pretend to be just, kind, or faithful while acting with cunning? Is morality anything more than theatre? Machiavelli does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back to us. Do we prefer a ruler who clings to ideals and loses the kingdom, or a ruler who bends morality and keeps the kingdom alive? He points to history for answers. Consider the Roman Republic, which he admired in his discourses on Livy. Rome expanded, not by living as a model of peace and charity, but through discipline, cunning, and often harsh measures. Its leaders pretended to honor traditions and gods, but behind that veil they made ruthless decisions for survival. Machiavelli's lesson is clear. Stability requires more than ideals. It requires cold, practical calculation. Let us pause and reflect. Imagine two leaders facing the same crisis. One refuses to break his promises because he believes in absolute honesty. The other breaks his word when it serves his interest. Who survives? Machiavelli would say the second. Why? Because men are fickle, promises are fragile, and power rests on force and cunning more than on trust. This does not mean Machiavelli denies all value in morality. He sees its utility. He urges rulers to appear merciful, faithful, and upright. He insists that people must see their leader as virtuous. Yet he separates this appearance from reality. A wise ruler is skilled in performance. He puts on the mask of virtue while keeping the hands of strategy free. This duality between appearance and reality is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling contributions to philosophy. It strips away comforting illusions. It tells us that rulers succeed not because they are moral, but because they understand when to use morality and when to discard it. Think again of Plato. In the Republic, Plato describes the philosopher king as one who rules with wisdom and justice, guided by eternal truth. Machiavelli turns this image upside down. For him, the successful ruler is not the philosopher who contemplates ideals. It is the strategist who adapts, deceives, and seizes opportunity. Where Plato sought harmony between justice and power, Machiavelli separates them. The contrast extends further. Christian thinkers taught that rulers must be shepherds of their people, accountable to divine law. Machiavelli does not dismiss religion entirely, but he treats it as another instrument. A ruler may use religion to inspire loyalty or to justify decisions, but he must never allow religious ideals to dictate choices that threaten survival. Here again, the reality of power trumps the illusion of morality. What does this mean for us? It means that when we look at history, we should ask whether the actions of rulers were driven by ideals, or whether ideals were used as masks for pragmatic calculation. It also means that when we look at our own time, we must ask whether the values leaders display are genuine, or whether they are carefully chosen illusions. Machiavelli offers no comfort in these questions. He offers only clarity. He tells us that power, stripped of illusions, is not gentle. It is harsh, competitive, and endlessly unstable. If rulers refuse to face this reality, their states collapse. If rulers embrace it too openly, they risk hatred and rebellion. The art lies in walking the fine line between appearance and necessity. As we move deeper into Machiavelli's playbook, we must hold on to this tension. The illusions of morality are powerful, but the reality of power cannot be ignored. In his writings, Machiavelli shows us again and again how rulers who fail to balance these forces are destroyed. Some cling too tightly to virtue and fall to cunning enemies. Others display cruelty without restraint and provoke hatred. The survivors are those who master the balance, who act without hesitation, yet who know how to clothe their actions in the garments of morality. This is why Machiavelli's work endures. It is not a celebration of evil, but a study of necessity. He strips away the comforting myths of political philosophy and forces us to confront the engine that drives human affairs. And once we see it, the illusions of morality can never fully shield us again. In Machiavelli's writings, two concepts dominate the landscape of power. These are fortuna and virtue. To understand his playbook, we must first understand them. Fortuna is often translated as fortune or luck. It represents the unpredictable elements of life. It is the flood that can sweep away kingdoms. It is the sudden death of a prince. It is the betrayal of allies, the revolt of citizens, the invasion of foreign armies. Fortuna is chaos made tangible virtue. On the other hand, is not morality. It is not virtue in the sense of goodness or justice. It is a kind of strength, skill, and decisiveness. It is the ability to shape circumstances. It is a capacity to act boldly, to plan wisely, and to respond quickly. Virtue allows a ruler to confront fortune and, when possible, to bend it to his will. Machiavelli presents these two forces as intertwined. Fortune is like a river that rises and falls without warning. Virtue is the dam, the levee, or the engineer who redirects the waters. Without virtue, fortuna will destroy even the strongest ruler. Without fortuna, virtue has no challenges to overcome, but its presence is constant. It tests leaders, punishes hesitation, and rewards audacity. Consider his famous river metaphor. Machiavelli describes fortune as a river that floods suddenly. The flood destroys villages, drowns cattle, and scatters crops. Those who prepare levees, who build channels, who anticipate the rising waters, survive. Those who do not are swept away. In human affairs, Fortune functions in the same way. Wars, betrayals, deaths, and revolutions can overwhelm a state in an instant. Virtue is the preparation, the adaptability, and the courage to confront these forces. This does not mean that fortune can be fully controlled. Machiavelli is clear. Fortune is unpredictable and often cruel, but it can be mitigated. A prince who acts boldly, decisively, and with cunning can reduce the power of fortune. He can turn its unpredictability into opportunity. History is full of examples. Leaders who hesitated in crises perished. Leaders who seized the moment thrived. Machiavelli observes that fortune favors the bold vertic also requires knowledge and action. It is not enough to be courageous. A ruler must understand the world in which he lives. He must study the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses of rivals, and the strengths of allies. Virtue is intelligence applied to power. It is flexibility combined with decisiveness. It is the ability to act swiftly when opportunity appears and to recover quickly when disaster strikes. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that virtue must be practicable. A prince cannot rely on ideals alone. He must take risks, sometimes calculated, sometimes bold, to secure his position. He must not wait for luck or hope for fortune to protect him. Fortune may knock on the door, but only virtue can open it. The interplay of fortune and virtue appears in Machiavelli's historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He inherited a position of power and expanded it through audacity and strategy. He knew when to use force, when to deceive, and when to negotiate. He acted decisively against enemies, and fortune, in some measure, favored him. Yet Borgia's success was not guaranteed. When his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, fortune turned. Borgia's enemies struck, and his state collapsed. This demonstrates the limits of virtue when fortune is overwhelming. Machiavelli also examines the role of timing in virtue. Acting too soon can provoke resistance before power is secure. Acting too late can allow enemies to consolidate their strength. A wise ruler observes carefully, prepares meticulously, and strikes with precision. Virtue is the skill of timing. It is the combination of preparation, courage, and intelligence. We must also consider the human dimension. Virtue is not only strategic, it is psychological. A ruler must inspire confidence, command respect, and manage fear. Virtue allows a leader to read the hearts of men, to discern who will betray, who will follow, and who will hesitate. It is the skill of understanding not just events, but people. Fortune tests the world. Virtue tests human nature. There is a deeper lesson here. Machiavelli does not glorify luck. He does not suggest that fortune alone creates great leaders. He insists that a ruler's success depends on his ability to seize opportunity, adapt to changing circumstances, and act decisively. Virtue is the engine that drives mastery over fortune. Without it, chaos reigns. With it, a skilled prince can turn crises into triumphs. This interplay explains why Machiavelli values preparation. A ruler must study war, politics, and human behavior. He must anticipate rebellion, treachery, and misfortune. Virtue is cultivated through experience, observation, and learning. A leader cannot rely on theory alone. Action, informed by knowledge, is the only path to stability. Yet Machiavelli warns against arrogance. Virtue is not omnipotence. It does not make a ruler invincible. Fortune will always remain partially beyond control. A wise leader recognizes this, adapts, and uses every opportunity to shape events. The balance of Virtue and Fortuna is delicate. Too much reliance on one without respect for the other leads to disaster. Machiavelli's exploration of these concepts also has modern resonance. In politics, business, and personal ambition, we see fortune as chance and circumstance. Virtue is preparation, strategy, and decisiveness. Those who succeed are rarely the luckiest. They are the most capable of turning opportunity into advantage and disaster into survival. Finally, it is essential to understand the moral neutrality of Machiavelli's framework. Virtue is not about ethics. It is about effectiveness. Fortune is not about justice. It is about unpredictability. Together, they create a landscape where success is determined by skill, courage, and adaptability, not by adherence to moral ideals. This is the essence of Machiavelli's playbook. To master power, one must respect the force of fortune. One must cultivate virtue relentlessly. One must act decisively when opportunity arises. One must recognize the limits of human control and act within those boundaries. This is the anatomy of fortune and virtue. It is the foundation upon which all other strategies of Machiavelli will build. By understanding this, we begin to see how a ruler can survive in a world that is uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing. Fortune will challenge him. Virtue will guide him. The wise prince knows when to bend, when to strike, and when to appear steady. This is the essence of the strategy that underlies every decision in Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli confronts one of the most enduring questions of power. Is it better for a ruler to be loved or to be feared? This is not a question of morality. It is a question of survival. Leaders throughout history have struggled with it. The answer, according to Machiavelli, is complex, but it carries a clear warning. He begins by observing human nature. Men are generally self-interested. They will break promises, betray allies, and abandon leaders if it suits their advantage. They are fickle and changeable. Their loyalty is often dependent on circumstances rather than conviction. A ruler who relies solely on love risks being abandoned when it is inconvenient. Fear, in contrast, is more reliable. When men fear the consequences of disloyalty, they are less likely to act against a ruler. Fear can be controlled, punishments can be applied consistently. Laws and consequences create order. In Machiavelli's view, fear provides stability in a way that love cannot always guarantee. Yet Machiavelli does not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He warns against excessive cruelty that provokes hatred. Hatred is dangerous. It can unite enemies, inspire rebellion, and destroy a ruler. The wise leader uses fear strategically. He applies it decisively and at the right time. Fear must be measured and directed at threats, not at loyal subjects. Love, however, cannot be ignored entirely. People prefer to follow a leader who is respected and admired. Popular support reduces the need for harsh enforcement. A ruler who is loved can govern with less constant pressure. The ideal balance, according to Machiavelli, is to be feared without being hated. This requires skill, judgment, and careful management of perception. He illustrates this with historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He was feared by his enemies and respected by his allies. He applied cruelty swiftly and decisively, eliminating threats before they could grow. Yet he avoided widespread hatred among the populace by controlling his image and demonstrating fairness to those who served him faithfully. Borgia's ability to combine fear with calculated generosity allowed him to maintain power effectively. Machiavelli also emphasizes the role of appearance in managing loyalty. A ruler must cultivate the perception of virtue, kindness, and justice. People must believe in his good intentions even if they know he acts with calculation. This combination of fear and the appearance of love creates a form of control that is both effective and sustainable. He cautions against relying solely on love. History is full of rulers who were adored but who fell because their followers placed personal interest above loyalty. Affection alone cannot ensure obedience. Love is fragile, easily broken by greed, ambition, or external pressure. Fear, however, can endure because it is grounded in consequences. The management of fear and love also requires understanding of human psychology. Machiavelli notes that men forgive injury quickly if they benefit from the ruler. They remember cruelty longer if it threatens them personally. A wise leader uses this knowledge to act decisively against enemies while reassuring allies. This creates a hierarchy of loyalty based on both respect and self-interest. Timing is essential. Fear applied too early can provoke resistance. Fear applied too late may allow threats to grow unchecked. Love applied indiscriminately may encourage complacency. Machiavelli teaches that the ruler must act like a conductor, orchestrating both fear and affection to maintain harmony in the state. He also addresses the relationship between fear, love, and reputation. A ruler's name is powerful. If people believe he is just, merciful, and strong, his authority is reinforced. Reputation amplifies both fear and love. A clever ruler manages his image with care, demonstrating strength when necessary and benevolence when advantageous. Machiavelli warns that extremes are dangerous. Excessive cruelty provokes hatred. Excessive leniency invites disobedience. Excessive reliance on affection leaves the ruler vulnerable to betrayal. The key is moderation and calculation. The ruler must constantly assess the loyalty of subjects and the stability of his power. Another important point is the unpredictability of human nature. People's emotions cannot be controlled completely. Leaders must accept that loyalty will fluctuate. Virtue, the skill and decisiveness we explored earlier, allows a ruler to respond to these fluctuations. By applying fear strategically and cultivating respect, he can shape loyalty in his favor. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond rulers. The principles of fear, love, and loyalty apply to leaders in all forms of organization. In business, politics, and social structures, those who understand human nature can maintain influence and control. Those who rely on idealized notions of affection or loyalty risk failure. he also highlights the symbolic dimension of fear and love. Public punishments, ceremonies, and displays of power communicate strength. Generosity, rewards, and recognition communicate benevolence. The combination of these signals reinforces loyalty while minimizing resentment. The careful use of symbols is part of the art of leadership. Finally, Machiavelli presents a stark choice. Leaders must decide where to place their reliance. They can seek love, risk in vulnerability. They can seek fear, risk in hatred. The wise ruler achieves a balance that maximizes loyalty while minimizing threats. This balance is not fixed. It changes with circumstances, enemies, and the temperament of the populace. Constant attention and adaptation are required. Through these lessons, Machiavelli demonstrates that power is not granted. It is constructed. It is maintained through understanding, skill, and strategy. Fear and love are tools, not ends. They are instruments in the broader architecture of control. The ruler who masters them can survive where others fail. This exploration of fear, love, and loyalty illustrates the precision of Machiavelli's playbook. It shows his deep understanding of human behavior and the mechanics of authority. By studying these principles, we see why he remains one of the most influential thinkers in the history of political thought. The question we opened with returns now with greater weight. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He shows us that the wise ruler must navigate between these forces, mastering both when possible, balancing them against the unpredictable currents of fortune, and always remaining aware of the human tendencies that shape every political act. Machiavelli introduces one of his most memorable metaphors. He tells us that a successful ruler must be both a lion and a fox. This is not a simple comparison. It is a lesson in the duality required to maintain power. Strength alone is insufficient. Cunning alone is inadequate. Both must coexist within the leader. The lion represents strength and force. A lion attacks, overpowers, and defends territory with raw power. It inspires respect and fear. In human affairs, this symbolizes the use of direct action, military might, and authority to overcome obstacles. A ruler must know when to strike. Decisively, strength is necessary to confront enemies, suppress rebellion, and establish control. Without it, the state is vulnerable to internal and external threats. The fox, in contrast, represents cunning, intelligence, and deception. A fox senses traps and avoids danger. It uses strategy rather than brute force. In leadership, the fox symbolizes subtlety, manipulation, and foresight. A ruler must be able to recognize hidden threats, negotiate effectively, and manipulate appearances. Without cunning, even the strongest leader can be outmaneuvered. Machiavelli emphasizes that one quality without the other leads to failure. A ruler who relies only on strength may crush enemies, but he will be blind to subtler dangers. He may be betrayed by those he trusted or undermined by those he underestimated. A ruler who relies only on cunning may deceive allies and opponents. But he may lack the force to defend his power when open conflict arises. Survival requires a combination of both. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia once again. Borgia combined military skill with political cunning. He knew when to fight directly and when to manipulate alliances. His ability to assess both open threats and hidden dangers allowed him to expand his influence. Quickly, when one element failed, his dual approach often compensated, demonstrating the importance of flexibility. The metaphor also highlights the adaptability required of a leader. The world is unpredictable. Enemies change tactics. Allies shift loyalties. Fortune intervenes. A ruler who is rigid, relying solely on force or solely on deception, risks destruction. The lion and the fox symbolize the capacity to switch strategies depending on circumstances. This adaptability is a cornerstone of Machiavelli's philosophy. Machiavelli warns that deception is often necessary. The fox allows the ruler to recognize traps, to anticipate betrayal, and to use appearances to maintain stability. A ruler may need to present mercy while acting ruthlessly, or appear weak while preparing to strike. The cunning use of perception enables a leader to shape events before they become crises. Strength, however, cannot be neglected. The lion ensures that the ruler can enforce decisions, command armies, and eliminate threats decisively. Without strength, cunning alone cannot secure power. A deceptive strategy without the capacity to enforce it fails. The world tests the ruler physically, and he must respond with force when required. This duality is not only practical, it is psychological. Subjects respond differently to strength and cunning. Fear of force demands respect. Awareness of cunning generates uncertainty in opponents, preventing them from acting impulsively. Loyalty, obedience, and alliance are shaped by both elements. The ruler who embodies both is unpredictable and therefore secure. Machiavelli also considers timing. The lion and the fox must be deployed according to circumstances. A time of rebellion may demand the strength of the lion. A time of diplomacy may demand the subtlety of the fox. A ruler who cannot read the situation or who applies the wrong method invites disaster. Success is contingent upon judgment as much as skill. The duality extends to internal governance as well. Rulers must manage advisors, nobles, and citizens with both strength and cunning. They must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and manipulate perception. The lion ensures the power to act decisively. The fox ensures the capacity to navigate complex social and political networks. Together, they allow the ruler to maintain stability over time. Machiavelli also notes that appearances matter. The ruler should project the qualities of both animals. Even when they are not fully exercised, a leader who appears strong can deter enemies. A leader who appears cunning can prevent plots. Perception is an instrument of power, reinforcing both force and strategy. The lesson for leaders is clear. One cannot rely solely on morality, ideology, or a single skill. Survival demands versatility, perception, and intelligence applied to action. The lion and the fox are not symbols of good or evil. They are tools for navigating the realities of human behavior. Leaders who master both can withstand fortune, outmaneuver enemies, and maintain control. Machiavelli's metaphor also has a modern application. Leaders in business, politics, and society face challenges similar to those of Renaissance princes. Threats come from competitors, shifts in power, and unpredictable circumstances. The balance of force and strategy, boldness and cunning, remains essential. Those who rely exclusively on one approach fail to achieve lasting success. Finally, this duality emphasizes preparation and self-awareness. A ruler must cultivate both strength and intelligence continually. Complacency in one domain invites disaster. The combination of lion and fox requires constant vigilance, learning, and adjustment. Leadership is not a static condition. It is an ongoing process of adaptation and mastery. Machiavelli's insight is that the art of power is not a single skill. It is a composite of capabilities applied with judgment. The lion and the fox exemplify this. They teach that power is dynamic, conditional, and deeply intertwined with human nature. A leader who embodies this duality understands both the threats he faces and the opportunities he can seize. By studying this principle, we begin to see the depth of Machiavelli's strategy. Power is never absolute. It must be constantly managed. Force and cunning are complementary tools. They must be balanced, applied with foresight, and adapted to shifting circumstances. This understanding sets the foundation for every further strategy in Machiavelli's playbook. Machiavelli addresses one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. He argues that cruelty, when applied correctly, can be necessary for the stability of a state. This idea challenges conventional morality. It is not intended to shock. For its own sake, it is practical. It is rooted in the realities of human behavior and political survival. He begins by distinguishing between types of cruelty. There is cruelty that is well used. There is cruelty that is excessive or poorly timed. Well-used cruelty is decisive. It is applied quickly and with purpose. It eliminates threats, prevents rebellion, and secures authority. Poorly used cruelty is endless and arbitrary. It breeds hatred, fear without respect, and eventual collapse. Machiavelli explains that cruelty is most effective when it is limited and targeted. A ruler may need to eliminate rivals or punish conspirators. When this is done decisively, the message is clear. Potential enemies understand the consequences of opposition. This type of cruelty prevents disorder, it consolidates power, it does not invite continuous resistance because it is controlled. Historical examples illustrate his point. Consider Cesare Borgia. Borgia faced a fragmented state and rebellious subjects. He acted with ruthless efficiency against those who threatened his authority. Ramiro de Orco, one of his lieutenants, was sent to enforce discipline. The people initially resented the actions, but Borgia quickly executed de Orco, presenting himself as just. The cruelty served a purpose, and then it ended. This calculated approach stabilized the region. Machiavelli emphasizes that cruelty must be applied at the beginning of a ruler's tenure. Early decisive actions prevent prolonged unrest. Hesitation allows enemies to grow stronger and emboldens conspirators. Once a ruler establishes control through measured force, ongoing cruelty becomes less necessary. The goal is to secure loyalty, not to perpetuate fear indefinitely. He also warns against arbitrary cruelty. Violence, without purpose undermines authority. It creates resentment. It destabilizes rather than strengthens. The wise leader uses cruelty as a tool, not as an expression of personal anger. Decisions must be calculated and disciplined. Emotion alone is insufficient and dangerous. Machiavelli extends his analysis to the broader principle of necessity. Rulers exist in a world of danger. Enemies plot, allies betray, and fortune is unpredictable. In this context, cruelty is often unavoidable. It is the means by which order is maintained and the state preserved. Without it, instability spreads. Without it, even the most virtuous ruler can be overthrown. The psychological dimension is important. People fear what is visible and immediate. When a ruler applies force decisively, the population learns the consequences of disobedience. This fear can be controlled and focused. In contrast, excessive leniency or delayed punishment allows resentment to fester. Threats multiply when cruelty is inconsistent or unclear. Machiavelli also highlights the perception of cruelty. A ruler should not appear cruel for its own sake. Actions should be framed as necessary for the common good or for the security of the state. Public perception shapes loyalty. People tolerate force if it is justified and purposeful. They rebel when cruelty seems arbitrary or self-serving. Timing, again, is essential. Initial acts of cruelty secure authority. After stability is established, further violence can be reduced. The ruler can shift focus to appearances of mercy, justice, and virtue. This balance between force and benevolence creates a stable environment where loyalty is earned and rebellion is minimized. He contrasts this approach with inaction. Leaders who hesitate to apply necessary force often face prolonged conflict. Revolts persist, enemies grow bolder, and alliances shift unpredictably. The failure to act decisively in critical moments leads to greater suffering and eventual downfall. Cruelty, when properly applied, prevents this escalation. Machiavelli also warns against cruelty motivated by personal desire. A ruler must never act purely out of vengeance. The goal is not to indulge anger or assert ego. The goal is the preservation of the state. This disciplined use of force distinguishes effective rulers from tyrants who provoke hatred and rebellion. He explores the relationship between cruelty and fear. Cruelty generates fear, but fear must be carefully controlled. The ruler who is feared but not hated maintains authority. Those who apply excessive, indiscriminate cruelty provoke hatred and ultimately destabilize their position. Fear must be directed strategically, not indiscriminately. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond the battlefield. Internal governance, management of nobles, and handling of conspiracies all require careful application of force. The principles of decisive action, targeted punishment, and public perception apply in political, social, and administrative contexts. Modern examples illustrate these principles. Leaders who act decisively to confront threats often maintain stability, while leaders who hesitate or act inconsistently invite chaos. Strategic force, applied with purpose, is not cruelty for cruelties. Sake, it is a calculated method of maintaining order. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the moral neutrality of these actions. Cruelty is neither inherently good nor evil. Its value is measured by results. The wise ruler considers the long-term stability of the state. He acts decisively when necessary, restrains force when possible, and manages perception carefully. Through this lens, cruelty becomes a tool, a necessary instrument for survival. It is not arbitrary, it is not personal, it is part of the disciplined exercise of power. To ignore this principle is to misunderstand the realities of governance. To apply it without judgment is to invite destruction. The balance, timing, and purpose of cruelty determine the ruler's success. By understanding the necessity of cruelty, we begin to see how Machiavelli redefines power. He strips away comforting illusions. He shows that stability requires action, decisiveness, and control. Leaders must confront danger, manage perception, and use force strategically. This principle underpins much of the remaining strategies in his playbook. Machiavelli understood that power is not only about force or cunning, it is also about perception. How a ruler is seen can determine whether he succeeds or falls. Reputation is a currency of authority. Image shapes loyalty. The theater of power is the stage on which a ruler performs to maintain control. He begins by emphasizing that appearances matter more than reality in the eyes of the public. People judge leaders based on what they see, not always on what they know. A ruler may act with calculation, manipulation, or even deception, but the perception of virtue, justice, and courage solidifies authority. Maintaining this perception is essential to survival. Machiavelli notes that a ruler must project qualities that inspire both respect and admiration. He should appear merciful, faithful, humane, and religious. Yet he should also demonstrate strength, decisiveness, and strategic intelligence. These qualities may not always exist fully in practice, but their display maintains confidence among subjects and allies. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider the Medici family in Florence. Their authority relied heavily on appearances. They cultivated images of piety, patronage, and civic responsibility, even while engaging in ruthless political maneuvers. The perception of virtue protected their power and allowed them to govern effectively. Public ceremonies and symbolic actions are central to the theater of power. Processions, proclamations, and displays of generosity communicate a ruler's qualities. These rituals reinforce authority and shape public opinion. A wise ruler uses symbolism strategically to complement practical governance. Actions and appearances together create stability and influence. Machiavelli warns against inconsistency between image and action. If a ruler is perceived as just but acts cruelly without explanation, trust erodes. If he appears merciful but fails to act decisively when necessary, fear and respect diminish. The alignment of perception and action is delicate. Leaders must cultivate both carefully. He also emphasizes that reputation affects both allies and enemies. Allies are more likely to support a ruler who is respected and admired. Enemies are more likely to hesitate if they believe a leader is capable, decisive, and shrewd. Reputation amplifies the impact of both fear and love. It extends influence beyond immediate actions and creates strategic leverage. Machiavelli explores the importance of consistency. While flexibility is essential in tactics, the public perception of a ruler must appear stable. Sudden changes in behavior or values can create uncertainty and doubt. A stable image fosters loyalty, trust, and deference. A reputation for strength, wisdom, or justice protects a ruler from instability. He examines how rulers can manipulate perception deliberately. Deception is not inherently evil in this context. It is a tool. A ruler may appear merciful while acting decisively or appear humble while exercising authority firmly. By managing appearances, the ruler controls not only immediate reactions, but also the long-term loyalty of subjects. Machiavelli also highlights the interplay of private action and public display. A ruler may act ruthlessly in private to secure control while presenting fairness publicly. The effectiveness of power often depends on this duality. The public cannot witness every act. What they perceive shapes their behavior. Clever leaders leverage this to maintain order. Historical examples extend to military leaders as well. A general who appears disciplined, courageous, and strategic inspires confidence among troops. Soldiers follow not only because of orders, but also because of belief in competence. Reputation reinforces obedience and enhances effectiveness in both governance and warfare. Machiavelli also considers the fragility of reputation. A single scandal or misstep can undermine decades of careful cultivation. Leaders must guard against false reports, betrayal, and rumor. Information management is essential. The theater of power includes not only actions, but the narrative that surrounds them. He emphasizes that reputation is cumulative. Small acts of courage, fairness, or generosity build perception over time. Strategic displays amplify influence. Similarly, repeated acts of cruelty or indecision erode credibility. The ruler must understand the long-term effects of each decision. On public perception, Machiavelli also examines the use of storytelling and legacy. Leaders often shape their image through narratives that highlight successes and obscure failures. Propaganda, public records, and controlled accounts of events all contribute to the theater of power. The ruler who controls the story controls the memory of his rule. He warns that relying solely on appearances without substance is dangerous. A ruler may deceive temporarily, but if underlying weaknesses exist, fortune will expose them. Strength, cunning, and decisiveness must underpin image. Reputation amplifies power, but cannot replace competence. Modern parallels are clear. In politics, business, and society, leaders manage public perception constantly. Media, communication, and symbolic actions influence loyalty, respect, and obedience. The principles Machiavelli outlined centuries ago remain relevant. Reputation shapes decisions, alliances, and opportunities. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the integration of all elements of power. Reputation, force, cunning, cruelty, and appearance are not separate. They interact. A wise ruler balances them to maintain authority. Perception enhances action. Action reinforces perception. Together, they create a resilient, adaptive, and effective system of governance. Through understanding the theater of power, we see that leadership is both practical and performative. A ruler must master not only the mechanics of control, but also the art of influence. Every gesture, decision, and public appearance contributes to the stability of the state. Reputation is the stage upon which all other strategies unfold. By studying these lessons, we begin to see Machiavelli not as a promoter of immorality, but as an analyst of survival and influence. Leaders who understand perception and cultivate their image can navigate challenges, inspire loyalty, and maintain power in ways that are both strategic and enduring. Machiavelli understood that power does not exist in isolation. A ruler is surrounded by allies, adversaries, and opportunists. Success depends on the careful management of relationships. Friendships, loyalties, and enmities are tools to be understood and used wisely. He begins by emphasizing the impermanence of alliances. People are motivated by self-interest. Allies today may become enemies tomorrow. Shared goals are often temporary. The wise ruler anticipates these shifts. He maintains awareness of the intentions and ambitions of those around him. Trust, Machiavelli argues, must be strategic. Blind faith in allies is dangerous. A ruler cannot assume loyalty based solely on past favors or friendship. Those who seem most devoted may betray at the moment of greatest opportunity. Conversely, apparent rivals may be managed or even converted into useful allies if their ambitions align temporarily with the ruler's objectives. He provides historical examples to illustrate these points. Florence, Venice, and other Italian city-states were constantly shifting in alliances. Leaders who relied too heavily on external support often found themselves abandoned when foreign powers pursued their own interests. Survival required vigilance and flexibility. Alliances must be nurtured, tested, and sometimes replaced. Machiavelli emphasizes the importance of understanding human motivation. People act primarily out of self-interest, fear, or ambition. A ruler who misreads the desires and incentives of allies risks being manipulated. He must study the character and behavior of those around him carefully. Observing actions is often more revealing than listening to words. He also addresses betrayal. It is inevitable in human affairs. Rulers must plan for it. Defensive measures such as dividing potential adversaries, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery decisively reduce the likelihood of surprise attacks. Machiavelli stresses that swift and calculated responses to betrayal send clear signals, reinforcing both fear and respect. Another principle is the selective cultivation of friends and enemies. Not all alliances are equally valuable. The ruler must identify those who can contribute to stability, military strength, or economic advantage. Some rivals can be left unchecked if their ambitions are contained. Others must be neutralized through diplomacy, coercion, or strategic force. Proper management ensures that threats are minimized while benefits are maximized. Machiavelli also highlights the importance of adaptability. Relationships are not static. Circumstances change. A once trusted ally may become dangerous. A previously hostile neighbor may become an opportunity for alliance. The successful ruler continually reassesses the political landscape. Decisions must be based on the current balance of power, not past assumptions or sentiments. He examines the role of deception in managing allies and enemies. Transparency can be exploited. The ruler must sometimes conceal intentions, provide misleading signals, or present false security to maintain advantage. Deception is a tool, not a moral failing. When used to preserve the state and protect power, historical examples reinforce these lessons. The Papal States frequently negotiated alliances with city-states and foreign powers. Those who overestimated loyalty or underestimated ambition often lost territory or influence. Leaders who balanced diplomacy with readiness for conflict maintained authority more effectively. Machiavelli's observations emphasized pragmatism over idealism. He also considers the psychological impact of power. Allies observe how a ruler handles threats, betrayal, and opportunity. Swift action and decisive judgment inspire confidence. Hesitation and indecision undermine trust. Reputation, decisively linked to behavior, shapes future relationships. Allies and enemies alike adjust their strategies based on perceived strength and intelligence. Machiavelli warns against over-reliance on any single ally. Dependence creates vulnerability. The ruler must cultivate multiple connections, balancing relationships to prevent any one party from gaining excessive influence. This approach reduces the risk of betrayal and maintains freedom of action. Conversely, the management of enemies requires both caution and initiative. Enemies left unchecked grow stronger. They form alliances, exploit weaknesses, and may strike unexpectedly. A prudent ruler observes potential adversaries, predicts their moves, and acts preemptively when necessary. Timing and decisiveness are essential. He further distinguishes between permanent and temporary alliances. Temporary alliances serve immediate goals. Permanent alliances require trust, compatibility, and ongoing management. A ruler must recognize the difference and treat each relationship accordingly. Mismanaging this distinction can lead to catastrophic failures. Machiavelli also emphasizes the value of balance. The ruler must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and maintain the perception of fairness. Allies who feel secure are more likely to support the ruler. Enemies who see strength may hesitate or retreat. The art of maintaining equilibrium between friends and foes is central to stability. The chapter also explores contingency planning. The ruler must anticipate shifts in loyalty and the emergence of new threats. By preparing for multiple scenarios, he ensures that betrayal or unexpected opposition does not lead to collapse. Flexibility and foresight are the hallmarks of skillful leadership. Machiavelli concludes that the management of relationships is an ongoing task. Power is dynamic, and human behavior is unpredictable. The ruler's survival depends on vigilance, judgment, and adaptability. Understanding human ambition, fear, and self-interest allows the ruler to navigate complex networks of friends and enemies. Finally, these lessons have modern relevance. Corporate leaders, politicians, and social strategists face analogous challenges. alliances form and dissolve. Rivals emerge unpredictably. Understanding motivations, maintaining reputation, and managing perception remain critical. Machiavelli's analysis of friends and enemies provides insight into human behavior and the dynamics of influence. By mastering alliances, anticipating betrayal, and managing relationships with skill and judgment, the ruler secures stability and extends authority. This is the essence of Machiavelli's guidance. Power is relational, adaptive, and dependent on understanding the currents of human nature. Machiavelli presents a paradoxical view of religion. He does not dismiss faith entirely, yet he emphasizes its utility as a tool for rulers. Religion, in his eyes, is a mechanism for shaping human behavior. It unifies, motivates, and controls populations. He admires its practical effects rather than its spiritual truths. He begins by examining the role of religion in society. Religion establishes rules and moral codes. It encourages obedience to laws. It provides a shared framework of values. Citizens are guided by fear of divine punishment as well as social expectation. This shared belief system strengthens social cohesion. A ruler who harnesses this can govern more effectively. Machiavelli admires Roman religion for its practical virtues. The ancient Romans used rituals, festivals, and public devotion to unify the state. Religion reinforced loyalty to the republic. Citizens internalized the values necessary for civic duty. The gods themselves, in Roman practice, were instruments of order. This example demonstrates how faith can stabilize power. He emphasizes the distinction between personal belief and public utility. A ruler may or may not be devout. What matters is the appearance of piety. Public displays of religious devotion create trust and legitimacy. Citizens are reassured when their leader observes sacred customs. This perception reinforces authority. Faith becomes a political instrument, independent of private conviction. Machiavelli warns against neglecting religion entirely. A state that appears irreligious or dismissive of sacred traditions risks alienating its people. Citizens may interpret this as moral weakness or disrespect for communal norms. Revolts, disobedience, and factionalism become more likely. Leaders must manage perception as carefully as they manage armies. He explores the paradox of morality in leadership. Ethical behavior is valuable when it supports stability. Rulers should maintain the appearance of virtue, honesty, and justice. Yet personal morality is secondary to effectiveness. Actions are justified by results rather than abstract principles. Religion helps bridge the gap between moral expectation and practical governance. Machiavelli introduces a suspenseful question. Is religion, for him, less about God than about human obedience? He implies that the sacred functions primarily to regulate behavior. The threat of divine punishment or social censure encourages loyalty. Citizens are motivated to act in ways that sustain the state. Faith becomes an instrument of political control. He analyzes how rulers can utilize religious structures. Priests, temples, rituals, and laws reinforce obedience. Leaders who control religious messaging can direct attention, unify populations, and suppress dissent. Religion becomes a stabilizing force, reducing reliance on coercion and military enforcement alone. Historical examples illustrate this principle. The Roman Republic, as Machiavelli admired, integrated religion into public life. Festivals, sacrifices, and civic rituals reinforced collective identity. Leaders who neglected religious appearances often faced instability. The power of perception, supported by shared belief, reinforced authority more effectively than force. Alone, Machiavelli also highlights the psychological dimension. People are more likely to follow laws and respect authority when they believe the ruler shares their values. Ritual, symbolism, and demonstration of piety cultivate trust. Even if a ruler privately doubts or manipulates faith, the public perception is what matters. Religion becomes a form of social technology. He contrasts genuine devotion with performative faith. Personal belief is not required for effective governance. What matters is consistent display. Leaders who observe sacred customs, attend ceremonies, and speak in morally resonant terms project stability. Citizens respond to visible piety. The mask of religion is a tool to maintain social order. Machiavelli further explores the consequences of neglecting this tool. A ruler who appears impious risks alienating both the people and the elite. Disrespect for religious norms can be interpreted as moral corruption, inviting rebellion and resistance. Maintaining the appearance of faith is therefore both pragmatic and necessary. He examines the interplay between religion and law. Laws gain additional authority when reinforced by moral and sacred frameworks. Citizens perceive obedience as both a civic duty and a spiritual obligation. This dual motivation enhances compliance and reduces the need for constant enforcement. Religion becomes intertwined with governance. Machiavelli also considers the long-term effects of religious manipulation. Stability achieved through shared belief can endure beyond a ruler's lifetime. Citizens internalize norms and expectations. Institutions anchored in religious or moral frameworks continued to function. Religion, in this sense, is both a stabilizing force and a legacy of authority. He warns that superficiality alone is insufficient. Religious appearances must be credible and consistent. Contradictions between words and actions weaken influence. Rituals, observance, and public demonstration reinforce credibility. The ruler who carefully manages both perception and action maintains legitimacy. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes that religion is inseparable from the exercise of power. It is not simply a private matter. It functions as a tool, a mechanism for obedience, and a means of reinforcing social cohesion. The prudent ruler integrates faith into the architecture of authority, using it to stabilize the state while pursuing pragmatic objectives. By studying Machiavelli's approach, we see a ruler who understands human behavior deeply. Religion is valued not for spiritual enlightenment, but for its capacity to unify, motivate, and control. This principle demonstrates the sophisticated pragmatism at the core of Machiavelli's philosophy of power. Machiavelli places audacity at the center of political success. He asserts that fortune favors the bold. Leaders who act decisively seize opportunities, shape events, and maintain control. Hesitation, by contrast, invites misfortune and collapse. Boldness is not reckless. It is calculated, informed, and timely. He introduces the concept of fortune as a force that can be influenced. Fortune is unpredictable. It presents opportunities and challenges. Machiavelli famously writes that fortune must be beaten down like a woman. This brutal metaphor reflects his view that fortune yields to strength, courage, and action. It does not act on its own. Leaders must impose their will upon it. Bold action is closely linked to ambition. Leaders must pursue goals with energy and determination. Passive rulers wait for events to unfold. They react rather than shape outcome. Machiavelli argues that ambition combined with audacity allows a ruler to convert opportunity into lasting power. Hesitation, even in favorable circumstances, often leads to failure. He contrasts decisive leaders with hesitant ones. Hesitant rulers analyze endlessly, delay action, and overvalue caution. They often miss fleeting opportunities. Bold leaders, by contrast, take calculated risks. They act swiftly, exploit weaknesses in rivals, and adapt as circumstances change. History demonstrates that fortune rewards initiative. Cesare Borgia serves as a prime example. Borgia confronted a fractured Italy with energy, strategy, and decisiveness. He combined military skill with cunning diplomacy. He acted rapidly against rivals and exploited every opportunity. His boldness allowed him to consolidate power and extend influence where more cautious leaders might have failed. In contrast, Florentine republicans struggled to respond effectually to crises. Internal divisions, indecision, and excessive adherence. The process prevented swift action. They failed to capitalize on opportunities and were often outmaneuvered by more audacious opponents. Machiavelli observes that hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Taking risks may fail, but inaction guarantees vulnerability. He emphasizes that boldness must be tempered with judgment. Reckless action without strategy is dangerous. Audacity is effective only when informed by knowledge, observation, and assessment of risks. Leaders must weigh consequences, anticipate responses, and act with precision. Boldness without direction can provoke disaster. Machiavelli also discusses the timing of action. Fortune rewards those who strike at the right moment. Hesitation allows rivals to strengthen, alliances to shift, and opportunities to vanish. Bold action involves both speed and discernment. The capacity to recognize the decisive moment separates effective leaders from indecisive ones. He explores the psychological dimension of audacity. Bold leaders inspire confidence and fear. Subjects respect decisiveness. Rivals hesitate in the face of initiative. Ambition, when demonstrated through action, conveys authority. In contrast, hesitation signals weakness and invites challenges. Boldness is both practical and symbolic. Historical examples reinforce these principles. Leaders who seize power during crises often achieve lasting authority. Those who delay, even with superior resources, risk being overtaken by rivals. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that fortune favors those willing to act decisively and courageously. He also examines the interplay of risk and reward. Bold decisions carry potential for failure, but the consequences of hesitation are often greater. Leaders who fail while acting decisively can recover. Leaders who hesitate frequently lose control entirely. Risk, when calculated and embraced, becomes a tool for power. Machiavelli stresses that audacity affects both internal and external politics. Domestically, decisive action quells dissent and inspires loyalty. Externally, it deters aggression and exploits weaknesses in rivals. Boldness establishes initiative. Hesitation surrenders it. Maintaining momentum is central to sustaining authority. The metaphor of fortune as a woman underscores the active role leaders must play. Fortune does not yield passively. It responds to courage, energy, and assertive effort. Leaders shape their destiny by imposing their will upon circumstances. This principle highlights the dynamic relationship between human action and unpredictable events. He further explores the cumulative effect of boldness. A leader who consistently acts decisively builds reputation and credibility. Subjects and allies observe audacity as competence. Rivals perceive a pattern of strength and initiative. Over time, bold action creates a self-reinforcing cycle of authority and influence. Machiavelli also examines failures of audacity. Leaders who act boldly without preparation, intelligence, or strategy invite disaster. Success requires both courage and competence. Boldness is a necessary condition for power, but it is not sufficient alone. Knowledge, skill, and foresight are equally essential. He concludes with the central lesson: hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Inaction allows rivals to advance, fortune to shift, and opportunities to disappear. Bold, calculated action may encounter setbacks, but it preserves initiative and maximizes the possibility of success. Hesitation guarantees loss. Through this analysis, Machiavelli emphasizes a core principle of his philosophy. Ambition, courage, and decisive action define effective leadership. Fortune favors those who confront uncertainty actively, shape events strategically, and refuse to be paralyzed by risk. Boldness is both a weapon and a shield in the machinery of power. Machiavelli admired the Roman Republic. He saw in it a model of political strength, resilience, and adaptability. Unlike principalities ruled by a single prince, republics distributed power. Authority was shared among institutions, citizens, and elites. This structure created stability, accountability, and long-term endurance. He begins by contrasting republics with monarchies. Principalities concentrate power in one individual. Decision-making is rapid but highly dependent on the ruler's abilities. The state is vulnerable if the prince is weak, indecisive, or corrupt. Republics, by contrast, distribute authority across councils, assemblies, and magistrates. This diffusion limits the impact of individual failings and strengthens institutions. Machiavelli praises the capacity of republics to harness civic virtue. Citizens are motivated to participate in governance because they have a stake in the states. Survival, engagement fosters loyalty, accountability, and shared responsibility. By contrast, subjects of principalities often lack initiative or investment in the welfare of the state. Civic participation strengthens resilience. He emphasizes that republics are not without challenges. Managing factions, competing interests, and popular ambitions requires skill. Balancing the influence of elites and the broader population is essential. The state must allow freedom while maintaining order. Too much liberty invites chaos. Too much control breeds resentment. The art of governance is in finding this balance. Machiavelli presents suspenseful insight. He is not simply a cynic focused on manipulation. He also values liberty when it is managed wisely. Freedom, in his philosophy, is not chaotic license. It is structured participation. Laws, institutions, and disciplined civic engagement enable citizens to exercise influence without undermining stability. Liberty, when harnessed, strengthens power. He analyzes Rome's example. The Roman Republic maintained equilibrium between the Senate, magistrates, and the people. Elites provided experience and strategic oversight. Citizens offered legitimacy, manpower, and engagement. This balance preserved stability, allowed flexibility, and mitigated risks posed by individual weaknesses. Machiavelli admires the synergy of collective governance. By contrast, principalities often rely on fear, coercion, or personal charisma to maintain authority. Stability is contingent on the ruler's competence and the loyalty of a few elites. This makes principalities more vulnerable to fortune, internal conspiracy, and rebellion. Republics, by dispersing power and fostering civic responsibility, are better equipped to endure crises. Machiavelli also examines the role of laws in republics. Legal frameworks create predictable rules, reducing the influence of arbitrary decisions. Institutions enforce laws consistently, maintaining fairness and legitimacy. In principalities, law often depends on the ruler's whims. In republics, law is institutionalized, creating stability and long-term resilience. He highlights the importance of civic virtue. Citizens must be invested in the common good. Participation is not merely symbolic, it is functional. Civic education, military service, and public engagement cultivate loyalty and responsibility. A republic thrives when citizens act both freely and prudently. Liberty must be disciplined to be effective. Machiavelli also explores the dangers of imbalance. If elites dominate excessively, the population may rebel. If the people wield unchecked, influence, disorder can follow. Successful republics manage tensions through structured participation, checks and balances, and the cultivation of respect for institutions. The equilibrium between freedom and control is delicate but achievable. He emphasizes that republics are dynamic. They adapt to changing circumstances, harness collective strength, and endure when well governed. Principalities, in contrast, often falter under poor leadership. When the ruler is incapacitated, the state's survival is threatened. Machiavelli's analysis suggests that republics are more resilient by design. Historical examples reinforce these lessons. Florence, Venice, and Rome illustrate the strengths and weaknesses of republics. Rome's system, in particular, demonstrates the power of structured liberty, balanced authority, and active citizenship. Machiavelli draws enduring lessons from these examples for both rulers and citizens. Machiavelli also notes that principalities and republics share common vulnerabilities. Corruption, factionalism, and complacency can destabilize any government. The difference lies in the mechanisms for managing these risks. Republics possess institutions and participation that absorb shocks. Principalities rely largely on the ruler's ability to respond effectively. He examines the tension between freedom and security. Citizens must feel free enough to engage, innovate, and participate, but constrained enough to prevent chaos. Machiavelli stresses that liberty is valuable when it serves the state's stability and long-term strength. Unmanaged freedom threatens survival. Carefully balanced liberty sustains power. Finally, Machiavelli concludes that the choice between republic and principality depends on context, skill, and circumstance. Principalities offer speed and centralized decision-making, but are fragile. Republics require management of complex relationships and institutions, but endure when cultivated wisely. Leaders must understand the dynamics of power and human behavior. To maintain authority in either system, by studying Machiavelli's analysis, we see that he values liberty, not abstractly, but as a practical instrument. Freedom strengthens the state when structured, disciplined, and balanced against control. The study of republics reveals how power can be distributed without sacrificing stability, and how leadership can harness collective strength to withstand both internal and external threats. Machiavelli's life took a dramatic turn in 1512. The Medici returned to power in Florence. Machiavelli, once a diplomat and senior official, was suddenly cast out. His career ended abruptly. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, and subjected to torture. The physical pain was brief, but the humiliation and desperation lingered. Exile followed. He retreated to his family estate in the countryside. Isolated, stripped of office, and under constant scrutiny, Machiavelli faced the reality of personal and political ruin. This period of displacement, however, became fertile ground for his ideas. In solitude, he turned experience, observation, and reflection into a framework for understanding power. It is in this context that he began writing The Prince. The text is more than a treatise. It is a calculated communication. Machiavelli presents his most daring insights on leadership, manipulation, and survival. Yet there is an underlying tension. Is this guidance sincere, ironic, or a survival strategy? The uncertainty itself adds to the drama of the work. The Prince can also be seen as a job application to the Medici. Machiavelli presents himself as a thinker capable of advising rulers, particularly Lorenzo de' Medici. Every paragraph balances demonstration of knowledge with subtle flattery. It is strategic, persuasive, and highly personal. He seeks to regain influence and relevance through the written word. Suspense is central to understanding this moment. Imagine Machiavelli seated at his desk, quill in hand, contemplating the boldest ideas he has ever conceived. He writes of cruelty, deception, and manipulation, fully aware of the dangers these thoughts carry if misinterpreted. Every sentence is calculated, every example carefully chosen. He is both fearless and cunning. Machiavelli's writing reflects a mind sharpened by adversity Exile forced him to analyze politics with clarity and detachment. Personal experience, observation of leaders, and historical case studies converge in his analyses. The Prince emerges as a concentrated playbook of power distilled from the turbulence of Italian politics. He also reflects on the morality of rulers. In exile, he confronts the paradox of ethics in governance. Leaders must act decisively and sometimes ruthlessly. Yet the survival of the state often demands choices that defy conventional morality. Machiavelli writes, not as a moralist, but as a realist. The prince is a mirror reflecting the world as it is, not as it should be. Historical examples animate the text. Cesare Borgia, notorious for cunning and decisiveness, embodies the lessons. Machiavelli admired. The strategies he describes are drawn from observation, not imagination. Each case illustrates the consequences of action or inaction, courage or hesitation, loyalty or betrayal. The examples lend urgency and credibility to his argument. The writing process itself is dramatic. Exile breeds tension, reflection, and intensity. Machiavelli composes a work that is audacious in content and form. He imagines the Medici reading his words, evaluating his intellect, and judging his insight. The stakes are personal and political. The Prince is a performance as much as a treatise. Suspense continues in the interpretation of the Prince. Scholars debate its intent. Was it sincere advice intended to guide rulers toward effective governance? Was it satire exposing the brutality of politics through exaggeration? Or was it itself a mask, concealing Machiavelli's personal vulnerabilities and ambitions? The ambiguity enhances the text's power and intrigue. He also reflects on exile as a catalyst for intellectual creation. Removed from office, Machiavelli gains the freedom to think without constraint. Observations of power, human ambition, and political dynamics crystallize into concise, radical insights. Exile transforms adversity into opportunity, misfortune, into intellectual productivity. The text combines theory and practice. Machiavelli does not write abstractly. He examines practical methods to acquire, consolidate, and maintain power. Each chapter addresses real threats, human weaknesses, and strategic possibilities. The Prince is simultaneously a manual, a demonstration of expertise, and a calculated appeal to potential patrons. He illustrates the tension between fear and love, fortune and audacity, cruelty and mercy. Each paradox is heightened by his own precarious situation. Writing from exile, Machiavelli confronts the realities he himself has endured, the dangers of fortune, the fragility of position, and the necessity of decisive action. Finally, he confronts his own legacy within the Prince. By distilling his observations into a coherent guide, Machiavelli ensures that his ideas endure beyond personal misfortune. Exile, pain, and political ruin become a backdrop for intellectual immortality. His analysis of power, paradoxical as it may be, survives as a testament to the synthesis of experience, reflection, and daring thought. Through this chapter, we understand the Prince not merely as a book, but as a dramatic act of survival, strategy, and insight. Machiavelli transforms personal catastrophe into a timeless exploration of power, human nature, and the enduring dynamics of politics. Machiavelli's influence extends far beyond his lifetime. His observations on power, human nature, and governance shaped political philosophy for centuries. From the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and into modern politics, his ideas continue to resonate. His work challenges leaders, theorists, and citizens to confront the realities of power without illusions. He begins by examining Machiavelli's immediate impact. During the Renaissance, rulers and thinkers studied his writings with keen interest. The prince became a reference point for understanding strategy, diplomacy, and authority. Machiavelli's clarity in analyzing human behavior and political dynamics set him apart from moralistic or idealistic treatises of his time. Enlightenment thinkers engaged deeply with his ideas. Figures like Rousseau and Montesquieu read Machiavelli as both a caution and a guide. His emphasis on observation, pragmatism, and the mechanics of power influenced debates about liberty, the structure of government, and the role of laws. Machiavelli's work helped shift political philosophy from abstract ideals to practical analysis. He also examines the adoption of his concepts by modern leaders. Military commanders, diplomats, and statesmen study his principles to understand negotiation, strategy, and human behavior. The capacity to anticipate rivals, manipulate perception, and act decisively remains central to effective leadership. Machiavelli's insights are applied not as prescriptions of morality, but as tools for practical advantage. The term Machiavellian illustrates his enduring reputation. It evokes cunning, calculation, and sometimes ruthless manipulation. While often used pejoratively, the term also recognizes his penetrating understanding of political dynamics. Leaders and scholars alike associate his name with the ability to navigate complexity, manage ambition, and maintain authority. His ideas remain a benchmark for evaluating power. Machiavelli's writings challenge assumptions about morality in politics. He separates ethics from efficacy. Leaders cannot rely solely on virtue or sentiment. Success depends on understanding human nature, anticipating behavior, and taking decisive action. This stark realism transformed political thought and remains relevant in contemporary analyses. He traces the influence on Republican theory. Discourses on Livy inspired debates about civic virtue, balance of power, and the role of citizens. His analysis of Rome shaped modern conceptions of liberty, checks and balances, and institutional resilience. Machiavelli demonstrated how historical examples inform the design of governance. Machiavelli's influence extends to strategy and military theory. His insistence on preparedness, citizen militias, and decisive action informs modern military doctrine. The principle that fortune favors the bold continues to guide leaders in contexts ranging from warfare to diplomacy. Action, timing, and audacity remain critical. He also explores the cultural and intellectual dimension. Machiavelli's work provoked controversy precisely because it forced readers to confront uncomfortable truths. He challenged idealistic notions of leadership, morality, and human nature. By framing power as a dynamic, often ruthless interaction, he encouraged critical thinking and realistic assessment of political life. Suspense builds as he considers the duality of his legacy. Some interpret Machiavelli as a teacher of cynicism, revealing the darker side of politics. Others see him as a realist, exposing truths that leaders must understand to govern effectively. His writings provoke reflection on whether morality is subordinate to survival, strategy, and practical wisdom. He examines how his ideas endure in modern political analysis. Political scientists, historians, and strategists draw on Machiavelli to understand negotiation, influence, and institutional dynamics. Concepts such as manipulation of perception, the balance of fear and love, and the management of alliances remain central in the study of governance. Machiavelli also shaped debates about liberty and authority. His distinction between republics and principalities informs discussions about democracy, centralized power, and citizen participation. Leaders and theorists continue to grapple with questions of freedom, control, and institutional balance, echoing his analyses from centuries ago. He highlights that his enduring influence is not merely theoretical. The real-world application of his principles demonstrates their practical value. Leaders who understand human ambition, fortune, and the dynamics of power are better equipped to maintain authority, anticipate threats, and shape events. Machiavelli provides tools for navigating the complexities of political life. Finally, Machiavelli leaves us with a profound question. Did he reveal the truth of politics, stripped of illusion and idealism? Or did he invent a darker lens, teaching leaders to view human nature through suspicion, fear, and manipulation? The tension persists. His legacy forces reflection, debate, an examination of power in every age. Through this chapter, we see that Machiavelli's influence endures because he confronts the realities of human behavior and political life with unflinching clarity. His work continues to challenge, provoke, and inform leaders, scholars, and citizens alike. The playbook he left behind remains relevant, controversial, and profoundly instructive. We return to the opening question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He suggests that leaders must navigate a complex interplay of both. Love can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed weakness. Fear can enforce obedience, but excessive cruelty can provoke rebellion. The tension between these forces defines the challenge of leadership. Machiavelli's playbook forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. People are ambitious, self-interested, and unpredictable. Institutions and laws can guide behavior, but they cannot erase the realities of desire, fear, or ambition. Leaders must act with awareness of these truths if they hope to maintain power. Throughout his writings, we see that power is not abstract. It is practical, dynamic, and often unforgiving. Leadership requires courage, decisiveness, and sometimes ruthlessness. Machiavelli reminds us that morality, perception, and strategy are intertwined. Effective governance demands understanding, adaptation, and foresight. The reflection extends beyond rulers. Machiavelli challenges us to examine our own responses to authority, ambition, and ethical dilemmas. How do we balance ideals with practical needs? How do we respond to fortune, risk, and opportunity? His insights apply as much to personal decision-making as to statecraft. Finally, the lecture closes not with definitive answers, but with an invitation. Machiavelli leaves us questioning, observing, and analyzing. The study of power, human behavior, and political life is ongoing. His work endures because it challenges assumptions, provokes thought, and demands engagement. We are left with curiosity, reflection, and the awareness that leadership, morality, and human nature are complex and intertwined. The questions he raises are as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The task is to keep questioning, keep observing, and keep learning from the playbook he left behind.
Good evening and welcome back. Please unwind and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions as we delve into dark psychology that changed philosophy forever. December 22nd, 1849. The Siemianowski Parade Ground. St. Petersburg. The snow is falling so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. 8 men stand in white burial shrouds, their breath forming clouds in the frozen air. The temperature is 15 below zero, but Fyodor Dostoevsky isn't shivering from the cold. In exactly 60 seconds, he's going to be shot through the heart. The firing squad raises their rifles. That metallic click of hammers being pulled back echoes across the square. And here's the thing that nobody talks about when they tell this story. Dostoevsky isn't praying. He isn't crying. He isn't even thinking about God, or his mother, or the novel he'll never finish. He's staring at the man next to him, studying his face with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. He's watching, really watching what happens when a human being dissolves, when everything that makes a person who they are just evaporates. The man's eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. He's still breathing, still standing, but he's already gone. And in that moment, Dostoevsky sees something that will haunt him for the next 30 years. The drums suddenly thunder across the square. The rifles lower. It's a mock execution. The Tsar's idea of a psychological experiment. A lesson, a game. The other prisoners collapse. Some sob with relief. Some laugh hysterically. But Dostoevsky just stands there, because he understands something now that he didn't understand 3 minutes ago. Something in him died on that platform, eyed as surely as if those bullets had torn through his chest. But something else was born. Something that could see what the rest of us spend our entire lives trying not to see. For the next 3 decades, he'll write novel after novel, each one an attempt to explain what he discovered in those 60 seconds. He'll create characters that are so psychologically real they feel more alive than the people sitting next to you right now. He'll predict the horrors of the 20th century with such accuracy that reading him today feels like he's writing about tomorrow. But here's what's really unsettling. He wasn't writing about the future. He was writing about right now. About the thing that's happening in your mind at this very moment. That voice you hear beneath all the other voices. The one asking the question you don't want to answer. This is where our story really begins. Not with a man who escaped death, but with a man who discovered something about being alive that was so disturbing, so fundamental, that we're still not ready to hear it. But tonight, we're going to hear it anyway. Let me take you back to that morning, but this time, we're going to live through it minute by minute, thought by thought. Because what happened in Dostoevsky's mind during those moments would become the foundation for everything he wrote afterward. The condemned men had been waiting in the Petropavelskaya fortress since April, 8 months in solitary confinement. And now, December 22nd, they're told nothing except to put on their white execution shrouds. These aren't clothes, they're theater costumes, designed to make the men look like ghosts before they become ghosts. The Tsar, you see, was an artist of punishment. He understood that death was simple, but the anticipation of death, that was complex. That was interesting. Dostoevsky is led out with the others into the square. The snow is falling, and here's a detail he would obsess over for years. The way the snowflakes landed on his eyelashes and melted, how that felt like the world crying for him, but also how absurd it was to notice something so small when you're about to stop existing. The human mind doesn't become profound in its final moments, becomes chaotic, noticing everything and nothing simultaneously. They're arranged in groups of 3. Dostoevsky is in the second group, which means he has approximately 4 minutes to live while watching the first group die. And this is where the real torture begins, not in watching death approach like a mathematical certainty. 3 men, then 3 more, then you. It's death as an equation, and Dostoevsky, who loved to gamble, who understood probability, suddenly realizes that for the first time in his life, there's a game with absolutely no variables, no chance, no hope, just arithmetic, the first 3. Men are tied to the posts, and now something happens that Dostoevsky will write about in 4 different novels, each time trying to capture it more precisely. He becomes hyperfocused on the church dome in the distance, the way the morning sun is hitting its gold surface. He can't stop staring at it. In his mind, this dome becomes everything. God, Russia, his mother's face, every book he's ever read, every woman he's ever loved, but also nothing, just metal and light, he thinks, and these are his exact words that he later wrote to his brother. In 5 minutes, I will either be that light, dissolved into the universe, or I will be nowhere at all. Think about that for a moment. Not I will be in heaven or I will be with God, but I will be that light or nothing. This is Dostoevsky's mind at the edge, not religious, not atheistic, but something more terrifying. Complete uncertainty at the exact moment when you most need certainty. The squad raises their rifles at the first group. Dostoevsky is studying. The man next to him, now Nikolai Grigoriev, a fellow member of the Patrashevsky circle. Grigoriev's face is doing something Dostoevsky has never seen before. It's not fear, exactly. It's like watching someone solve an impossible equation in their head. The features are rearranging themselves, becoming younger and older simultaneously. The eyes are seeing something beyond the square, beyond Petersburg, maybe beyond existence itself. And then Dostoevsky has the thought that will haunt every novel he ever writes. We are most alive in the moment before we die. Not during life, when we're distracted by trivial concerns. Not after death, when we're nothing, but in that razor-thin moment when we're saying goodbye to existence. Every character he creates, Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov, they're all trying to get back to this moment. To feel this alive, without having to die. The drums suddenly explode across the square. The rifles lower. A carriage races in with a messenger from the Tsar. It's a pardon. No, not a pardon. A commutation. Instead of death, Siberia. Instead of nothing, for years of hard labor. The other prisoners react predictably. Nikolai Mombly goes insane on the spot. Litzli never recovers his sanity. Others sob, pray, collapse. But Dostoevsky does something strange. He starts laughing. Not from relief, but from a kind of cosmic horror. Because he realizes the joke. They were never going to be shot. This was always the plan. The Tsar didn't want to kill their bodies. Any fool with a gun can do that. He wanted to kill something. Else certainty about what reality is. And it worked. But not the way the Tsar intended. Because while this experience broke the others, in Dostoevsky it broke something open. A door in his mind that most of us keep locked. The door that separates our daily consciousness from the awareness of what we really are: biological machines pretending to have souls, or souls pretending to be biological machines, and no way to know which dot in the idiot. Prince Mishkin describes an execution he witnessed, but listen to the language carefully. He says the worst part isn't the pain or the fear, it's the certainty. In an hour, in 10 minutes, in half a minute, now, this very instant, your soul will leave your body and you will be a human being no longer. That word certainty appears 17 times in that passage, because uncertainty, Dostoevsky realized, is what keeps us sane. The moment we become certain about death, we go mad. But the moment we become certain about life, we also go mad. This is why he would later write that consciousness is a disease, not metaphorically, literally a disease. A malfunction in the animal that makes it aware of its own existence and therefore its own known existence. Every animal dies, but only humans know they're going to die, and that knowledge poised everything. But here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. We need this disease. Without it, we're just clever apes. With it, we're something unprecedented in nature creatures who can imagine our own non-existence and keep living anyway. The guards unchained them and lead them back to the fortress. But Dostoevsky knows something now that he didn't know an hour ago. Everyone, the guards, the officials, the crowd that gathered to watch, they're all dead people who don't know they're dead. They're walking through life in a kind of sleep, thinking about dinner or money or sex, never realizing they're on the scaffold every moment. The only difference between him and them is that he can't forget anymore. He's been kicked out of the dream. Years later, when he's famous, people will ask him if he forgives the Tsar for this cruelty. And he'll say something that nobody understands. It wasn't cruel. It was a gift. He showed me what we really are. But what are we, exactly? That's what the next 30 years of novels would try to answer. And the answer, when it finally comes, is more disturbing than the question. Because we're not the condemned man on the scaffold. We're not even the guard with the rifle. We're the moment between the trigger being pulled and the bullet arriving. We exist entirely in that space, between the certainty of death and the illusion of life, between the animal and the angel, between the flesh and whatever we imagine is more than flesh. This is what Dostoevsky saw in those 60 seconds that would take him 30 years and thousands of pages to explain. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience, or spiritual beings having a human experience. We're the incompatibility between those two things. We're the error message that appears when matter becomes aware of itself. And once you see this, really see it, you can't unsee it. Every human face becomes a skull pretending not to be a skull. Every conversation becomes noise we make to avoid silence. Every love story becomes two people agreeing to forget. They're going to die. This is why Dostoevsky's books feel different from other books. He's not writing from life. He's writing from death, looking back at life and seeing it for the cosmic. Joke it really is. But also, and this is crucial, seeing that the joke is the only thing that makes us magnificent, because we're the only creatures in the universe who get the joke and keep going anyway. The execution that never happened. It happens every morning when you wake up. You just don't notice the rifles. The journey from St. Petersburg to the Omsk prison fortress took 3 months. 3 months in chains, through the Russian winter, in a convoy of the condemned. But Dostoevsky isn't suffering. He's taking notes. Mental notes that would later become the most psychologically accurate portrait of criminal consciousness ever written. See, everyone else who wrote about crime did it from the outside looking in. They studied criminals like specimens. Dostoevsky would live as one, eat with them, sleep beside them, share their punishments, their fever dreams, their moments of unexpected grace. For 4 years, he would disappear into what he called the House of the Dead. But the dead, he discovered, were more alive than the living. The first thing that hits you about the Omsk fortress isn't the walls or the guards. It's the sound. 200 men in a space built for 50, and they're all talking at once, but not to each other. They're talking to themselves, to God, to people who aren't there. It's like being inside a brain having a nightmare. Dostoevsky describes it as a particular kind of noise that exists nowhere else on earth. Not exactly human, not exactly animal, but something in between. His fellow prisoners are a catalogue of human extremes. There's Aristeph, who sold other prisoners clothes while they slept. Sometimes while they were dying of fever, pulling the shirts off their backs as they shivered. There's Petrov, who killed 6 people with such technical precision that other murderers came to him for advice. There's Sirotkin, barely 18, who murdered his entire family and couldn't remember why. Just remembered that the blood looked beautiful in the lamplight. But here's what fascinated Dostoevsky. These men weren't monsters, or rather, they were. Monsters in the same way we're all monsters, they just didn't hide it anymore. When you strip away society, morality, hope for the future, what's left? Not barbarism, as everyone assumed. Something much more disturbing, pure logic. Take Orlov, a prisoner Dostoevsky becomes obsessed with studying. Orlov murdered an officer in cold blood, but when Dostoevsky asks him about guilt, Orlov looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Guilt, he says. For what? For being stronger. Does the wolf feel guilty for eating the sheep? And Dostoevsky realizes Orlov isn't insane. He's the sanest person in the prison. He simply accepted what the rest of us deny that morality is a collective fiction we agree to believe. This becomes the seed for Raskolnikov's theory in Crime and Punishment. The idea that there are 2 types of humans, the ordinary, who need moral law because they're weak, and the extraordinary, who create their own law because they're strong. Napoleon, Caesar, all the men we call great, they were all Orlovs, who happened to win. History is written by successful murderers, but then something happens that shatters this neat philosophical framework. It's Easter, 1851. The prisoners are allowed to attend church. And Dostoevsky watches these same men, these killers, thieves, rapists suddenly weeping at the story of Christ's resurrection. Not some of them, all of them. Even Orlov has tears running down his face. At first, Dostoevsky thinks it's performance, but it's too genuine, too spontaneous. These men who 5 minutes ago were describing their murders with technical pride are now sobbing like children at a 2,000-year-old story about divine forgiveness. How is this possible? How can the same mind hold such complete evil and such desperate hunger for good? This is where Dostoevsky discovers what he calls the law of personality oscillation. Humans don't exist at a fixed moral point. We oscillate moment to moment, thought to thought, between saint and demon. The same person who commits murder can genuinely repent, then murder again, then repent again, and both the murder and the repentance are absolutely real. We're not hypocrites. We're something much stranger. We're multiple people inhabiting the same body. The prison has a hospital, and Dostoevsky spends months there with various illnesses. The hospital is where the dying criminals make their confessions, and what he hears there changes his understanding of human psychology forever. They don't confess because they feel guilty. They confess because they need someone to know how completely they've violated everything sacred, and how that violation felt like freedom. One dying thief tells him, "You know the moment when you're committing the crime, and you know it's wrong, and you know you'll be punished, but you do it anyway. That moment is the only time I've ever felt like I really existed. The rest of my life was just waiting." This becomes the foundation for Dostoevsky's most disturbing insight. We don't commit crimes despite knowing they're wrong. We commit them because they're wrong. The wrongness is the point. It's how we prove to ourselves that we're not automatons, not slaves to programming, not just biological machines following chemical imperatives. Sin is our declaration of independence from nature and God simultaneously. But the prison taught him something else, something that would become central to the brothers Karamazov. Among these criminals were moments of inexplicable beauty. A prisoner named Ilya Zhestany, Muslim who'd killed a Russian officer, spends his free time teaching other prisoners to read. Why? Because, he tells Dostoevsky, suffering without understanding is just pain. Suffering with understanding is something else. What is that something else? Dostoevsky watches a group of prisoners risk brutal punishment to share their bread rations with a sick inmate. He sees a hardened killer spend 3 days nursing a dying bird back to health. He witnesses men who've abandoned all hope still creating art on the walls with charcoal, still composing songs, still telling stories. This is where the idea of voluntary suffering crystallizes. These men didn't just endure suffering, they sought it out. Some committed crimes specifically to be sent to prison. Not because they were insane, but because extreme suffering was the only thing that made them feel real in a world that increasingly felt like an illusion. Dostoevsky starts to understand. Modern life, with its comfort and predictability, is actually a kind of prison. We're all inmates, but our walls are invisible social conventions, moral rules, the tyranny of other people's opinions. The criminals in Omsk at least know they're in prison. We're in denial about our own imprisonment. There's a scene he witnesses that haunts him forever. A young prisoner, maybe 20, is about to receive a brutal flogging. The night before, he's completely calm. Dostoevsky asks him how he can be so peaceful. The young man says, Tomorrow, for 10 minutes, I'll be completely honest. No pretending. No lies, no performance, just pure pain. Do you know how rare that is? To be completely honest for even 10 minutes. This becomes the underground man's philosophy. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But the sickness isn't what we think. It's the disease of consciousness itself, the curse of being aware that we're aware. The prisoners in Omsk have found a cure for this disease crime punishment, suffering anything that breaks through the numbness of normal existence. As his sentence ends, Dostoevsky realizes he's learned something in prison that no university could teach. He's seen the basement of human consciousness, the foundation everything else is built on. And that foundation isn't reason or morality or love. It's something much more primitive and much more sophisticated. The need to feel that we exist, even. If that feeling comes through pain, the other prisoners are released and disappear back into their lives. But Dostoevsky can't leave, not really. He carries the prison with him. Every character he creates will be, in some sense, a prisoner. Every novel will be an escape attempt, and every reader will become, without realizing it, an inmate in Dostoevsky's psychological laboratory, because here's what those 4 years taught him. We're all in prison. The only difference is that some of us know it and some don't. And the ones who know it, the criminals, the underground men, the addicts, the madmen, they're not the sick ones. They're the diagnoses. The house of the dead. It's not a prison. In Siberia, it's the world we wake up to every morning, pretending we're alive while secretly knowing we're just rehearsing for our own funerals. The criminals Dostoevsky lived with for 4 years weren't different from us. They were us with the mask off. Picture this scene. It's 1867 in the German spa town of Wiesbaden. A man sits at a roulette table at 4 in the morning, his hands shaking not from fear, but from something closer to religious ecstasy. He's just lost everything again. His wife's wedding ring is in the pawn shop. The advance from his publisher, meant to last 3 months, survived exactly 3 days. This man wrote Crime and Punishment, one of the most psychologically complex novels ever created. He understands human nature better than almost anyone alive. And yet here he is, destroyed by a spinning wheel and a rolling ball. But wait before you judge him. Before you dismiss this as simple addiction, let me tell you what Dostoevsky discovered at that roulette table. He wasn't losing his money. He was conducting an experiment. The same experiment we all conduct every day, just without the honesty to admit it. See? Everyone who knew Dostoevsky tried to cure him of his gambling. His wife Anna, God bless her, she tried everything. She controlled his money, she reasoned with him, she cried, she threatened to leave. His friends staged interventions. His publishers refused to give him advances, but they all misunderstood what was happening. They thought he was trying to win money. He wasn't. He was trying to prove something much more important, that he existed. Let me explain through his own words. In a letter to Anna from Baden, after losing literally everything, including the money for his hotel room, he writes something extraordinary. You might think I'm in despair. I'm not. I'm more alive right now than I've been in months. Every nerve is firing. Every thought is crystal clear. I can feel my blood moving through my veins. This is what resurrection feels like. Now, any addiction counselor reading that would say it's the dopamine talking, the gambler's high. But Dostoevsky is describing something deeper. At the roulette table, all the comfortable lies we tell ourselves evaporate. You can't pretend you're a good person when you're gambling your families. Food, money. You can't maintain the fiction that you're rational when you're betting on red after it's come up. Black 17 times in a row. You're stripped down to what you really are. A collection of impulses and desires with no coherent center. And here's the terrifying part: Dostoevsky found this state liberating. Finally, for once, he didn't have to pretend to be Fyodor Dostoevsky, the great writer, the Orthodox Christian, the husband, the father. He could just be a body in space, making insane decisions for no reason. You know that voice in your head that constantly judges everything you do. At the roulette table, it finally shuts up. This becomes the core of his novel, The Gambler. But the character Alexei isn't really addicted to gambling. He's addicted to the moment right before the ball drops into a slot. That suspended second, where anything is possible, where he might win everything or lose everything, where he exists in pure potential. The actual result, win or lose, is always disappointing because it collapses possibility into actuality. Think about your own life for a moment. When do you feel most alive? It's not during the comfortable, predictable moments. It's during the risks, the uncertainties, the moments when everything could go wrong. That first kiss, that job interview, that moment when you say what you really think despite the consequences. We're all gambling all the time, we just use different tables. But Dostoevsky discovered something even more disturbing at the casino. He watched other gamblers, studied them with the same intensity he'd studied criminals in prison, and he noticed a pattern that nobody else had identified. The winners were miserable, not just unhappy, existentially disturbed, because winning meant the game was over. It meant returning to regular life. It meant becoming themselves again. There was one woman he observed for weeks, a Russian countess who'd won a fortune. She kept playing, but joylessly, mechanically. She told him, "I'm trying to lose it all so I can feel something again." This becomes Granny in The Gambler, who destroys her entire fortune, not from stupidity, but from a kind of wisdom. She understands that having money is a prison, but losing money is freedom. Now here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. He realizes that his gambling addiction is the same impulse that makes him write. Both are attempts to escape the prison of the self. When he's writing, he becomes Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov. When he's gambling, he becomes nobody pure. Consciousness without identity. Both states are ecstatic. Both are unsustainable. Both are more real than normal life. Consider this letter to his friend Strakov. They say, "I'm destroying myself at the tables." But where is this self they speak of? Show it to me. Is it my body that changes every 7 years? Is it my thoughts? They contradict each other hourly. Is it my soul? I don't even know if I have one. At the roulette table, at least, I know exactly what I am. A fool making foolish choices. There's something honest in that. This is the gambler's paradox. We destroy ourselves to prove we exist. It's not masochistic. It's the opposite. It's the most life-affirming thing possible. Every loss is proof that we're free. Every stupid bet is a declaration of independence. From cause and effect, from logic, from the tyranny of consequences. But here's what makes Dostoevsky different from other gambling addicts. He's conscious of what he's doing while he's doing it. He watches himself lose everything and takes notes. He's simultaneously the experimenter and the experiment. This is why his description of gambling psychology remains unmatched. He's not remembering it afterward. He's documenting it in real-time. One night in Wiesbaden, he wins 10,000 francs enough to pay all debts, secure his family's future for years. He knows, absolutely knows, that he should leave. He writes in his notebook, "The rational thing is to cash out now." Then he writes, "But the rational thing is death." He loses everything in 3 hours. But here's what's remarkable. He's elated. He writes to Anna, "I have proved once again that I am not a machine. A machine would have kept the money." This connects to something deeper in all his work. Remember the underground man's formula. 2 + 2 = 4 is the beginning of death. If everything is predictable, if we always do what's rational, if we always act in our best interest, then we're not human, we're algorithms. The ability to consciously destroy ourselves is proof of free will. It's horrible, it's stupid, it's tragic, and it's the only thing that separates us from computers. Modern neuroscience has actually confirmed something Dostoevsky intuited. The brain's reward system responds more strongly to uncertain rewards than certain ones. A guaranteed win releases less dopamine than a possible win. We're literally wired to prefer gambling to guarantee. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's the feature that drove us to explore, to innovate, to evolve. The same instinct that puts us at the roulette table put us on the moon. But Dostoevsky saw the dark side of this wiring. In modern, comfortable society, where real risks are minimized, where everything is insured and predicted and controlled, the gambling instinct doesn't disappear. It finds new outlets. We gamble with relationships, with our health, with our sanity. We create drama because peace is unbearable. We sabotage success because success is a kind of death. It means the game is over. Listen to how he describes the moment of placing a bet. Time stops. The past ceases to exist, all those mistakes, all that guilt, gone. The future hasn't arrived yet. All those consequences, all those responsibilities, suspended. There is only this moment, this choice, this spin of the wheel. It's the closest thing to eternity we ever experience. This is why he couldn't stop, even when he wanted to. It wasn't weakness of will. It was strength of will directed towards something other than self-preservation. He was choosing transcendence over survival. He was choosing one moment of genuine existence over a lifetime of comfortable sleepwalking. The tragedy isn't that he gambled. The tragedy is that he needed to gamble to feel alive. But that's not his personal tragedy, it's the human tragedy. We all need our versions of the roulette table. Some people use extreme sports, some use love affairs, some use creative work, some use actual roulette tables. But we all need something that makes us forget we're going to die, while simultaneously reminding us we're going to die. When Dostoevsky finally stopped gambling, and he did stop, suddenly, completely, in 1871, it wasn't because he found willpower or God or therapy. It was because he found something else that gave him the same feeling. Writing the brothers Karamazov, a bigger gamble, a higher stakes table, betting not money but his soul on every page. The gambler's paradox isn't really a paradox at all. It's the human condition stripped of its disguises. We destroy what we love because destruction is the only creative act available to creatures who know they're temporary. Every loss is a little death, and every little death is practice for the big one. But also, and this is what Dostoevsky understood, every loss is a little birth. The person who walks away from the table with empty pockets is never the same. Person who sat down, that's why he thanked God for his gambling addiction the same way he thanked God for his mock execution. Both showed him what we really are, not rational animals or spiritual beings, but something suspended between the two. Forever gambling on which one will become. Let me tell you something that will disturb you. In 1966, a 25-year-old engineering student named Charles Whitman climbed to the top of a clock tower at the University of Texas and opened fire, killing 14 people. In his suicide. Note, he wrote, I do not quite understand what it is that compels me to type this letter. Perhaps it is to leave some vague reason for the actions I have recently performed. Those words could have been written by Raskolnikov. The same hyper-rational tone analyzing its own irrationality, the same distance from his own actions, the same bewilderment at his own choices. In 2011, Anders Breivik massacred 77 people in Norway. His manifesto quoted crime and punishment extensively. He identified completely with Raskolnikov's theory of the extraordinary man who stands above conventional morality. These aren't coincidences or misreadings. These killers recognized something in Dostoevsky's character that most readers prefer to ignore. Raskolnikov isn't a warning. He's a diagnosis. And the disease he represents isn't rare, it's epidemic. But here's what everyone gets wrong about crime and punishment. They think it's about a man who commits murder and then feels guilty. That's not what happens at all. Raskolnikov feels guilty before the murder, indifferent during it, and confused after it. The guilt isn't about what he did, it's about what he is. And what he is, Dostoevsky suggests, is what we all are when we're honest with ourselves. Let's trace the actual psychology, not the simplified version they teach in literature class. Raskolnikov doesn't wake up one day and decide to kill someone. The murder grows in his mind like a tumor, starting with an abstract thought experiment. If Napoleon had needed to kill an old pawnbroker to fund his rise to power, would that have been wrong? History says no, we celebrate Napoleon despite the millions who died in his wars. So why is killing one useless old woman worse than killing millions of useful young men? This isn't sociopathic thinking. It's actually rigorously logical. Every society honors its successful killers. We call them heroes, generals, founding fathers. We build statues to men who killed thousands. But kill one person for personal gain, and you're a monster. Raskolnikov sees this hypocrisy and can't unsee it. The crime isn't killing, the crime is killing without historical justification. Now watch how Dostoevsky constructs the psychology. Raskolnikov doesn't proceed from theory to action. He oscillates. One moment he's convinced he's Napoleon, the next he's disgusted with himself. He plans the murder meticulously, then tries to forget about it. He's not a cold killer, he's a fever dream of contradiction. And this is exactly right, psychologically. Real killers aren't emotionless. They're experiencing all emotions simultaneously, which looks like no emotion from the outside. The actual murder scene is the most psychologically accurate depiction of violence ever written. Raskolnikov doesn't feel powerful or evil or righteous. He feels nothing. His body commits the murder while his consciousness floats somewhere near the ceiling, watching. He notes irrelevant details, the pattern on the wallpaper, a fly buzzing, the way the blood pools in a perfect circle. This dissociation isn't dramatic invention. Every soldier, every police officer who's killed someone describes the same phenomenon. The mind can't process the enormity of ending another consciousness, so it focuses on trivia. But here's where Dostoevsky's genius reveals itself. After the murder, Raskolnikov doesn't run or celebrate or collapse. He becomes obsessed with weather. He remembered to close the door. That's it. The most important question in the universe becomes, did I close the door? Because the human mind, faced with the infinite implications of murder, retreats to the finite, manageable question of a door, the cat and mouse. Game with the investigator Porfiry isn't really about solving the crime. Porfiry knows Raskolnikov is guilty almost immediately. What he's doing is far more sophisticated. He's trying to make Raskolnikov understand what he's actually done. Not killed an old woman. That's just a physical fact. What he's done is attempt to step outside the human community, to become a pure individual, responsible to no one but himself. And that, Dostoevsky shows, is impossible. Not immoral-impossible. Asterisk, asterisk. Watch Raskolnikov's disintegration. He doesn't feel guilty about the murder. He feels guilty about not feeling guilty. He's broken the ultimate taboo and discovered that nothing happened. No lightning bolt from God, no transformation into a Superman, no fundamental change in his being. He's exactly the same person, except now he knows what he's capable of. And that knowledge is unbearable. This is the murder we all commit, metaphorically, every day. Every time we treat another person as an object, as a means to an end, as less than fully human, we're following Raskolnikov's logic, the businessman who destroys competitors, the politician, who sacrifices constituents for power, the lover who uses another's feelings for their own satisfaction. They're all committing little murders, killing the humanity of others to elevate themselves. But Dostoevsky goes deeper. The real crime isn't treating others as objects, it's treating yourself as a subject while everyone else is an object. This is the fundamental narcissism of consciousness. I know I have an inner life, thoughts, feelings, dreams, but you, I can only assume you do. I can never really know. So at some level, everyone else is theoretical while I'm real. This is why we can scroll past news of thousands dying while crying over a fictional character in a movie. The fictional character feels more real because we have access to their inner life. The thousands of real dead people are just statistics. Raskolnikov's theory about ordinary and extraordinary people isn't wrong, it's incomplete. He thinks extraordinary people are rare, but Dostoevsky shows they're everywhere. Everyone thinks they're extraordinary. Everyone believes they're the exception to the rules they apply to others. The only difference is most of us don't act on it. We commit our murders in imagination, in small cruelties, in the thousand ways we deny the full humanity of others while insisting on our own. The confession scene destroys the conventional reading of the novel. Raskolnikov doesn't confess because he realizes murder is wrong. He confesses because the weight of being separate from humanity becomes unbearable. He doesn't return to morality, he collapses back into the human community from sheer exhaustion. The confession isn't moral awakening, it's psychological necessity. No one can sustain the position of being truly individual, truly separate, truly extraordinary. We need others to confirm we exist, even if that confirmation comes in the form of punishment. Look at the online communities that worship Raskolnikov. Today, young men, usually isolated, usually intelligent, who read the novel and think, he's literally me. They miss the point catastrophically. Raskolnikov isn't a hero or an anti-hero. He's a warning about what happens when intelligence curves back on itself, when thinking replaces feeling, when theory replaces reality. He's what happens when you mistake understanding life for living it. But here's the truly disturbing part. These young men aren't wrong to identify with him. They're recognizing something real. The conditions that created Raskolnikov, alienation, intellectual isolation, the collapse of traditional meaning systems, the reduction of everything. To economic transaction, these aren't 19th century Russian problems. They're the default state of modern existence. We're all living in Raskolnikov's shabby apartment, lying on his sofa, thinking his thoughts. The difference is, we've normalized it. We've made alienation comfortable. We've gamified isolation. We've made thinking ourselves special into a consumer product. Every social media profile is a little announcement of extraordinary status. Every post is a small murder of others' reality in favor of our own. We're all Raskolnikov, but with better apartments and more sophisticated rationalizations. Dostoevsky predicted this with terrifying accuracy. In his notes for the novel, he wrote, "The disease of isolation will spread until it becomes the norm. Then murder, physical or spiritual, will become as common as breathing. Look around. Mass shootings by isolated young men who've convinced themselves they're extraordinary. Suicide rates that climb even as material comfort increases. The casual cruelty of online interaction where others aren't fully human. Just text on a screen." But Dostoevsky doesn't leave us in despair. The epilogue, which most readers find unconvincing, actually contains the real message. Raskolnikov's redemption doesn't come through understanding or accepting that murder is wrong. It comes through Sonia, the prostitute who represents degraded humanity. She doesn't argue with his theories or appeal to his morality. She simply insists on his humanity despite everything. She treats him as human when he can't treat himself as human. This is the antidote to the murder we all commit. Recognizing that others are as real as we are, not through logic or morality, but through love. Not romantic love, but something more difficult. The decision to treat others as fully real, despite knowing we can never fully access their reality. It's an act of faith, not in God, but in the realness of other consciousness. The murder everyone commits isn't physical. It's the daily assassination of empathy, the casual denial of others' inner lives, the comfortable assumption that we're the protagonist while everyone else is supporting cast. Raskolnikov shows us where this thinking leads when taken to its logical conclusion, but we don't need to take it that far. We're already there, just distributed across millions of small murders instead of one large one. The genius of crime and punishment isn't that it shows us a killer. It's that it shows us ourselves with the volume turned up. Every thought Raskolnikov has, we've had. Every rationalization he uses, we use. The only difference is he acts on them and we don't. Or rather, we don't think we do. But every ignored suffering, every dismissed person, every moment we choose our comfort over another's humanity. That's our confession. We're all guilty. The question is whether we'll admit it before or after the murder. I want you to try something right now. Think about the last major decision you made. Not what you decided, but the voices that argued inside your head before you decided. There was probably a logical voice listing pros and cons, an emotional voice pulling you toward what felt right, maybe a cautious voice warning about consequences, and underneath all of them, a darker voice suggesting things you'd never admit out loud. Now here's what Dostoevsky understood that nobody before him had articulated. Those aren't different perspectives from one unified self. Those are different selves. And the thing you call I is just the temporary winner of their eternal war. The Brothers Karamazov isn't really a novel about four brothers. It's a map of the human psyche, and the brothers aren't characters. They're the forces that exist inside every human mind. When readers say they identify with Ivan or Alyosha, they're missing the point spectacularly. You don't identify with one brother. You are all four brothers, simultaneously, right now, as you're reading this. And the tension between them isn't something to be resolved. It is what you are. Let's start with Ivan, because he's the voice modern people hear most clearly. Ivan isn't just an intellectual, he's the part of every human consciousness that demands the world make sense. When a child dies of cancer, when innocent people suffer, when chaos destroys good people while evil ones prosper, that rage you feel, that's Ivan. He's not wrong to be angry. His famous rebellion against God isn't about atheism. It's about the incompatibility between consciousness and reality. We evolved brains capable of imagining perfect justice in a universe that delivers random horror. Ivan is that incompatibility given voice. His Grand Inquisitor chapter is probably the most misunderstood text in literature. People read it as either an argument for or against Christianity. But look closer. The Inquisitor isn't talking about religion, he's talking about human nature. His argument is devastatingly simple. Humans say they want freedom, but what they really want is to be told what to do. They want someone else to carry the burden of choice. Every time you follow a trend, obey an authority, accept conventional wisdom without thinking, you're proving the Inquisitor right. We crucified Christ for offering freedom and would do it again, because freedom is terrifying. But here's what's brilliant about Dostoevsky's construction. Ivan creates the Grand Inquisitor. It's his story, his projection. The Inquisitor is Ivan's shadow, the part of him that wants to surrender the very intelligence he's so proud of. Every intellectual secretly dreams of not having to think anymore. Every skeptic secretly envies believers. Every Ivan contains his own Inquisitor, wanting to burn the very freedom he claims to champion. Now Dmitri, he seems simple at first. The sensualist, the man of passion, the body opposed to Ivan's mind. But Dostoevsky is showing us something profound through Dmitri. He represents not just physical desire, but the body's rebellion against the tyranny of thought. You know that moment when you do exactly what you told yourself not to do. Eat the food you're avoiding, text the person you should forget, buy the thing you can't afford. That's Dmitri asserting his sovereignty. He's not weak, he's refusing to be enslaved by Ivan's logic. Dmitri's relationship with his father and Grushenka isn't really about sex or money. It's about the war between what we think we should want and what we actually want. Every addiction, every compulsion, every moment of "I don't know why I did that" comes from Dmitri. But also every moment of spontaneous joy, every act of irrational generosity, every time we choose life over logic. When Dmitri says beauty is a terrible and awful thing, he's recognizing that what draws us most powerfully often destroys us, and we choose it anyway. The trial of Dmitri is really the trial of the human body itself. Is he guilty of patricide? In fact, no. In essence, absolutely. He wanted his father dead, imagined it, would have done it if someone else hadn't. This is the guilty innocence we all carry condemned, not for what we've done, but for what we're capable of doing. Every human walking free is a Dmitri who simply hasn't encountered the right circumstances yet. Alyosha seems like the good brother, the spiritual one, the one we're supposed to emulate. But that's completely wrong. Alyosha is the most radical brother because he's chosen to believe, despite having heard all of Ivan's arguments. He can't refute Ivan, intellectually nobody can. Instead, he does something more profound. He kisses him, not as argument but as answer. Alyosha represents the will to meaning despite meaninglessness, the choice to love despite evidence that love is just chemistry, the decision to act as if life matters despite knowing it doesn't. When Alyosha has his crisis of faith after Father Zosima's body corrupts and stinks, proving he was just flesh, not a saint, this isn't weakness, it's honesty. Even our Alyosha voice doubts itself. Faith isn't the absence of doubt, it's the presence of doubt and choosing faith anyway. Every time you hope despite evidence, trust despite betrayal, try again despite failure. That's Alyosha refusing to let Ivan win. But now we come to the hidden brother, the one nobody wants to claim, Smerdikov, the bastard. The servant, the epileptic. He's disgusting, fawning, resentful. Nobody identifies with Smerichukov. But he's the most important brother because he's the one who actually acts. Ivan provides the theory that everything is permitted. Dmitri provides the passion and motive. But Smerdikov commits the murder. He's not the shadow, he's what happens when the shadow takes control. Here's what's terrifying about Smerdikov. He's the logical conclusion of Ivan's philosophy. If there's no God, no inherent meaning, no absolute morality, then why not kill the old man and take his money? Smerdikov is an evil, he's perfectly rational. He's Ivan's thoughts without Ivan's inhibitions. Every time we act on our worst impulses while telling ourselves we're justified, that's Smerdikov. He's not outside the family, he's the family. Secret, the truth, none of the legitimate brothers want to acknowledge. The father, Fyodor Pavlovich, is crucial to understanding the whole structure. He's not just a bad father, he's the absence that creates the brothers. His grotesque vitality, his shameless appetites, his mockery of everything sacred. This is what happens when all four brothers' voices are silenced. Pure ID without ego, or superego, is what we would become without our internal conflicts. Not evil, just empty. A human stripped of humanity. The murder of the father isn't really about him at all. Each brother kills him in their own way. Ivan kills him intellectually by removing the moral framework that would prevent murder. Dmitri kills him emotionally through pure hatred. Alyosha kills him spiritually by failing to prevent what he senses coming. And Smerdikov kills him physically, but only as the final expression of what the others have already done. The murder is collective, even though only one hand holds the weapon. This is why the question, who killed Fyodor Pavlovich, is the wrong question. They all did. We all do. Every generation kills its fathers, their values, their world, their good, and then has to live with the corpse. The brother's guilt isn't about the specific murder, but about the universal patricide that every consciousness commits by becoming itself. But here's Dostoevsky's most profound insight. The brothers need each other. Ivan without Dmitri becomes paralyzed by thought. Dmitri without Ivan becomes enslaved by impulse. Alyosha without Smerdikov becomes naive about evil. Smerdikov without the others becomes mechanical, inhuman. The conflict between them isn't a problem to be solved, it's what creates consciousness itself. Modern psychology wants to integrate these voices to achieve some kind of internal harmony. Dostoevsky says that's impossible and undesirable. The tension is the point. We are the I. Argument between Ivan and Alyosha. The fight between Dmitri and Smerdakov. Mental health isn't choosing one voice, it's accepting the permanent civil war and learning to live productively within it. When you next face a major decision, listen to the argument in your head. You'll hear Ivan analyzing, Dmitri wanting, Alyosha hoping, and yes, Smerdikov calculating what you could get away with. They're all you. The decision isn't really about what to do, it's about which brother wins this round. But remember, even the winner is still you. The brother who loses is also still you. You are the entire family, the entire argument, the entire impossibility of being human. This is why people who say they've found inner peace are either lying or dead inside. Peace would mean one brother has murdered the others. What we call maturity is just learning to manage the family dysfunction, to let each brother speak without letting any of them dominate completely. We are not individuals, we are individuals, divided within ourselves. And that division is what makes us human rather than machines. The brothers Karamazov isn't asking which brother you identify with or which one is right. It's showing you that you are the question itself, the eternal conflict between irreconcilable truths. You are Ivan's logic and Alyosha's faith, Dmitri's passion and Smerdyakov's shadow. You are the murder and the investigation, the guilt and the innocence, the family and its destruction. We are all for Karamazovs, and we always will be. The only choice is whether we acknowledge it or spend our lives pretending we're only one. But the pretense is exhausting, and eventually, usually at 3 a.m, when all the masks are off, we hear all 4 voices clearly, and in that moment of terrible clarity, we understand what Dostoevsky understood. We are not troubled because we're divided. We're human because we're divided. In 1878, Dostoevsky stood before a crowd in St. Petersburg and said something that made people think he'd gone mad. He said that within 50 years, Russia would be consumed by a revolution that would kill millions. That ideology would replace religion, that children would turn in their parents for wrong thinking, that the state would become God. The audience laughed. 50 years seemed impossibly far away, and besides, progress was inevitable. Humanity was getting better, more rational, more civilized. Everyone knew this. 39 years later, the Bolsheviks took power. Everything Dostoevsky predicted came true with such specific accuracy that Soviet scholars spent decades trying to explain it away. But here's what's really unsettling. That wasn't his final prophecy. He saw something bigger coming. He saw the 21st century. He saw us let me show you something extraordinary. In The Devil, sometimes translated as the possessed or demons, written in 1872, Dostoevsky describes a character named Stavrogin. Stavrogin is handsome, charismatic, influential. Everyone is obsessed with him. But here's the thing, he feels nothing. He's completely empty inside. He commits horrible acts, not from evil, but from boredom. He influences thousands while believing in nothing. Sound familiar? He's not a 19th century Russian nobleman. He's a 21st century influencer. Here's the beautiful void at the center of social media culture, performing authenticity while being absolutely hollow. But it goes deeper. The demons in the novel aren't supernatural entities. They're ideas that possess people, spread from person to person, creating movements that destroy everything they touch. Dostoevsky is describing viral ideology, how a tweet becomes a movement, becomes a mob, becomes a massacre. He's showing how ideas don't need to be true or even coherent to possess millions. They just need to fill the void where meaning used to be. The character Pyotr Vensky is even more prophetic. He's not a traditional revolutionary. He doesn't believe in the cause he promotes. He's a chaos agent, someone who destroys for the pleasure of watching things burn. He understands that in a meaningless world, destruction feels like creation. Every internet troll, every mass shooter manifesto, every person who spreads conspiracy theories they don't even believe there, all were Verkovensky's children. He predicted the weaponization of nihilism, but here's what Dostoevsky saw that we're only beginning to understand. The specific type of nihilism that emerges not from suffering but from comfort. The underground man isn't poor or oppressed. He has enough money, education, freedom. His problem is precisely that he has no real problems. He creates suffering because comfort is intolerable to conscious beings. We're living in the most comfortable era in human history, yet anxiety and depression are epidemic. We're all becoming underground people, burrowing into our comfortable caves, raging at existence itself. Listen to how the underground man describes his condition. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But then he immediately contradicts himself. He's not really sick or wicked. He's hyperconscious. He can't stop thinking about thinking. He can't just live. He has to analyze living while he's living it. This is the curse of modern existence. We're all simultaneously living and watching ourselves live, performing and critiquing our performance, being and observing our being. Social media didn't create this condition, it just made it visible, and Monet is able. The crystal palace that the underground man rails against Dostoevsky's symbol for utopias. Silicon Valley's promise realized. A world where all problems are solved by technology, where algorithms predict our needs before we know them, where efficiency and comfort reach perfection. But Dostoevsky saw the horror of this paradise. Humans will destroy it, not despite it being perfect, but because it's perfect. We'll choose suffering over comfort, chaos over order, meaning over happiness, simply to prove we're not machines. Look at what's happening right now. We have access to all human knowledge in our pockets, yet we choose to believe obvious lies. We can connect with anyone on earth, yet we're lonelier than ever. We've eliminated most physical dangers, yet we're paralyzed by anxiety about theoretical threats. We've created the crystal palace, and we're smashing it from the inside, just like Dostoevsky predicted we would. But the most terrifying prophecy is in his notes about the coming ant heap, a society where everyone's needs are met. Everything is organized rationally, all problems are solved, but nobody knows why they're alive. He writes, they will have everything except the one thing necessary reason to exist. And in their desperation, they will create artificial problems, imaginary enemies, fictional catastrophes, anything to feel that life has stakes, that choices matter, that existence has weight. Isn't this exactly what we're doing? We've largely solved the problems of survival, so we've created new problems. We're outraged about things that would have seemed absurd to previous generations. We've turned politics into entertainment, identity into brand, trauma into currency. We're so desperate for meaning that we'll accept any narrative, however absurd. That makes us feel like protagonists in a story rather than extras in a simulation. Dostoevsky's solution isn't what anyone wants to hear. He doesn't say we should return to tradition or embrace progress or find balance. He says something much more difficult. Accept suffering as intrinsic to consciousness. Stop trying to eliminate it. Stop seeing it as a problem to solve. The attempt to create heaven on earth inevitably creates hell, because heaven would be a place where nothing matters. And humans can't tolerate a world where nothing matters. This is why every utopian project becomes dystopian. The Soviet Union tried to create the perfect society and created the Gulag. Silicon Valley tried to connect humanity and created the attention economy. Every attempt to eliminate suffering multiplies it, because suffering isn't a bug in human. Consciousness, it's a feature. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms. In his final notebook, written while dying, Dostoevsky wrote, "They will organize everything so perfectly that there will be no more questions." And that is when the real questions will begin. We've reached that point. All the old questions, how to survive, how to eat, how to shelter, have been answered for much of the developed world. And now the real questions that were always there, underneath, have emerged. Why exist? What's the point? Who am I when I could be anything? These aren't questions that can be answered by technology or politics or even philosophy. They're questions that can only be lived, suffered through, endured. And the suffering isn't meaningless, it's the meaning. The struggle with the question is the answer. The disease of consciousness isn't something to be cured, but something to be experienced fully, consciously, without anesthesia. His deathbed words were, "Do not let the candle go out." People assume he meant faith or hope, but reading his work, it's clear he meant something else. Consciousness itself. The terrible burden of being aware. In our age, the temptation isn't death, but unconsciousness, addiction to drugs, screens, ideologies, anything that turns off the painful awareness of being aware. We're all trying to extinguish the candle because its light shows us things we don't want to see. But here's Dostoevsky's final message. The candle is all we have. The consciousness that makes us suffer is also the only thing that makes us real. We can drug it, distract it, deny it, but we can't eliminate it without eliminating ourselves. The pain of being human isn't a problem to be solved, but the price of existing as something more than meat or machine. He saw us coming. He saw our comfortable despair, our connected isolation, our informed ignorance. He saw that we would create paradise and then destroy it, not from wickedness, but from the simple inability to tolerate perfection. He saw that we would have everything and feel nothing, know everything and understand nothing, be able to do everything and choose nothing. But he also saw something else. He saw that we would survive this, not by overcoming our nature, but by accepting it. We are the impossible creatures, suspended between animal and angel, matter and spirit, determinism and freedom. We are the glitch in the universe, the things that shouldn't exist but do. And our suffering isn't evidence that something's wrong. It's evidence that we're awake. The prophecy isn't that things will get better or worse. It's that things will become exactly what they are: intolerable and necessary, meaningless and significant, impossible and actual. We're living in Dostoevsky's prophecy right now. The only question is whether we'll live it consciously or spend our lives trying to sleep through it. But even our sleep will be troubled, because the candle can't really be extinguished. It can only be covered, and the shadows that creates are worse than the light. We've come full circle now, but like all true circles, we're not arriving at the same place we started. Let's return to that December morning in 1849, to the Semyonovsky parade ground, to the snow and the rifles and the white burial shrouds. But this time, we're going to look at it from a different angle, entirely not through Dostoevsky's eyes as he faced the firing squad, but through our own eyes, right now, as we face something remarkably similar. You see, after everything we've explored, the prison years, where he discovered the criminal within every saint, the roulette tables where he proved free will through self-destruction, the novels where he mapped the impossible geography of human consciousness. For all of this, we need to understand that the mock execution never really ended. Not for Dostoevsky, and not for us. We're all standing on that scaffold all the time, in every moment of our conscious lives. Think about what Dostoevsky actually saw in those final seconds before the drums announced his reprieve. He didn't see death approaching that would have been too simple, too clean. What he saw was life itself, but life as it actually is, rather than as we pretend it to be. Life stripped of all the comfortable illusions we use to make existence bearable. And what is life without illusions? It's standing on a scaffold with a rifle pointed at your heart, knowing you have 60 seconds left, except the 60 seconds never end and the rifle never fires, but also never lowers. This is what consciousness actually is: not thought, not awareness, but the permanent state of being about to cease existing while simultaneously being unable to stop existing. Every human being who has ever lived has stood on this scaffold. Most of them, mercifully, didn't know it. They lived in what Dostoevsky called the dream, the blessed unconsciousness of daily routine. Small pleasures, manageable problems, the 1,000 distractions we use to avoid looking directly at what we are. But Dostoevsky couldn't return to the dream. The mock execution had awakened something in him that couldn't be put back to sleep. Every character he created afterward was, in essence, someone who had been kicked out of the dream and was trying to understand what had happened. To them, Raskolnikov murders to prove he's awake. The underground man rants from his hole because he can't bear the weight of consciousness. The Karamazov brothers tear rich. Other apart because they each represent different ways of being unbearably aware. And here's what makes Dostoevsky's work feel so contemporary, so immediate, even though he's been dead for over a century. We're all being kicked out of the dream now. The comfortable unconsciousness that previous generations could maintain has become impossible. We know too much. We see too much. Every time you pick up your phone, you're confronted with the full horror and beauty of human existence, wars and weddings, tragedies and memes, the sublime and the ridiculous, all flattened into the same screen, all demanding the same response. Keep scrolling. We're living in a state of permanent mock execution, where the rifles are always raised but never fire, where we're always about to die but never do, where every moment could be our last but probably isn't. And just like Dostoevsky on that scaffold, we're noting absurd details, the number of likes on a post about genocide, the advertisement that plays before a video of someone's last moments, the way we can order dinner while reading about famine. This isn't callousness, it's the kind of hypersanity that comes from seeing too much reality at once. But here's what Dostoevsky understood that we're still struggling to grasp. This terrible state of permanent consciousness, this inability to return to the dream, this standing forever on the scaffold, it's not a curse to be lifted. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms pretending to be human. The burden of awareness is the price of being real in a universe that doesn't require our reality. Every character Dostoevsky created was attempting to solve the problem of consciousness. Raskolnikov thought he could think his way out of it. Prince Mishkin tried to love his way out. Ivan Karamazov tried to argue his way out. Dmitri tried to feel his way out. The underground man tried to spite his way out. But none of them succeeded because the problem has no solution. The problem is there. Solution. The disease is the cure. The question is the answer. This is why reading Dostoevsky feels like looking in a mirror that shows not your face but your skull. Not who you pretend to be but what you actually are. And what you are is impossible. Your matter that knows it's matter, a temporary arrangement of atoms that can contemplate eternity. A biological machine that insists it has a soul despite having no evidence for souls. You shouldn't exist, but you do. Your existence is an error in the code of the universe. And that error is the most magnificent thing that has ever happened. The question Dostoevsky leaves us with isn't whether God exists, whether morality is real, whether life has meaning. These are all variations of the same fundamental error. The belief that there's an answer that would make consciousness bearable. The real question, the one he spent 30 years after his mock execution trying to articulate, is this: knowing what you now know about human nature, about your own nature, about the impossible contradiction of being a conscious being in an unconscious universe, how will you live? And notice not, how should you live? That would imply there's a correct answer. But how will you live? Because you will live, despite everything, despite knowing what you know. You'll wake up tomorrow and pretend you're not on the scaffold. You'll make plans as if you're not about to die. You'll love people who are also about to die and pretend together that you're not. You'll create meaning in a meaningless universe. Not because meaning exists, but because creating it is what conscious beings do. Dostoevsky already knew how you'll live because he knew how he lived after his mock execution. You'll live exactly as you always have, but now with a terrible addition: consciousness of what you're doing. You'll see yourself living, watch yourself choosing, observe yourself pretending. You'll be simultaneously the performer and the audience, the experiment and the experimenter, the prisoner and the guard, and in rare moments maybe at 3 in the morning when you can't sleep, maybe during a profound loss, maybe in inexplicable joy you'll feel what Dostoevsky felt on that scaffold. The membrane between you and reality will dissolve. You'll see existence without filters, without narratives, without the comfort of meaning, and it will be unbearable, and it will be the most real moment of your life. This is Dostoevsky's final gift to us, though gift seems like the wrong word. For something so terrible, he showed us that we're all standing at the threshold between animal and angel, between matter and spirit, between meaning and meaninglessness. We can't cross the threshold because there's nothing on the other side. We can't step back because consciousness only moves forward. So we stand there, forever at the threshold, forever about to become something we'll never become, forever almost arriving at a destination that doesn't exist. The screen fades not to black, but to grey, that uncertain color between all absolutes, where human life actually happens. Not in the pure white of perfect goodness, or the pure black of total evil, but in the grey zone where every choice is compromised. Every truth is partial. Every love is tainted with selfishness. Every sacrifice is mixed with pride. This is where we live, have always lived, will always live in Dostoevsky's underground, which isn't below the earth but inside consciousness itself. His message isn't hope or despair. It's something more difficult: acceptance without resignation, struggle without victory, question without answer. We are the impossible beings, and our impossibility is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be lived. The candle, he told us not to let go out. It's not faith or hope or love. It's the terrible, beautiful burden of knowing that we know that we know. It's consciousness itself, the disease that makes us human. The gift that feels like a curse, the curse that might be a gift. We're all standing where Dostoevsky stood in 1849, waiting for the rifles to fire, knowing they never will, knowing will. Stand here forever, noting the way the snow falls, the way the light hits the church dome, the way our heart beats its futile rhythm against the approaching silence that never quite arrives. This is what it means to be human in the shadow of Dostoevsky's vision. Not to have answers, but to be the question. Not to solve the mystery, but to embody it. Not to escape the scaffold, but to recognize that the scaffold is everywhere. Always has been, always will be, and that standing on it with full awareness of what we're doing is the closest thing to meaning we'll ever find. Dear friends, thank you for being with me tonight. Please like and subscribe for the next episode. Until next time, good night. The cell was silent, except for the faint echo of dripping water. Stone walls pressed inward, the air thick and cold, the kind that seeps into bone and thought alike. Somewhere beneath Paris, a young man named Francois-Marie Arut sat in the A. Darkness, waiting for the next sound. Perhaps the turning of a key, perhaps the beginning of another long night. He had been arrested for writing words. Not for wielding a weapon or leading a revolt, but for arranging sentences that mocked those who'd claimed absolute power. In the 18th century, that was enough to make you dangerous, and so the Bastille took him in, as it had taken so many. Beforeman whose only crime was daring to think out loud. Tonight we begin with him in that silence. The flicker of a candle barely touches the walls. He presses his palm against the rough stone, measuring time by the beating of his heart. What kind of person risks everything for the freedom to speak? What faith drives a human being to believe that a single sentence could shake a kingdom? This is the story of the man the world came to call Voltaire, a man whose pen frightened kings more than armies, whose laughter wounded tyrants. and whose wisdom still whispers in the quiet hours when the world feels heavy. But before he became Voltaire, before the salons and the fame and the thunder of applause, he was simply a young writer locked away for a few lines of satire. It is there, in the darkness of his imprisonment, that the seed of rebellion took root. He once wrote that to hold a pen is to be at war. The Bastille taught him what that war truly meant. The Paris of 1694, the year of his birth, was a city of contradiction brilliance, wrapped in decay. Candlelight spilled from palaces, while beggars froze outside their gates. The king was the sun, and all others revolved around his glory. Words were meant to praise, not to question. Yet even as a boy, Francois felt the weight of obedience and quietly tested its edges. His father wished him to be a lawyer. His teachers wished him to be devout. He wished only to be free. At the Jesuit college, he absorbed the classics, not as lessons in obedience, but as invitations to rebel. Cicero, Horace. The bold laughter of ancient satire, they stirred something restless within him. By the time he reached his 20s, he had learned the language of wit as others learn the language of prayer. He could pierce hypocrisy with a phrase. And in a society built on appearances, that gift was dangerous indeed. One evening at a gathering, he recited verses mocking the powerful Duke of Orleans. The laughter that followed carried farther than he intended. Within days, the verses were repeated across Paris, each retelling sharpening the insult. The Duke heard, and the young poet soon found himself taken by night to the Bastille. There, surrounded by damp stone and silence, he began to shed his old name. Francois Riaroud would not survive the walls. Voltaire was born from them. The name itself was a riddle, part anagram, part rebirth, entirely defiance. It sounded crisp, sharp, and free of the weight of ancestry. A new identity for a man who refused to bow. Imagine the rhythm of days inside that cell. Hours blurred into one another. He wrote verses in his head because ink and paper were forbidden. He rehearsed conversations with imaginary opponents, refining his logic, polishing his irony. When the guards mocked him, he smiled, a small act of rebellion that no punishment could erase. They could confine his body, but not his thought. And thought, once set free, spreads quietly through time. After nearly a year, he was released different. Harder, certain that words could move the world more surely than swords. He returned to Paris, a writer who understood the cost of expression, and he chose to pay it willingly. The years that followed were a storm of creation. Plays, poems, letters, essays, each line testing the limits of what could be said aloud. Each success brought applause and suspicion in equal measure. Yet Voltaire thrived on the tension. To live without danger, he believed, was to live without purpose. Tonight, as you drift deeper into thought, picture him at his desk in a small Paris apartment. A single candle, the quill moving swiftly, laughter in his eyes. Outside, the city murmurs with gossip and fear. Inside, sentences form like spark-steamy fires in the dark. He writes of love, of reason, of injustice. He mocks kings, disguised as gods, and priests, disguised as saints. He believes that humor is the sharpest blade, because it cuts without drawing. Blood yet leaves the deepest mark, and always there is that quiet resolve, never to stop writing, never to stop questioning. We begin to see why kings feared him. They could silence a man, but not an idea. They could burn a book, but not the laughter it inspired. Voltaire's words slipped through walls, crossed borders, hid in letters, whispered in cafes. They made people think, and once people think, they are no longer so easily ruled. But for all his wit and courage, he was still young, still learning where ideas met consequence. When the pressure became too great, exile followed. England welcomed him, and there he found a world unlike his own land, where Parliament debated openly, where newspapers mocked ministers, where scientists questioned even the heavens. To Voltaire, it was revelation. He attended plays that ridiculed authority, and no one was arrested. He met thinkers who spoke freely of God and nature without fear of the scaffold. He saw, perhaps for the first time, what freedom sounded like. Those English years shaped him. He studied Locke's philosophy, Newton's physics, the calm confidence of a nation unafraid of ideas. He began to understand that liberty was not chaos but discipline, the courage to let truth stand without chains. When he returned to France, he carried more than books in his luggage. He carried a new faith, that reason could civilize power, that tolerance could tame fanaticism, and that laughter could outlast persecution. Yet freedom, he knew, is never granted forever. Each generation must earn it anew. He would spend the rest of his life doing just that, testing the limits, defying decrees, and proving that the pen, when guided by conscience, can be the most dangerous weapon of all. As we settle into this long night of thought and rest, let his beginning stay with Uther, young rider alone in the Bastille, forming in darkness the light that would spread through Europe. From that silence came the voice of an age, and from that voice a challenge that still lingers. Will we think for ourselves, or let others think for us? The question drifts, gentle but unending. As the first section closes and the next begins, a soft fade, as candlelight dissolves into dawn, and the dangerous mind begins to awaken. Morning light returned to Paris as if nothing had changed. Carriages rattled, merchants opened their stalls, the church bells marked the hour. But within one apartment, a man who had known confinement now studied freedom as if it were a delicate instrument, beautiful but easily broken. Voltaire's release from the Bastille was not an ending. It was a beginning, sharpened by memory. An ambition, he walked through the streets with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen power at its most fragile. Behind the grandeur of palaces and cathedrals, he recognized fear, fear of thought, fear of laughter, fear of the mindset. Loose. And he smiled. For he had learned that laughter, once born, cannot be imprisoned. Voltaire began again, writing with the energy of one who owed the world an answer. The salons of Paris, glittering with chandeliers and conversation, soon welcomed him. He observed the courtiers, the nobles, the poets, each trapped within the rules of elegance and obedience. He mastered those rules, only to twist them. His verses sparkled, his epigrams travelled, and behind every clever line lay a subtle defiance. He understood something few others did. Ridicule could reveal truth more clearly than sermons. It stripped away pretense, leaving only what was absurd and unjust. Where philosophers debated endlessly, Voltaire preferred a single sentence that would make a tyrant blush. The young poet's fame grew, but fame is never a stable ally. Every success attracted jealousy. Every joke risked punishment. He learned to balance on that thin wire between admiration and arrest. Each letter he sent, each play he staged, carried both praise and danger. He began to live in anticipation of the knock on the door, and soon it came again. This time the quarrel was personal. Noblemen insulted him, and Voltaire, unwilling to bow, answered with words so cutting that the man replied with violence. Voltaire demanded satisfaction. He requested a duel, believing in honor more than safety. But nobility in France was privilege, not virtue. The nobleman's servants beat him before dawn, and Voltaire, battered and humiliated, was again thrown into the Bastille. The irony was bitter but instructive. Once more he found himself in a cell, writing invisible sentences in his mind. He realized then that courage without prudence was waste. What mattered was not to die for freedom, but to live for it long enough to make a difference. After weeks of confinement, the authorities offered him a choice: silence in France or freedom in exile. He chose exile in England. The crossing of the Channel was rough, the wind cold and heavy with salt. Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering not from chill but from excitement. Behind him lay a country chained by hierarchy. Ahead a land that whispered possibilities. London astonished him. He saw newspapers arguing openly with ministers. He heard preachers contradict each other without fear of the scaffold. He visited the Royal Society, where scientists demonstrated experiments before audiences that included common citizens. He read Locke's essays, Newton's Principia, and was struck by a revelation that would guide him forever. That knowledge grows only where questioning is allowed. The contrast between Paris and London could not have been greater. In Paris, truth belonged to authority. In England, authority trembled before truth. He began to write letters on England, a series of reflections that compared the two worlds. He praised English tolerance, admired its constitutional monarchy, and celebrated the free exchange of ideas. He was careful, witty, but unmistakably critical of his homeland's rigidity. When the letters eventually reached France, they were condemned and publicly burned. Voltaire, safely abroad, only smiled. Ideas, he knew, cannot be reduced to Ashdod. His English years refined him. He met thinkers who taught him moderation and skeptics who taught him humility. He studied commerce and saw how prosperity grew not from decrees, but from cooperation. He admired Quakers who refused violence, yet lived by conscience. He attended Newton's funeral and wrote, "He was the greatest man who ever lived." He proved the universe obeys laws, not caprice. To Voltaire, this was revelation. If nature itself was governed by reason, then reason must also govern mankind. Superstition, fanaticism, cruelty or were violations of the same harmony that move the stars. He began to dream of an enlightened France, one where education replaced dogma, where merit outweighed birth, where thought could breathe. But dreams are dangerous things, especially when written by hands known to mock the throne. After 3 transformative years, Voltaire returned to France. He was older, calmer in manner, but fiercer in conviction. He dressed elegantly, spoke smoothly, but carried dynamite within his sentences. Friends noticed a difference. His humor had purpose now. He no longer mocked for pleasure. He mocked to reveal. He published tragedies that drew crowds and controversy alike. His plays entertained, but always carried hidden commentary. Audiences laughed, cried, and went home uneasy, sensing meanings just beyond the curtain. Voltaire had turned art into philosophy disguised as theatre. He understood that people resist doctrine but welcome stories. Through stories, he could smuggle truth past senses and into hearts. It was a delicate dance between intellect and instinctor. Rhythm he perfected with time. Paris loved him, envied him, feared him. He had become something new, a public intellectual in an age when thinking publicly was perilous. Letters arrived from admirers across Europe. Princes sought his friendship. Priests cursed his name. He thrived on the contradiction. To be praised by power was comfortable. To be condemned by it was meaningful. He preferred meaning. Voltaire's correspondence grew into a network of thought. From Amsterdam to Geneva, from London to Berlin, ideas moved faster than armies. He believed this was how revolutions truly began, not with gunfire, but with conversation at night. He worked tirelessly, composing essays that challenged superstition, poems that ridiculed cruelty, and treatises defending tolerance. He wrote letters to ministers, to philosophers, to anyone who might listen or might one day remember. His wit became legend. When asked why he opposed certain powerful men, he answered, "Because they are wrong." When a censor demanded that he retract a line, he replied, "Very well, I shall retract it into 10 more editions." The more they tried to silence him, the more his words multiplied. And yet, for all his fire, Voltaire was not without doubt. He watched revolutions of spirit fail because men preferred slogans to sense. He feared fanaticism, whether in religion or reason. He began to see that freedom required discipline, that truth without kindness becomes another form of tyranny. He wrestled with these thoughts in solitude, seeking balance. He was no dreamer, detached from reality. He was a craftsman, shaping his own mind as carefully as a sculptor shapes marble. Each essay, each dialogue was another stroke toward clarity. In those years he began to form the philosophy that would guide his entire life. That tolerance is not weakness but strength, that happiness is found in usefulness, and that reason, though fragile, is the only true light. His private notebooks reveal a quiet aside reflections on mortality, friendship, and the absurd theatre of human ambition. He wrote, "We are all made of weakness and error. Let us forgive each other's woes. Follies, that is the first law of nature." It is in such lines that the revolutionary and the sage converge. The Paris he returned to was restless. The Enlightenment was dawning, but darkness still lingered in its corners. Censorship remained harsh. Faith and fear shared the same pulpit. Voltaire moved through it all with the grace of a survivor. He knew when to jest and when to hide, when to provoke and when to retreat. To wage war with words required patience. He often said, "The secret of being a bore is to tell everything." He learned instead to suggest to let readers draw the dangerous conclusion themselves. It was a form of intellectual aikido, turning censorship's weight back upon itself. Through this subtle rebellion, Voltaire matured into more than a writer. He became a mirror held up to his age. Those who looked into it saw either inspiration or insult, depending on their conscience. His reputation expanded beyond France. Across Europe, thinkers whispered his name with admiration. Governments whispered it with unease. He had become, in every sense, a revolutionary one who fought not with armies, but with enlightenment. By the time the 1730s arrived, Voltaire was no longer merely a provocateur. He was a symbol. People read his works secretly, discussed them, by candlelight, copied them by hand. Each reader found a different message. Skeptics found reason, believers found tolerance, reformers found courage. That multiplicity was his genius. He never imposed belief. He invited reflection, and yet fame carried danger. A single misstep could mean exile, or worse. He lived always half-packed, prepared to flee should a pamphlet offend the wrong bishop or minister. Still, he continued, convinced that comfort was the enemy of progress. When he looked back on his imprisonments, he saw them not as tragedies, but as education. The Bastille had taught him endurance. Exile had taught him perspective. England had taught him liberty. Together, they formed the crucible in which the revolutionary mind was forged. He emerged not as a saint or a martyr, but as something rarer, a man who chose intellect over impulse, irony over anger, and principle over safety. Thus ends the making of the revolutionary. The wit, once playful, had become purpose. The exile had become teacher. And the dangerous mind that once mocked kings was ready to challenge entire systems of thought. As we drift onward into the next chapter, imagine the candle burning lower on his desk, ink drying on the final lines of a letter that will soon be. Read in secret and discussed in whispers. The writer pauses, listening to the city breathe. He smiles softly, knowing that the revolution he began will move not through noise, but through thought. And so we fade again, from the restless energy of youth into the steadier flame of conviction, as Voltaire steps fully into the philosophy of freedom. Freedom. It is a word that glows brightly in the mind, yet feels fragile in the hands. In Voltaire's century, freedom was not a birthright, it was a suspicion. To question power was to endanger yourself, and yet he could not stop. He once said that thinking is disagreeing. To him, that disagreement was the highest form of respect for truth. The world around him, however, was built upon obedience. Kings ruled by divine right. Priests claimed heaven as their endorsement. Voltaire looked upon this structure of fear and saw an illusion, a system maintained by habit and silence. And he knew that silence, more than swords, kept people enslaved. He began to write with new precision. His essays became less ornamental and more direct. His purpose was clear, to awaken minds dulled by reverence. Reason, he argued, was the one authority that required no permission. It was not granted by kings, nor confined to scholars. It was the common property of every thinking being. He saw superstition as the oldest enemy of liberty. Superstition whispers that obedience is virtue, that ignorance is safety. But Voltaire had learned in prison that ignorance never protects, it merely delays punishment. He believed that to use one's reason was not rebellion, but duty. To think freely was the true act of gratitude toward existence itself. He expressed this belief through stories and dialogues, through the gentle art of seeming to entertain while teaching deeply. In philosophical letters, he praised the English for their tolerance of religion, not to flatter them, but to expose the narrowness of France. He compared nations like a physician compares fevers, noting which symptoms mark sickness, which mark recovery. The Church called him dangerous. They were right, though not for the reasons they claimed. He did not want to destroy belief. He wanted to strip it of cruelty. He respected faith that inspired kindness, but despised faith used to justify harm. When he wrote Acroces Linfein Crush, the infamy, he was not calling for violence, but for the end of oppression in sacred disguise. To him, fanaticism was the enemy of both God and man. He had seen too many wars fought in the name of salvation. He understood how easily faith can become a weapon once it ceases to question itself. So he preached tolerance not as a luxury, but as survival. If God did not exist, he once quipped, it would be necessary to invent him. He meant that humans crave meaning, but that meaning must never be imposed by force. The heart of his philosophy lay in three intertwined convictions. First, that reason is the highest virtue. Emotion without reflection leads to chaos. Belief without doubt leads to tyranny. He did not despise emotion. He wrote with warmth and laughter, but he insisted that feeling must bow to truth, not command it. Second, that freedom of speech is the guardian of all other freedoms. To silence a person, he argued, is to confess one's own weakness. He famously declared, though the words were later summarized by others, that he would defend to the death another's right to speak, even if he disagreed with what was said. He lived by that creed. When opponents mocked him, he replied with wit rather than vengeance. He believed debate was not a threat to truth, but its test. Third, that tolerance is not mere acceptance, but active compassion. It means recognizing the shared vulnerability of all humans. It means refusing to punish difference, even when difference offends us. He urged rulers to govern as philosophers, not as priests. He urged citizens to think as humans, not as heretics or sects. Together, these three beliefs, reason, speech, tolerance, formed the core of his revolution. But these convictions did not come without struggle. Every word risked retaliation. Books were banned, printers arrested, and yet the word spread. Copies traveled hidden in barrels, disguised in false bindings, passed hand to hand like contraband light. Voltaire was relentless, but he was not naive. He knew that ridicule could be misused, that mockery without conscience could wound more than it healed. He wielded humor as a surgeon's knife, cutting away hypocrisy but leaving the patient alive. In a world addicted to certainty, he introduced the medicine of doubt. He wrote dialogues where priests and skeptics debated kindly, letters that began in courtesy and ended in revolution. His genius was not that he destroyed institutions, but that he revealed their absurdity so gently that they destroyed themselves. Voltaire understood the psychology of power, that it collapses not when attacked, but when laughed at by those it seeks to command. For tyranny feeds on solemnity, and laughter is its famine. His enemies often accused him of inconsistency. He was not purely rational, they said, not purely revolutionary, not purely anything. They were right again. He believed in complexity. He argued with priests, yet supported some monasteries for their charity. He mocked kings, yet corresponded with them. He was, as he admitted, a man of contradictions, because the world itself is a contradiction. This flexibility was not hypocrisy, it was wisdom born of observation. Voltaire understood that ideals, when frozen, become dogmas, and dogmas, however noble, soon demand victims. He therefore treated truth as a living thing, something to be cultivated, not worshipped. He often compared philosophy to gardening. Ideas, he said, must be tended, pruned, tested. A garden left wild becomes a jungle, just as liberty without discipline becomes chaos. He saw the mind itself as soil and reason, the gardener's hand. Voltaire's battles were many, and not only with theologians. He clashed with fellow philosophers, most famously with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed in nature's innocence, that civilization corrupts and emotion redeems. Voltaire, pragmatic and scarred by experience, disagreed. He had seen too much cruelty to trust nature, and too much ignorance to worship reason blindly. Their debate was not hatred, it was the Enlightenment arguing with itself. Rousseau dreamed of utopia. Voltaire sought improvement. Rousseau prayed for virtue. Voltaire demanded justice. Both loved humanity, but one through ideals, the other through evidence. When Rousseau sent him The Social Contract, Voltaire replied with a smile and a dagger of wit, "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it." Behind the sarcasm lay admiration and warning both. He knew that even noble theories could lead to tyranny when they forget the limits of human frailty. By midlife, Voltaire had become both famous and exiled, both celebrated and condemned. He lived under pseudonyms, moving from city to city, writing in the shadows of censorship. His letters, multiplied thousands upon thousands, a one-man network of resistance and inquiry. He defended scientists accused of heresy. He wrote treatises against torture and slavery. He offered financial help to widows ruined by injustice. Each act, small by itself, formed part of a greater movement, the belief that reason without compassion is sterile, and compassion without reason is blind. Voltaire's philosophy was therefore not abstract. It was lived. It was practiced daily, in patience, humor, and work. He did not retreat into solitude or seek divine certainty. He stayed among people, arguing, laughing, writing, cultivating the imperfect garden of humanity itself. His life became proof of his doctrine. He suffered illness, betrayal, censorship, exile, and yet he wrote every day, believing that persistence is the most rational form of faith. He called himself a hard-working bee, making honey even while surrounded by wasps. This quiet endurance gave his words a depth the sermons lack. He taught not by preaching, but by example, by continuing. He once wrote, "The best is the enemy of the good." He meant that perfectionism paralyzes progress. To act imperfectly is better than to dream flawlessly. It was this modest realism that separated him from zealots. He never promised heaven, only improvement. An improvement, he said, begins with thought. The risk never ended. Authorities monitored his writings, but the more they suppressed him, the wider he spread. His letters were smuggled across borders, his ideas copied by candlelight, his name whispered as both warning and inspiration. To those in power, he was a nuisance. To those in darkness, he was dawn. He never founded a school nor claimed disciples, but his influence became a quiet contagion. Every person who began to think for themselves became, unknowingly, a child of Voltaire. And yet, amid all this intellectual fire, his most profound insight remained simple, that happiness begins not in conquest or fame, but in understanding. To think clearly is to live peacefully. To reason is to be free. By now, his ideas had outgrown their author. He had become the embodiment of a movement, the Enlightenment itself. Princes quoted him to appear wise. Commoners quoted him to appear bold. He knew the irony. Once dangerous ideas become fashionable, their sharpness dulls. So he kept writing, kept refining, urging readers to question even him. He feared that dogma might one day wear his own name. So he insisted on humility. Doubt, he said, is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is absurd. He invited all who read him to doubt him, too. In that invitation lay the purest freedom of all, the freedom to disagree, even with the teacher. This was the essence of his philosophy of freedom. That liberty is not license, that thought is not rebellion, that doubt is not despair, and that laughter, when kind, is the truest prayer of the wise. As this section draws toward its quiet close, picture Voltaire at his desk again, older now, the candle shorter, the quill moving steadily in practiced rhythm. Each word another step away from ignorance, another seed for gardens he may never see bloom. He smiles, aware that his own freedom came at a price, but certain it was worth paying. The cell in the Bastille, the exile in England, the duels of wit, and the scars of battle, they were not burdens but tuition. Through them he learned what no book could teach, that true liberty is not given. It is cultivated, one thought, one act, one moment of courage at a time. And as he dips his pen again into the ink, he writes the words that would echo for centuries. Simple, steady, unflinching. Think for yourselves. The candlelight trembles, and with it begins the next chapter, where satire becomes prophecy, and a book called Candid will change everything. The year is 1759. Europe trembles under the noise of armies, sermons, and earthquakes littoral and moral. Empires are at war, philosophers argue about optimism, and the ground itself seems uncertain. Somewhere on that shifting continent, an aging Voltaire sits by candlelight and begins to write the book that will distill half a century of observation into a single work of laughter and sorrow. He calls it Candid, or optimism. The idea arrives after a disaster. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, Lisbon shakes. Churches collapse during Mass. Fires devour the city, and tens of thousands die. Priests call it divine punishment. Philosophers debate whether such suffering can coexist with a benevolent God. Voltaire, staring at the ruins from afar, feels the futility of those arguments. He writes a long poem of grief and rage. Then something quieter grows within him, a desire to show, through story, how fragile optimism truly is. Candid begins in innocence. A young man lives in a beautiful castle in Westphalia, tutored by the cheerful Dr. Pangloss, who teaches that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. The phrase sounds harmless, even comforting, but Voltaire sharpens it like a blade. Through that single idea, he will expose the gulf between philosophy and reality. Candid is expelled from paradise for loving the Baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He is beaten, conscripted, shipwrecked, betrayed, flogged, and starved. He witnesses cruelty in every shape: wars, stupidity, slavery's horror, religion's hypocrisy. Each episode is a mirror held to humanity's self-deception. Everywhere, someone insists that everything is for the best. Everywhere, the world replies with pain. Voltaire's prose is light, almost cheerful. That is its genius. He never raises his voice. He simply describes, and the absurdity condemns itself. The laughter he evokes is uneasy, the laughter that trembles on the edge of recognition. When readers first opened Candid, they found themselves smiling and wincing at once. A battle described as a beautiful arrangement of butchery, a sermon interrupted by robbery, a philosopher defending optimism while sinking in mud. Voltaire's irony was merciless but never cruel. His sympathy remained with the victims, never the theories that explained them away. Pangloss, ever faithful to metaphysics, persists through disease and disaster, proclaiming that all is well. He becomes the emblem of philosophical blindness, reason detached from experience, logic unmoored from compassion. Through him, Voltaire mocks the comfort of abstract certainty. He teaches that when we use intellect to deny suffering, we lose both intellect and humanity. Yet Candid is more than satire. It is a journey from illusion toward responsibility. Candid begins as a believer, becomes a skeptic, and ends as something rarer, worker of his own small patch of earth. After all the adventures, he concludes with 9 simple words. Il faut cultiver notre jardin. We must cultivate our garden. Those words close the book like a sigh after a storm. They do not offer triumph, only peace earned through labor and humility. Voltaire's message is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with what is real and within reach. The garden is both literal and metaphorical, a call to action scaled to human hands. To understand its depth, imagine the Europe that read those words. Philosophers promise systems explaining everything. Churches promise salvation for obedience. Kings promised order through conquest. Voltaire promised nothing, only a hoe, a seed, and a mind awake. He suggested that the search for meaning begins not in heaven or empire, but in the small, daily work of decency. It was radical advice disguised as modest wisdom. Instead of overthrowing the world, he proposed tending it. Instead of explaining evil, he proposed alleviating it. The effect was electric. Some readers laughed, some were outraged, and many were frightened. Governments banned the book. Priests denounced it, but people copied it anyway. Within months, Candid spread across Europe, translated, smuggled, whispered. It became a mirror no one could put down. The church called it impious. Revolutionaries called it inspiring. Voltaire accepted both judgments with a smile. He had achieved what he desired most, to make people think without telling them what to think. Beneath its humor, Candid carries quiet compassion, each grotesque episode reveals not only folly but endurance. Even in ruin, the characters continue moving forward, searching for something better. Voltaire understood that survival itself can be a kind of wisdom. The novel's cruelty is always balanced by resilience. He never despairs completely, because despair would flatter the absurdity he mocks. Consider the old woman who tells. Candid, she has suffered everything, yet still loves life. Her tale loss, slavery, disfigurement, becomes a parody of tragedy. So extreme it circles back to tenderness. Voltaire invites readers to laugh, then to wonder why they are laughing, and finally to feel compassion. That oscillation between amusement and empathize, the pulse of Candid. Even Pangloss, ridiculous as he is, receives forgiveness. Voltaire allows him to survive, scarred but unrepentant, because he knows humanity rarely learns completely. We cling to illusions because they comfort us. Better, Voltaire implies, to recognize them and smile gently than to hate ourselves for needing them. The Lisbon earthquake, the executions, the betrayals, these are not random episodes. They are symbols of an age struggling with faith and doubt. Voltaire shows that suffering is not a test from heaven nor proof against God. It is simply part of the fabric of existence. Our task is not to justify it, but to respond humanely. In this sense, Candide becomes a spiritual text for the unbelieving. It teaches moral courage without metaphysics, hope without naivety. Its final lesson, cultivate your garden, compresses an entire philosophy. Tend to what you can, repair what you touch, and leave metaphysical debates to those who prefer clouds to soil. For Voltaire, this was not retreat, but revolution. He had seen how grand theories led to grand cruelties. He wanted a wisdom that begins with breakfast, with friendship, with the simple refusal to harm. The garden is not escape, it is ethics, made tangible. In later years, readers would interpret those words endlessly. Some saw resignation, others defiance, still others serenity. Voltaire encouraged all interpretations and claimed none. That was the trick. He left space for the reader to think. The very openness of Candide was its freedom. He once said that tragedy should make us weep, comedy should make us wise. In Candide, he achieved both. Its laughter washes the dust off reason. Its pain reminds us why reason matters. When the book reached Rousseau, he accused Voltaire of cynicism. "How," Rousseau wrote, "can you laugh while people suffer?" Voltaire answered, "How can you sing hymns while they burn?" The difference between them was not morality, but method. Rousseau sought salvation in emotion, Voltaire in lucidity. Both longed for a better world. Voltaire merely refused to lie about the one that existed. The making of Candide also reveals Voltaire's mastery of craft. He wrote it in 3 months swiftly, secretly, moving between inns and borrowed studies. He disguised it as a translation. From the German to evade censors. Each sentence is polished, short, rhythmical design to sound effortless. Behind that simplicity lies perfect control. He chose the name Candide from the Latin candid sclere, shining, naive. The hero begins pure and ends wise, not by revelation, but by exhaustion. After seeing the world, he stops asking why, and begins asking what now. That shift from metaphysics to practice is the heart of Enlightenment thought. Voltaire himself lived that transition. He had chased theories in youth. In age, he cultivated gardens of justice, friendship, and knowledge. Candide is therefore autobiography, disguised as fable, the journey from cleverness to clarity. As success spread, danger returned. Authorities raided printers, confiscated copies, threatened imprisonment. Voltaire, living near the Swiss border, kept moving manuscripts between safe houses. He joked that his books travelled more than he did. In letters to friends, he called Candide a book that makes people laugh and priests nervous. Yet despite persecution, the world refused to unread it. Within decades, it became a cornerstone of modern thought, influencing everyone from revolutionary pamphleteers to quiet moralists. It taught that skepticism could coexist with kindness, that laughter could reform nations. Even the structure of the novel's short chapters, fast scenes. Abrupt transitions, feels modern, almost cinematic. Each page a cut, each irony a fade. Perhaps that is why it endures. It moves like a mind awakening in the stillness of night. One can imagine Voltaire rereading the final line. He sets down his quill and looks toward the window, where dawn hints behind the hills. The world outside remains unjust, noisy, full of superstition, but his little estate will soon wake. Workers will tend the vines, letters will arrive, arguments will continue. And that, he realizes, is enough. He has replaced the perfection of heaven with the imperfection of labor. He has traded metaphysical comfort for moral clarity. In that exchange lies peace, the peace of a mind reconciled with limits. The lesson of Candide is not that the world is meaningless, but that meaning must be made daily. Not in proclamations, but in gardens. Not in temples, but in workshops. Not in eternity, but in time. When Voltaire wrote those final words, he was nearly 65. His health was fragile. His humor was not. He called himself half-blind, half-deaf, entirely amused. But within that amusement lay serenity earned through struggle. He had watched philosophers rise and fall. He had outlived kings and enemies alike. Now he wanted to leave something durable, not an empire of ideas, but a way of being. And so Candide endures, not because it resolves questions, but because it teaches how to live among them. It offers no salvation, only sanity. It does not end in revelation, but in rest. For listeners drifting through this story, picture the old philosopher standing among rows of vines at Ferney years later. The sun warm, the earth rich, a book in his pocket and laughter in his eyes. Around him, workers prune branches, children chase insects, and he, the once dangerous writer, hums softly to himself. He has cultivated his garden, literally, philosophically, spiritually, not because the world is good, but because it can be. Tended, that is the triumph of Candide, a victory without parade, a wisdom without pride. It is the story of humankind growing older, learning that perfection is a childish dream, and that peace belongs to those who keep working after they stop pretending. As night settles over our journey, the pages of Candide close quietly. No fanfare, no prophecy, only the calm of understanding. From the ruin of optimism, Voltaire built a sanctuary of reason. From the chaos of history, he drew one enduring sentence. We must cultivate our garden. The candlelight fades, leaving the reader, the listener, the dreamer with that single thought, blooming softly in the dark. That freedom begins not with rebellion, alone, but with care. And as the ink dries, Voltaire sets aside his quill, ready to turn from ideas to action, from satire to service, from laughter to justice. The storm of Candide has passed. Now the air is still, the fields soft beneath the sun. Voltaire, no longer the restless wanderer, begins to live the metaphor he once wrote. He tends a real garden, rows of vines and fruit trees near the border. Village of Ferney. Each morning he walks the paths slowly, staff in hand, eyes thoughtful. He watches workers prune and harvest, watches life renew itself through simple effort. Here the philosopher becomes the farmer. Here the dangerous mind finds its peace. Yet what does it mean, this phrase the world now repeats? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. To cultivate, not to conquer. To care, not to command. To choose labor over illusion. For Voltaire, it is both creed and confession. He has spent his life battling superstition, arguing with kings, mocking priests. Now he discovers that wisdom is not only resistance, but reconstruction. The garden is the place where rebellion becomes creation. He writes to friends, explaining his routine. Mornings spent dictating letters, afternoons among trees, evenings at his desk. Visitors expect fiery debates. Instead, they find a calm host, offering fruit from his orchard. Philosophy, he tells them, is digestion. It must take its time. They smile, unsure if he jokes. But he means it literally. Thoughts, like plants, require patience, seasons, repetition. The same soil that grows bitterness can, with care, grow nourishment. To cultivate one's garden is to accept the limits of power. You cannot reform the entire world, but you can improve the ground beneath your feet. Each weed pulled, each seed planted, becomes an act of quiet defiance against despair. The garden is humility made visible. It reminds the thinker that ideas, like crops, thrive only when tended daily. Voltaire had seen too much destruction done in the name of perfection. He believed improvement was enough. Small deeds, multiplied, could equal revolutions. His correspondence shows the rhythm of this conviction. Letters to kings advising tolerance. Donations to families ruined by injustice. Pamphlets arguing for education and against cruelty. He no longer writes to wound. He writes to heal. He warns his readers not to trust grand theories that promise happiness to all. Beware, he writes, of those who seek to make you better by force. True virtue, he insists, begins in usefulness. Plant something. Teach someone. Relieve a neighbor's hunger. That is enlightenment more durable than any philosophy. The tone of his late work changes. Where once he laughed sharply, now he smiles gently. He keeps irony, but tempers it with gratitude. He speaks often of work not ambition's work, but sustenance's work. He sees in labor the rhythm that reconciles body and mind. Work protects from idleness. Idleness breeds fantasy. Fantasy breeds fanaticism. To cultivate one's garden is therefore to cultivate one's sanity. In these years, he transforms Fernie into more than a home. It becomes a symbol. Travelers arrive from across Europe to glimpse the legendary philosopher in his sanctuary. They find him walking with villagers, settling disputes, funding schools. He builds workshops so the poor can earn wages. He pays teachers to educate girls as well as boys. He writes, half amused, that the village once known for ignorance now exports clocks and ideas. Voltaire calls himself the innkeeper of Europe. His house never empties. Princes, poets, refugees, skeptics all pass through. Some expect a profit. They meet a man in a straw hat offering pears. He listens more than he speaks, laughs more than he lectures. He tells them, "My garden is my argument." The example replaces the sermon at night. When the guests sleep, he sits again at his desk. The candlelight touches piles of correspondence. He answers them one by one. Letters about justice, tolerance, war, and faith. He no longer expects quick victories. He has learned that truth travels slower than rumor, but endures longer. He writes, "We must judge progress by the number of children who can read. It is a sentence as humble as it is revolutionary. In the stillness, he reflects on his long path. He remembers the Bastille, the duels, the exile, the applause. He feels no bitterness, only clarity. The struggle has not ended oppression, but it has enlarged thought. He sees that the world changes by increments, not miracles. The philosopher must learn to live inside the unfinished. That is the essence of the garden philosophy, to accept incompleteness without surrendering hope. He explains this to a young visitor, who asks him for the meaning of happiness. Voltaire answers with a story. There was once a man who wanted to change the climate. He shouted at the sky, cursed the rain, prayed for sun. He died before the harvest. His neighbor watered the soil and picked weeds. He lived to eat. The visitor laughs. Voltaire adds softly, "Be the neighbor." Happiness, he says, is the equilibrium between effort and acceptance. Work keeps despair from rotting the heart. Acceptance keeps pride from choking it. The wise man does not demand perfection from the world. He collaborates with it. That collaboration between will and limitation is the true art of living. Voltaire extends this idea beyond the self. Each person's garden totters in others. Communities, nations, civilizations are networks of adjoining plots. When one lies untended, weeds spread to the rest. Therefore justice is not charity, it is maintenance. He urges rulers to care for their people as gardeners care for crops, not with sermons, but with watering cans. He writes essays calling for legal reform, arguing that tolerance is the seed of peace. He exposes cases of injustice with precision, not merely to punish the guilty, but to teach compassion as a civic duty. He becomes, almost without noticing, a statesman of conscience. His words restore the idea that moral improvement is practical. Work as years pass. The garden deepens its symbolism. When he speaks of God, he no longer argues theology. He calls God the great clockmaker, a mind beyond our comprehension, not an authority demanding obedience, but a law of order. He prays by cultivating. He worships through usefulness. He writes, "Labor keeps us from three great evils: boredom, vice, and need." That sentence, like the garden, is plain, sturdy, enduring. Through it, Voltaire redefines enlightenment. It is not dazzling revelation. It is steady light sufficient to work by. He tells a correspondent that optimism and pessimism are both escapes. The wise person stands between them, hoe in hand. He believes that the greatest act of faith is persistence. Ferny flourishes. The philosopher's presence turns the village into a beacon. Travelers arrive to thank him for defending victims of injustice. Parents name children after him. He accepts the admiration with gentle irony, reminding them that he, too, is imperfect. When praised for transforming a barren region, he replies, "I merely let people work." It is his final lesson in leadership. Trust the competence of ordinary hands. The garden philosophy grows outward like vines on a wall. It touches economics work as dignity. It touches politics power as stewardship. It touches morality virtue as cultivation. In each case, the metaphor holds: neglect breeds decay. Attention restores harmony. Voltaire writes that the philosopher who despises manual labor is a fool. He warns against detachment disguised as superiority. To think is divine, he says, but to act is human, and we are not angels. In that humility lies his greatness. He is old now, his hair thin, his body bent, but his eyes still bright. He walks slowly through the orchard each evening, stopping to inspect a bud, a bee, a patch of soil. He tells a companion, "When I plant, I believe in tomorrow." It is perhaps the closest he comes to prayer. Faith, for him, is not hope of heaven, but confidence in sunrise. Sometimes he reflects on those who mocked or punished him. He feels no vengeance. He says, they helped. May cultivate patience. This gentle irony is his final weapon, a kindness, sharper than any satire. He receives letters from across Europe asking for advice. Most he answers with variations of one theme. Do what good you can where you are. The phrase repeats through his correspondence like heartbeat. It becomes the distilled form of his philosophy, an instruction simple enough for anyone, profound enough for all time. Evenings at Fernie are tranquil. Candles flicker in the windows. The fields breathe quietly. He writes until his hands ache. Then closes his notebook and listens to the crickets. He feels gratitude more than triumph. He has lived long enough to see the seeds of his ideas sprout beyond him. He senses that revolutions of thought move like seasons slow, inevitable, returning. He wonders if future generations will understand that his laughter was love in disguise. He hopes they will remember that to cultivate a garden is to believe in continuity. He smiles at the thought that someday someone he will never meet might pick fruit from trees he planted. That, he decides, is immortality enough. When visitors later write of meeting him, they describe a man at peace, but never idle. Even in frailty, he debates, jokes, dictates letters. He says, rest is good after work, not instead of it. His mind remains sharp, his humor kind. He repeats his maxim endlessly, aware that repetition is how truth sinks in. Cultivate your garden, cultivate your garden. He knows people crave grandeur, yet he gives them simplicity. He knows they want revelation, yet he gives them routine. He trusts that maturity will make them grateful for both. By the time he nears 80, the world outside Fernie is changing fast. New revolutions stir. New thinkers quote his words. Some interpret them as calls to rebellion, others as calls to reason. He watches from afar, amused and a little weary. He tells a friend, they will improve upon me, or they will not. Either way, the weeds will keep returning. There is no bitterness, only awareness that every age must weed its own soil. He does not live to see how widely his seeds will spread, how future nations will claim his ideas as their foundation, how his insistence on tolerance will shape laws, how his laughter will echo in the concept of human rights. But perhaps he would have shrugged. For him, the reward was always the work itself. As this section draws to its close, picture the old man in his chair at twilight. The sky turns gold, then grey, then deep blue. He looks toward the horizon and whispers a line half to himself. The earth is the only paradise we shall ever know if we learn to care for it. Then he smiles, sets his quill aside, and lets the silence of the garden complete the sentence. The candle fades. Another day ends in the philosophy of freedom transformed into the philosophy of tending. No monuments, no victories, only the simple miracle of things growing. and so we fade with him, into evening light and patient soil, carrying forward the lesson that wisdom is work, and that every mind, every life, is a garden waiting to be cultivated. The garden at Ferney is peaceful, but the world beyond its hedges is not. From across France come stories that disturb Voltaire's quiet mornings, families ruined by prejudice, men condemned without trial, women silenced by superstition. Each new letter reminds him that weeds grow fastest in places untended. He realizes that philosophy, if it stays only among books, becomes decoration. To mean anything, it must act. Thus begins the final transformation of Voltaire, the philosopher. Becomes the warrior. His pen, once playful, now sharpens into an instrument of justice. He will spend the last decades of his life not in contemplation, but in combat, fighting cruelty